Yes, everybody, it's Bennington. Welcome to Bennington on the, well, it's really, I guess, Independence Week. This has got to be, this week, next week, and Labor Day have got to be right up there with Christmas for most vacationed week. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Oh, hi.
We started with some Grateful Dead because today is the birthday to our great friend Kathleen from the Bronx. Oh my God, is that why you playing Grateful Dead for me? Rockin' and rollin' and whatnot.
I didn't know she loved the Dead.
Love the Dead. Her and Bri Deadheads. Not only do they love the Dead, they are the Dead. To me, all the magic after Jerry died moved over from the Grateful Dead to Kathleen and Bri, jumping over Fish easily, and then going into Kathleen and Bri. I'm going to actually do this as a birthday present. It's Dead Week.
Wow.
Grateful Dead Week. That's nice. So this goes to show you, if like you're super cool, we'll dedicate a week of music. And since Kathleen and Bri's album still hasn't come out yet.
Yeah.
By the way, the speakers in here, that sounded so awful, but you're telling me it's just
this room.
People hear it correctly mixed.
Yes, it's going out to receivers and apps correctly, but within the room we're sitting in, it is sounding odd.
Sounded pretty weird.
Engineering is on it.
Right.
Yeah, well, after they get done with the lighting in here, getting that, so it's as pretty as possible.
We're going to look great.
Yeah, and I guess that thing never will get restarted, huh?
Doesn't look like it. It was very loud.
Only one day did I see the word Bennington.
It's such a great day.
Yeah, over your head. And then we're like, what?
What's that buzzing?
There seems to be a lot of buzzing in the room.
I'm really excited about this new lighting. I like a soft light, so I hope that's where we're going.
No, hard light.
What?
Really hard light.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually called, it's blotch lighting is what the actual name of it. And what's great about it is that it will make a pimple appear even where there isn't one. Blotch lighting. Look it up. It's great. They used it for the Wicked Witch. They were able to point that. She was just a normal looking person. Turtle? What is it?
Buddy. Hey, I hate to put a downer on Dead Week, but 35 years ago today, we lost Lowell George of Little Feat.
That really is a down. 35 years. So Lowell George is one of those guys deader than he was alive. You know what I mean? Like he's been dead longer than he was alive, probably.
How about a little Willin' sometime today?
No, it's not a music show. I'm sorry, Turtle. I'm sure like Truckers Radio or somebody would pick up on that. But if it wasn't Dead Week, Kathleen has basically snatched a tribute away from Lowell George. Also a big rock death over the weekend, Chris Squire of Yes.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about, like, Yes is playing in Brooklyn at the big, I think they call it the Lowell George Arena. I don't know what the name of the new place is.
But he was a young guy.
Chris Squire?
Yeah, he goes.
Well, only in terms of what we think of humans. I mean,
not in terms of rock stars, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, he's 68 to 70 something, So, yeah, I mean, we tend to say, no matter what age anyone dies now, we say that's too young.
Too soon.
It's too soon. But that comes from the TV show Humans, where we're now handing over the reins of humanity to AIs.
I want to watch that.
You got to keep up. Sunday nights is a busy night, my friend. You were away all weekend, right?
I was away.
Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. You got to lock in Sunday. There's 18 programs that have to be followed all night long.
So much viewing.
There's a couple I'm kind of giving up already. I'm not crazy about the. I don't know the name of it. I think it's called the Chris Squire, and it comes right on after Ballers. Now, Ballers is, I would just call that black sports entourage.
Yep.
It goes back to the same, boat porn.
Yeah.
Will they sign the deal?
Will they sign the deal? No one signed the deal. They signed the deal.
They signed the deal.
Yeah.
The deal's back on.
Yeah, we got no money. Now, a lot of money. But the Brink, I wanted to like with Jack Black is in it and all that, and I'm just, I don't know. Now, Chris Stanley, your ACL gave out again over the weekend.
Yes, it did.
I noticed you didn't come downstairs for smoke break today, so I thought it was hurt. Did you go to your doctor?
I went to my doctor. It's a bad sprain is all that's happened to the day. A bad sprain.
So you sprained your knee while you were sleeping.
While I was laying down. I was laying down on a bed, and I sprained my knee.
Now, after all the bitching that we had and the weird perk text that I was getting from you all weekend, because I would just get these texts that would be like, I'm going to read one, all right? You're the best, boss. I'm just a fuck up, and I don't want to fuck up for you.
What?
I promise to do better.
What?
I was getting shit like that all weekend long.
It happens because, I had some perks left over from the surgery. So, I think in my mind, I was back under the knife.
But what is it about any of the perks that make people want to apologize? And you know what I mean?
I'm shit.
Yeah, I'm shit and you're great. And I got those all weekend long.
It was like a warm, fuzzy feeling inside my head from all the Percocets,
Here's when I got this. By the way, this was at 10:15 in the morning.
Okay.
In the morning.
Yeah.
And there was nothing to set this up. Ready? You're a genius, boss. I might be a fuck up, but I am dedicated. There was no reason for that at all.
Hazy. I know I had a cell phone in my hand at some time over the weekend.
I love it.
Yeah. That literally, I was just writing back. Love you, Chris. Why don't you get some rest? Prop your head up, though. I would always write the extra pillows thing to him.
Don't sleep on your back. That's embarrassing.
Madness.
Scott in Tennessee.
Would you say I'm white trash, redneck, whatever, or a family guy? Every year, I spend about $1,500 on fireworks, and we do this massive display. But it's a giant cookout, and music's played, and we have just a great time.
Other places before. It's
Right.
Been...
Well, only the first year did you feel bad about it. Then after that, you're like, hey, you know me, I like to be out of town on Christmas. And I'm always like, I don't go. Because I don't want to be that guy that has people not wanting to be with them. I don't even like Father's Day for that. This was the greatest Father's Day
This was a good
I
one.
ever had.
I don't want to toot my own horn about it, but
yeah,
it was...
because we went to Jaws and we had lobster rolls.
Yeah, what more can you ask? And salty honey pie, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say a box of cigars, but you know what? You didn't quite.
Damn it!
You didn't quite
Would've
make
been
it, but
nice.
you did good. So July 4th is perfect for that. Nick, how are you?
Hey, buddies, I'm doing all right. 4th of July and all the summer holidays are for the people in the family who never host Easter or any other holidays that take effort and time. So summertime comes around, it's like, yeah, 4th of July is at my house. Go over there, and it ends up being shitty. And you wasted a holiday just because they wanted to put their token in and get their name on that list that I did something this year.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, 4th of July can be bad if it rains that day.
Right.
But no one is crying like my 4th of July is ruined. Like I've seen people cry and say that their New Year's Eve is ruined or their Christmas is ruined, or once again, you two boys ruined Thanksgiving for everybody.
Right. Even Halloween has a lot of expectations for kids, making sure the costume gets together for kids. There's it's one of the few that I think has no pressure. Because I don't remember going, this 4th of July wasn't as good as 2 4th of Julys ago.
Right.
I don't feel like I line them up and compare them.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right with that. And you can go camping or you can get a shitty place at the shore and it's still fun. Doesn't have to be any money spent on it. And like I said, you can go just in the backyard. But I think there's no pressure at all on Arbor Day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't care whether I plant a tree or not that day.
I just take a little me time.
Yeah. Arbor it out. I always that year, though, that day, and I do it by myself. It's in the backyard. I have a martini with me and a nice cigar, and I just listen to the song Arbor Lights. And I just think...
That's all you need, really.
Yeah, that the whole year has gotten past. Like a fucking Stanley's looking up Arbor Lights. What a moron. Seriously, what a dumb person.
What?
So much stuff over the weekend. I can't believe it. Up on the iBank today, there's pictures of Jimmy Fallon's finger. Apparently, he almost lost it.
Yikes.
He fell, got his wedding ring caught on a coffee table.
Oh.
And it was almost tore off. Now, when I was a kid, I was working in a warehouse in a plant, and ran my hand through the rollers. What's the what's that belt? Like the belt that goes around. It's got a belt in between it and there's rollers that go around. So I'm grabbing package, and I go into that, stop the whole line. Fingers are crushed, right? I go to the hospital. Once it takes like an hour to get me out of those rollers, by the way. And this is really weird. When they did, and they pulled it out, my whole hand was flat, but then went swelling within seconds, and I felt like I was going to pass out in front of everyone.
Oh my God.
And I was like young enough, like I can't pass out in front of the guys at work. So I go to the hospital. Nothing was broken, but the tendons are all fucked up. My bones don't break.
Right.
It's just, I don't know if it's an unbreakable type thing. There's some guy, Mr. Glass, that's the exact opposite of me. But the guy said to me, if you were wearing a wedding ring, it would have guillotined it out, right? And then shot your finger around. He goes, this happens all the time in factories. The wedding ring, he says to me, he goes like this, never, ever wear a ring. Ever.
Oh my God.
So if you wear a ring and you're a man, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah, you're going to be... I've never even heard of an injury like this. Like, what could he get it caught on?
Neil Armstrong lost his finger on, was like a door or something, like an Airstream door. He got it caught. Finger popped off.
Oh my God.
Fingers pop off, folks, if you wear wedding rings. This is not just so you feel more comfortable when you go out to bars that you don't have a ring on.
Now, women are wearing rings all the time. I've never heard a woman say, my ring got caught on something and we...
Women aren't as clumsy, meaty-fisted as men are. I mean, for him to fall down like this, I don't know what he's doing at his house.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I don't know why he's stumbling around the house like that.
He's enjoyed himself.
Yeah.
But America's sweetheart, Jimmy Fallon, almost lost his finger. This up on the iBank today, and I'd never heard of this before in life. But there is a gorilla in Japan that is so handsome that women are standing in line to buy tickets to see the gorilla. Now go and find it. Yeah, look at him there. He's just like kind of eating grass.
Oh my God.
Yes. He's a very attractive gorilla.
He's a vision. I can't believe it. He's stunning, really.
Now look, there's some video of him too. Look at him here. He knows he's attractive, and he just kind of lounges around while the women are dropping their panties, the little Asian women who never get this kind of bulky sex appeal, but they're all crazy about him. And I thought, when I read the story, I'm like, this is nuts. But now that I'm looking at him, what an attractive, I would say attractive gorilla, but it's more than that. Just what an attractive specimen. What a attractive.
Oh, yeah. If you told me that was a human man, I would tell you. It was attractive.
Yeah. That's the exact thing. Now, Joey Jojo, you've taken a look at this. Where would you put this attraction scale of 0 to 10?
Oh, man, that's easily a 10.
There is no... Look at the way he lays there and he knows his attractiveness.
I can't believe it.
This gorilla... Look. Oh, when he sits up. But this gorilla is more beautiful than Brocco, don't you think?
Wow. I mean, it's hard for me to say because I love Brocco, but I think he beats Brocco.
Are you kidding me? This gorilla is more attractive than Brocco.
First of all, not only more attractive, more famous than Brocco. This gorilla has brought a country to its small knees.
No.
I'm going to need to follow this
I left
gorilla.
the color out, and I'm glad that I did, because we live in really weird times.
Draw a line.
A funnier line, I decided not to use it.
You don't need it.
I do, though.
Brocco is a man. This is a gorilla. Brocco's more attractive than the gorilla.
Chris, we're all animals when you think of it.
That's a really good point. We're just animals with pants on. And this Brocco, like if you put Brocco out there, he wouldn't be eating grass and staring at the ladies. He'd be trying to cover up his balls.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like he has no shame. It makes him so confident.
Mm-hmm. This gorilla doesn't even have a man bun or a gorilla bun or whatever. Its hair is terrible.
Sure. No. That's fucking more of his style. Here's what I love about him. The hair on his head is the exact length of the hair on his shoulders and back. And that's not easy to do. Men can't pull that off.
He's clearly well maintained.
I feel crazy if you're comparing this gorilla to Brocco.
Look at the bone structure, though. The jawline.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It's almost like the sunken cheeks, too.
No.
It's strong jaw, sunken cheeks, and I'm going to say bedroom eyes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very dreamy. Like if you came across that gorilla on Tinder, you would swipe right, I believe.
Yeah, it's swipe right. Yeah,
I would be nervous that gorilla would not swipe back. Yellow. That's what I was saying.
No.
That was going to be.
Unbelievable.
So that gorilla is up there, Geo-rilla. Beautiful, beats Rocco.
No,
absolutely.
Rocco.
You didn't even fucking correct me.
Rocco.
By the way, Paulie writes, I have a must-watch now. It's Mr. Robot. I am also into Mr. Robot.
Haven't watched it yet. I'm catching up on it.
I saw them shooting Mr. Robot the other day, so I
should have ran in front of it. Because that fucking... First of all, the lead guy is a combination Pete Davidson and Shelby.
I actually thought when I first saw it, I was like, "Is that Pete Davidson?" It took me a second to realize.
It's got a Pete. Physically, it looks like Pete Davidson, but then he makes Shelby expressions through the whole show. It's fucking weirding me out. And I believe that Japanese gorilla is also in it.
Oh, I'm definitely watching
that Japanese gorilla can go to hell. It's not that attractive.
What are you
There are
talking
women
about?
that send him presents.
What?
That send him candy. That sends him fruits and vegetables. And then also, they leave notes behind about how he makes them feel. Now, I told you guys before, if gay marriage went through, it was a slippery slope.
Yes, sure.
This is where we ended up.
And thank
with
God.
Rocco the gorilla.
Thank God the
That's not
slope is
Rocco.
slipping.
Those Japanese women must not have Instagram. That's the problem. They should put Brocco in a cage in Japan and see what
You
happens
know that
then.
you just said fucking Baraka, you goddamn racist, and then laughed about it later?
Oh, no.
Mr. fucking, nothing is wrong with my knee, I'm a baby.
It's a bad sprain.
Let's see you walk now.
All right.
Take those headphones off.
Why would you tell him? Let him...
There's a limp.
He's a hobble. He's hobbling.
Not as bad as Friday, though.
No.
He was just being a baby.
And then you're going to judge this gorilla.
Right.
I can judge this girl all I want.
You walk like a fucking gorilla. This is Chris with his bad thing.
That's how it's supposed to be.
That's fucking gorilla walking, dude.
I don't want to be like that.
And you're going to judge this handsome stud.
I'll judge this stud all I want. And it's not a stud, by the way. It's just a gorilla in a
You
zoo.
just said it was. Here's the thing. I hope that they teach this gorilla sign language like Coco, because I would love to know. I bet he's,
Let me just
emotional.
tell you something. We just crashed the iBang, and we didn't crash the iBang when we brought up Rocco.
Oh, come on.
They've
Okay.
got the iBang back up, but people rushed to see Rocco the gorilla and not Rocco the man.
It's because this girl is a freak show. And people just don't want it, can't handle the beauty of Bronco.
All right, that's
This is
fucking
getting
weird.
weird.
Yeah. Just stop trying to. First of all, you're not helping Bronco. Hey, Murray in Florida. What's up, Murray?
Hey, I just wanted to see if this sounded like a pretty chill Fourth. If I go to St. Pete Beach, watch fireworks all up and down either side of the beach, and then go to Ted Peters for a little bit later on.
Now, Ted Peters has the smoked fish. Now, the thing about the Ted Peters smoked fish, which is delicious, is this a taste that you want to stay with you for a week to 10 days? Because that's how long you
It
will
lasts.
still taste that smokiness.
That's strong.
And German potato salad.
Oh, that sounds really good, though.
Yeah.
It
Here's
is
another
good.
reason why I like Ted Peters. There's no place to eat inside. It's basically,
Right.
they have put a shed ceiling over some of the parking lot and some picnic tables. So when you have a place, you know the food has to be good when they're rocking like that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a confidence. You don't need walls.
No. All right, now I'm thinking there might be an inside, and I just never went to it. If I had the choice between inside and outside,
Oh, yeah.
I
You're going
outside that shit. I'm like that fucking gorilla, you know? I just got to be outdoors.
Yeah.
I guess I'm the outdoorsy type.
I hate this gorilla
Why?
because he's
Are you-
taking. This gorilla is taking away love for a man, and not
You're jelly, is
I'm
what
not
it is.
jelly.
Yeah.
I don't even like saying jelly.
And yet you are jelly.
just did.
Your knee is jelly right now. The jelly has rolled out of your knee and down your ankle.
Oh,
Look, so the guy who did the operation on you
yeah,
told you that it didn't fucking break, right? Or
yeah,
whatever.
exactly. Yeah.
And yet, he didn't put you through anything. He just sang.
He fucking lifted my leg and pushed it back. I lift it again, and then say, here, push down on my leg, and said, lift up. It's like, yeah, it's great. It's just a bad sprain.
By the way, that's another reason I couldn't be a doctor. I couldn't sit there and just lift people's legs up and push down on
And
them.
then lie to them.
And they jiggled my kneecap.
Oh,
I'll do it right now.
Don't. It hurt at the time. It's going to hurt again.
I'll give him an extra $100 if he can stop jiggling your kneecap. That's why I won't let you wear fucking shorts. Cause
expose that jelly donut that you call a knee.
it is. And then he squeezes it, it all shoots down the ankle. I want to at least get it until it's cream based. Like a nice Bavarian cream.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This gorilla's name is Sabani.
Yeah.
Sabani.
It's a disgusting
Sabani.
name. Stupid.
It suits him. It's so handsome.
His parents gave him that name just because they thought it sounded nice. They just sat around constantly coming up with.
We need a really great name for this guy. Sabani.
And then I don't know what they do. They sit around all day like this. Badoka. Badoka. Shimshili. Until finally they find one. They're just grabbing syllables. You know, there's something like you can mix up syllables and throw them on the floor.
Very catch as catch can.
Yeah.
Way to name.
Tachanga. Let's name our little girl Chichiki. Tachiki.
It sounds nice.
Oh, what does that mean? Nothing. It's
mean
just a couple of syllables we threw in together.
A couple of great sounds we figured out. There's something distinguished about him as well.
Like this is a handsome person that could later run for president.
Like he's graying at the temples. I'm kind of into that.
Yeah.
This is a travesty. They should shut down the zoo.
It's big.
I bet the gentlemen are enjoying him as well.
Well, I think guys want to be him, women want to be with him, and then some guys want to be with him and be him.
Yeah, both.
Yes. That would be the weird thing about being gay, because you would see an attractive guy, and then you would get your hair cut like him, dress like him, and then try to have sex with him.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre. There's a website about it of just people who date their twins.
Well, first of all, you see it a lot in younger people, but every gay, when they get older, is dating their twin.
Right.
They all look like Fez Watley with a straw hat and a loose, Hawaiian type shirt, just walking down the street.
Yeah.
And like Fez was always like, I can't find anyone. I go, most of them are you.
Yeah.
Did you see Caitlyn Jenner showed up at the gay pride?
I did see that she made an appearance.
She didn't get on a float, but she went to one of the things. Now, I think is it up on the iBank?
Yes, it is.
All right, let me just tell you this. Now, you don't even have to turn the sound up. Just play her walking into the joint. It might be hard because everybody's gorilla watching.
Of course.
And slow
And
the
can
sight
you
down.
blame them?
Hate
All
that
right, now,
girl.
here's Caitlyn. And there she is there. Now watch her walk and her shoulders. Someone needs to go to finishing school.
Oh, gosh. You got to round those shoulders out, honey.
She's just like this. Look, this is her coming into the room.
Stanley, is that you? Oh, no, it's Caitlyn.
Basically, she has Chris Stanley's fucking weird walk. That walk is terrible.
You need to open those shoulders out.
She's
That's what you
hunched.
need.
She walks like she's about to say this, yell out, I'm open. It just looks like she's ready to catch a touchdown.
Wow. What if she has heels on?
No, she's walking in flats, definitely. But that's just a regular, that's Joe Namath's walk right there.
Yeah, there's nothing feminine about that at all.
I'll give her only her feminine smile. She had a very feminine way about her face, but...
So it is the year of the transgender because of Caitlyn.
Yes.
Big Brother has a transgender, and I'm happy to report this girl seems to be a bitch and is overplaying and talks mean about other people.
Just like a woman should.
So when that transgender gets voted off, and I believe it'll happen soon, I'm going to start writing, let's not buy anything that CBS sells.
Yeah, because they hate
They
trans.
hate transgenders.
Now, the thing that kind of, I think, is so bizarre about them suddenly having a trans person on their show. How long has Big Brother been on the air in the U.S.? Like 15 years?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
So you're going to, tell me this is the first time it's occurred to you guys to put a trans person on the show. You know how many people who were transgendered probably applied to be on that show.
Sure.
And only now are they like, actually, we are...
Transgenders are hot. They're trendy.
But wouldn't it have been so interesting to do it, say, 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
That was gay time. Look, there's a couple things that are coming on hot now that the gays have got their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Transgender and now polygamy is getting a big early stages. I just keep looking at that walk. It is a person who needs to go to finishing school, needs to get the dictionary on her head,
right?
Doing whatever they got to do to walk properly. She looks like she's going to lean under a center and take a snap.
There's a lot to learn about being a lady.
It's Joe Montana in a dress right now. The joke would have been Bruce Jenner in a dress.
Right.
That used to be Bruce, but this is someone new to walking. I don't know whether you've seen the promo of the show, but you can tell they have no idea what their show is going to be about other than, making money. They'd be like, we'll shop some. We'll go shopping.
Okay.
And, things like that.
Just learning new things.
My celebrity friends will come over. I'll call Kim. I'll put up the thing as I get Kim's busy signal and just play it for everybody.
Something tells me there's going to be a lot of Manny footage. A lot of Manny petties.
Yeah, I guess. And it'll really be Manny.
Mm-hmm.
And that. Like Manny and Petty at the same time. Like Manny feet.
Uh-huh.
I would definitely have some of the toes taken off.
Pinky toe, at least.
The first thing that she's going to do, she said, it's where she was when she found out Chris Squire of Yes passed away.
Really? I didn't know that.
And then a lot of it's going to be just prog rock, Didn't
know Kat was into all that.
Are we calling her Kat already?
I'm calling her Kat.
It's Kate.
I thought Kat's short for
I
Caitlin.
think
Caitlin?
Yeah.
No.
I think sometimes people might go with Kat. But what would Kat be?
Why didn't she just name herself Kat?
Catlin. It's actually pronounced Catlin.
Call me Catlin. Now, my new show is going to be great. We're going to be doing stuff like health tips for transgenders.
Still got that voice, though.
Then also, we're going to see Strongest Woman in L.A. Let's see if anybody can outbench me. I would love for her, here in her late 60s, to go back to the Olympics and win the Iron Woman award.
Dominate. I mean, those arms look pretty solid in that picture of her just celebrating. I guess, for being in a bar.
She better not drink for a while, You just see her, looking at a woman and going like this, what the fuck did you say to me? I will stomp your shit right here. I don't know why she wasn't on a float. The fucking parade one went crazy.
I know. She should have been the Grand Master. What is the person?
Grand Poobah. What they
Grand
could have
Poobah?
done, see if this would have made sense, right? They would have had to float, but like a big tank of water, but it's like a see-through tank.
Okay.
And she would, as it's going down 6th Avenue, she climbs up this rail, she shimmies up a rail, and then dives down into the water.
Perfect.
Bounces back up. The place is going fucking crazy.
Oh, my God.
And she grabs the microphone and yells, "Let's see that Atlantic City horse do that." And then drops the microphone in the water and gives herself like a, the fucking, I know I'm all about show business and a showcase.
Sure.
That would have been on every news in America, her diving into this, as the thing's moving.
That'd be perfect. I don't know why she didn't think to do it.
They don't give a shit about show business anymore. There's no flair. Don't get off the site because we've crashed it twice now. And there's actually other cool shit up there, and I can't even bring it up right now.
Because everyone's so busy with that handsome gorilla.
Yeah.
That gorilla.
Because the whole thing really comes down to, I believe, Kanye today.
Mm-hmm.
Kanye stole, what was the rock festival, Chris? I think it was Woodstock. They call it Scotland Woodstock. And Kanye called himself the greatest rock and roll star in the world.
He's modest.
I don't think modesty and rock stardom go hand in hand. I don't think you ever saw Mick Jagger go like this. We're not that good of a band.
But did he call himself the greatest rapper that's ever lived?
Oh, because you think there's a difference between rap stars and rockers?
I think so, yeah.
Racism.
No, I don't think it is. I think that there's nothing wrong.
Pure racism.
But rock
Are they
stars...
yanking that off?
Yeah, they are.
I hate when they fucking do that.
Check YouTube, because I saw it was yanked off this morning, but there's a couple people on YouTube that still have it.
Just stealing it?
Yeah.
By the way, the latest person being accused of racism, Amy Schumer, because she makes jokes.
Yeah, I read the article, which starts off seeming like, I think it's a Guardian article, and I think it seemed a bit complimentary in the beginning, and then takes a sharp turn into calling her a racist.
You are, no matter who you are today, you're going to be called a racist or sexist or an ageist.
I think still race is more taboo, though, to joke about.
I'll say this, though. I would agree with that. But I don't think that there's any problem until someone starts to lose work over it. Like, I have no problem with saying, well, first of all, there's a lot of stupid people out there.
Right.
There's a ton of stupid people that are going to take things the wrong way. And they're always the kind of people who say, conservative, liberal, and act like, that if you're not conservative, you're a liberal, or if you're not a liberal, you're just conservative, that there's no other options. And those are the fucking idiots that everybody has to put up with.
Well, yeah, I would agree that it's a good thing to stay on the outside of the norms when you're trying
society.
Sure. If you're doing comedy. Nobody is like, who would like this comedy? Like my grandmother, my next door neighbor, and my second grade teacher.
Well, there's some people that do that. So, Brian Regan can pull it off. Jim Gaffigan can pull it off. Kinnison was perfect at it. Wanda Sykes. Oh, wait. I went away from it. Yeah, I went away from it.
But I think that it's troubling. I understand the instinct to want to explain yourself. Because it sucks to be misunderstood.
Right.
But you're probably just giving in to... It's not the same as apologizing, but it's pretty damn close. Having to explain yourself like, hey, I'm just joking. I'm just playing a character.
Right. But if you take Ace Stanley, most of the things that he says are offensive to me.
Oh, really?
But I'm just not going to bring him up.
Like the Bracco thing.
Thank you.
The Bracco thing was pretty fucking low.
Yeah.
It was horrifying.
It's like it was low towards Bracco.
Do we know if we're having our guest in today?
Yes, we do. Yes.
You're 100% sure of it?
100% sure, confirmed this morning.
Do you know how excited Gail and I are about this?
Super excited.
So many numbers excited.
Coming in a little later today, the one and only Bridget Everett. Now, you might have seen Bridget's some appearances on Amy Schumer's.
Mm-hmm.
But this new special is so crazy. It's kind of cutting edge and old school traditional at the same time.
It's very wild, but it does have the old cabaret feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like any cabaret I think you've ever seen.
It's very edgy. It's extremely funny, and at the same time, the music is great, the singing is great, the band is fucking terrific. One of the Beastie Boys is in her band.
Yeah, Adam Horowitz.
Is that what you call him?
Ad Rock, if you will.
Thank you. That's where I go with that. Is Ad Rock was he the one that's married to the movie director?
Yes. Sophia.
Well, no, he's
Sophia Coppola. You're just fucking big. Oh, I know who a woman.
No, he's married to from Bikini Kill. I can't think of her name. She's the punk rock star.
Which one of them married? Is it Tamara that we had in who did the
Tamara Davis?
Yeah.
Finding out.
Because the Beasties have always married well. So.
Yeah.
Mike D is married to Tamara.
There's a very cool thing to the way, like, not just their music, but and then also their personal life. You're like, fuck, that's expensive.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that Ad Rock shows up and is in this band, doing backup on that one song was fucking just hilarious.
Yeah, the special is super fucking funny and really wild.
I can't wait till she comes in. Steve in California.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I was listening to your comments about it, and with the Confederate flag situation going down and everybody screaming racism and bigotry and whatever. I read an article talking about how Seinfeld was saying it's difficult to work at college anymore because everybody is so politically correct. You get
first of all, let's just say this. It should be difficult for Seinfeld to work at college because he's 60 years old, right? so let's just figure when Seinfeld was in college in 1973 or something, right? You weren't necessarily going to have Joe E. Lewis come to town. You know what I mean? Like, you were going to see Jack Carter up there doing comedy. So that shit is different. There's difference between people not getting your jokes and then stopping your act from being done. You know, that's the difference.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, think about Lisa Lampanelli. I mean, she's magnificent at what she does, in my opinion. But there's going to be a whole lot of people that think that everything she says is anti somebody.
But that is the point, isn't it?
Well, I hope so.
I mean, the point if you're doing Lisa Lampanelli's act is to push the boundaries. You don't want to be there with a lot of people going, oh, any of us could do this.
Right.
So,
somebody like George Lopez, I mean, awesome. Absolutely awesome. Right on point. Just gets out there and works the audience. He knows his audience, knows what he's doing.
But this is always the thing. This is always the deal, dude. There's always going to be people outside of his audience who don't get him. And he's offended white people before by some of the shit that he says. And that's okay as long as the white people don't try to shut down his show.
Well, I think it led to a lot of self-depreciating humor in stand-up because I think it's the only thing that people are comfortable with. People are comfortable if a comedian stands up there and says, I'm fat, or I'm a slut, or but then that's one note. They get very upset when you travel beyond your own race, your own gender, your own...
Well, there's like a nerd thing to comedy by the people who, let's face it, a lot of young people think this way is because that's what we wanted our children to think like all through school. And the school set it up that we don't differentiate, we don't do that, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, I could see where a college audience would be coming from. They didn't grow up on fucking street corners ball busting. Right. You know what I mean? They didn't make up their own games. They fucking had a game that was, managed by adults. And then if adults heard them calling someone fat or saying they can't run, they stopped the game. Right. They stopped the game and said, what you're doing is wrong. Here's what you have to do. So by the time that these kids get to 18 and 19 and they've been somewhat sheltered because they were afraid that they were going to get snatched, of course they're going to be offended. But then I would think it would be the comedian's job to get through to that audience if he decides to even work them.
Right. I mean, certainly in that Guardian article, she seems to support what she's saying about women, where she's claiming
Which
power.
Which one is she?
Amy Schumer.
Yeah.
When they were talking about Amy Schumer, she seems comfortable with her talking about herself and gaining power for herself, but then quotes another article where they say, well, she's only out for herself. So you're saying it's okay for her to joke about herself and not about anyone else. I mean,
well, first of all, I'll go back with Amy on this. Amy is the exact opposite of being all about herself. She's put so many New York comics on the payroll with her TV show, with their writing for her, they're performing for her. She does it with all different generations, all different races. A lot of women are on that show, and the old school thing of if you were a woman with your show, you don't want another woman come in and you want to be the special one. And then look at Trainwreck, how many comics are appearing in that. So that's all fucking crazy talk.
Yeah.
I thought there was zero reason for Amy even to respond to it. It's like responding to someone on Twitter who says something about you.
I would agree with that, but I think that I definitely understand the instinct to want to explain yourself, because it sucks to be misunderstood because you feel like you're doing something. But I think her work, stands for itself, and I think certainly her humor does.
Well, see, that's the thing that you got to do about. I mean, that's why they always people get mad at Pearl Jam, Eddie in particular, or Bono, because they stop and talk for a second, And people are just like, just sing a song, and then I'll ignore the fact that you care about the third world.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, they don't pay attention. If they hear Bruce Springsteen saying the same shit that he sings about, they're like, shut up! You just hurt my feelings. But then they'll sing along with these fucking pro-union songs. Always funny to me. All right, let's go over and play Kanye and seeing whether this makes him the biggest rock and roll star in the world.
Easy go, little high, little low, and anyway the wind blows, doesn't really matter.
So he's just playing this song?
No, he eventually jumps in.
We got to do a new thing where we take it, we have these things that know the time cues.
I just killed a man, put my gun up to his head, pulled a trigger, now he's dead. Mama, like that. But now, I didn't mean to make you cry. And I'm not back again this time tomorrow.
All right, I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna say that he's every bit as good as Freddie Mercury. What? I don't see the difference. You think that who's better, Kanye or Freddie?
I would say Freddie Mercury is
Freddie
better.
Mercury better than Kanye.
Yes.
Now, I'm just saying this as a singer.
Yes, as a singer.
All right, let's go to our in-house singer, Joey Jojo. Joe, you're a classic rock guy.
Yeah.
Kanye or Freddie Mercury?
I gotta go with Freddie Mercury.
Over Kanye?
Over Kanye.
Kanye West?
Believe it or not.
Chris Stanley?
He's definitely better than Adam Lambert. But Freddie Mercury's better than Kanye.
All right, then I'm sitting in a room full of racists. I'm sitting here with three racists trying to say that black people can't sing.
I think it's not racist to judge him fairly.
No, let me say this. That audience does not sing as well as the audiences from the 80s.
So you think it's their fault, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, they're throwing off. If you listen, go back and just a little bit of when they start to fucking ruin the song. Because Kanye's in the pocket with it. This is good.
Pulled a trigger, now he's dead. Mama, like that.
Awful.
But now.
Oh, you know what I just thought of? You guys never saw Freddie sing live.
No.
You got the studio things with the overdubs and all that. I've seen him live.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, just play a little more of Kanye. Fuck the audience again.
I didn't mean to make you cry.
Perfect.
And I'm not back again this time tomorrow.
All right, let me just say this. Those fucking audiences are so much more into music than our audiences. We have never had a thing with that many people flying flags, singing their fucking hearts out. We
And
just
they
don't
love
do
it.
that. Yeah.
But I feel like I'm on crazy pills trying to explain to you that this is not very good.
Again, because you never saw Freddie live. he is hitting fucking notes that Freddie Mercury never hit in the 70s.
You could walk into a karaoke bar at 2 a.m. and hear somebody do this song better than that.
Racist. You know blacks don't go to karaoke bars.
Sometimes maybe they do.
Maybe they do, because you don't know, because you don't interact the way I do. I mean, to me, this sounds like Kanye had a little Easter basket, took the fucking song, put it in that Easter basket, and skipped right down the road with it.
How does it sound like that?
It's stunning. It's beautiful. I hope this comes out. John, go ahead.
Yeah.
John in Buffalo.
Yes, sir. So here's my comment. It's kind of an insult, A, to Freddie Mercury, B, to the gay community, to a lot of people that you think that you can make the comparison. Kanye West is a talented singer, talented individual.
Thank you.
Freddie Mercury doesn't even come close.
Now, first of all, to call Freddie Mercury gay when he never came out, that's not something I'm willing to do. I don't judge people that way.
Yeah.
I judge.
No. That's kind of the humorous side of it. It's just when you put comparisons out like that, you can't even put the two together, really.
Thank you.
Was a far more talented than you. He was well beyond his time, and you can't even put the two. Kanye, he's an entertainer, hands down, but again, you can't even put the two in the same conversation.
Well, they are in the same conversation. They're covering the same song. One did it live, standing out there by himself. The other one hid behind very talented musicians.
This is insane.
He wasn't hiding. He was the front man.
What? Really? For that band?
Yes.
You need to go back and watch some of those concerts, my friend.
Shit.
Billy.
Hey, the Queen cover was not his finest moment, but there's no denying that Kanye is the most influential artist in the world today. With culture, with clothes, with just overall music. He's really the...
Let me tell you what I'm dealing with.
I don't doubt his influence.
Gail said this to me earlier. She goes, do you think that Kanye is going to re-sign with the Cavaliers? And I go, this is where...
What?
Gail, you can't say stuff like that.
Thank you. Confused. Thanks for backing me up.
Now
I got confused.
Now I kind of feel like Kanye. It does sound pretty good.
Let me tell you something.
Did you see Kanye on Saturday Night Live 40th?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let me just tell you something. When it comes to Queen, and I've seen him many, many times, people went for one reason. Brian May. Brian May is... Yeah. That was...
I don't think that's true.
Then why is Queen still fucking touring without Freddie Mercury and playing bigger venues than they ever did before?
I can't answer
You're talking about Queen the band. I thought you were talking about Chris Stanley.
No. In that case, that Queen, he couldn't hobble
that
around
old
anyway.
Queen?
Dave in Ohio. Dave.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, so please tell me that you're saying that, or that you firmly believe that Kanye West is a better singer than Freddie Mercury in order...
Well, first of all, that's going to be subjective. I will say this. He sings that one song better than Freddie Mercury ever did. That I'm not saying he's totally a better singer. I couldn't see him do that thing called Love or Another One Bites the Dust.
Yeah.
I don't think you could ever pull that off.
Crazy.
But this song...
So that is your honest conviction that even for that song...
I don't think it's just my conviction. It's everybody, the people of Scotland. They never reacted to Freddie Mercury that way.
We have no proof of that.
And look, this is no put down of Freddie Mercury. Just, look, everyone's not getting... The entire song is up on the iBank. And you're going to have the lights, you're going to have the crowd, you're going to see how fired up everyone is about this.
Kanye didn't even know the lyrics.
Most of us don't, Most of us don't.
Freddie Mercury probably did.
By the way, I'm going to point this out to you. I've seen Queen.
Yeah.
And they fucking stepped out and let a tape roll for some of that song.
Oh my God, really?
Yes, it was done in front of the whole fucking place where it got very operatic there in the middle.
They used different mediums, that's why.
They couldn't pull... Yes, this is the other medium. The medium of a person who nailed a song that didn't belong to him and was rewarded being called the biggest rock star in the world.
I actually wish that they would bring Kanye's auto-tune back after that.
John in Ohio.
Yeah, I'm just calling to see if this was actually a joke. I mean, do you really believe that the Kanye version carries any weight? He wasn't even in key. He wasn't even close. He was flat on every note. How could you say he's a better singer than Freddie Mercury? Even on Freddie Mercury's worst day, he'd have to sound better than Kanye.
Look, I don't want anyone to take... I'm not putting down Freddie Mercury. I'm saying in this song, okay, he seems like... I mean, all right, if you were to look at... And you heard the thing, Mama, I Just Killed a Man, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
First of all, even the term Mama, who would you believe would call their mother Mama, Kanye or Freddie Mercury, right? Okay. That's going to be...
Okay.
All right, so that's
I'm
believable.
going to follow you on this.
Then Mama, I Just Killed a Man. That definitely looks more like Kanye would say that than Freddie Mercury.
Come on.
He's from Chicago.
If Freddie Mercury would have said, Mother, I just served a man fish, I'd be like, oh, yeah. Or Mother, I just kissed a man. That could be Freddie Mercury. In this case, Kanye is way more believable, and I think that's why this song sells the way it does.
Stanley, I feel like I'm losing you. You're listening to the ramblings of a madman.
He's starting to make a lot more sense. And you're coming off a little racist.
Steve in Mississippi.
Hey, Ron, I'm with you. 10 seconds in, and you know that Kanye is completely trashed Freddie Mercury. And I've actually heard a cover of him with the guitar playing Little Wing, and then I immediately threw out all of my Hendrix CDs immediately.
I don't know whether you guys...
whatever he does, really, I think he kind of...
But yeah,
I also threw out all of my Django Reinhardt.
Well, that was the way. I mean, that was the kind of style that Kanye played, and then he played in the Hendrix style, and then he discovered rap. I mean, I don't want to get into Kanye's past history. Everybody knows it, but he plays many different instruments and plays them normally at a level that most people can't. In this, he steps out of his comfort zone, which, by the way, you never saw Freddie Mercury do. You know
what? He stepped out of everyone's comfort zone.
Here's Tony. Hey, Tony, what's up?
One thing's for certain, Kanye is definitely better than the lead singer of Bad Company that filled in. That guy was the worst.
Well, that guy, first of all, he's far from the worst. He has one of the greatest rock and roll voices of all time, but he wasn't set up to just parrot Freddie Mercury. That was a mistake. He did it in his own style.
This is nuts.
What is nuts about that?
The Kanye support.
Oh, I thought you were going back to when he was running down.
Oh.
Because, you know, people should always sing songs in their own style. And, you know, they have soul. And that's something, you know, that Kanye definitely has.
Easy.
Steve in Ohio.
Kanye West singing sounds like cats fucking.
And
I can't stand him. He is the most...
Wait, you can't stand hearing cats fuck?
Yes, I can't stand him.
How long have you listened?
Or Kanye singing.
Look, it's subjective. There's no doubt about it. I'll tell you what's up on the iBank today that's just is horrific. Is that fire? I don't know where it was. It was somewhere in China, right, Chris?
Taiwan.
First of all, don't even. I hope that that they put a Chris Stanley disturbing up there.
Warning, disturbing.
Yeah.
But this is an EDM show, right?
Yeah. It was a club.
All right, go ahead and hit. And so here's what is happening. There was, I guess, fireworks in the...
Yeah, like pyrotechnics.
In the club. Pyrotechnics. And at the same time, they're shooting this foam that I guess when you're liking the Molly, you like to have foam sprayed on you.
Foam party.
What no one had understood that this foam was flammable, right?
Oh, God.
So the pyrotechnics go off at the same time that this foam is going. Now look in seconds.
Oh, my God.
It's just a fireball.
Holy shit.
And look at the people running in fire.
Jesus Christ.
I've never seen anything like that in my life.
This is horrifying.
That is
Now, the thing is, as soon as the foam kind of burned off, it was gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't like...
But these people are obviously suffering burns there because they were running in fire.
And covered in that foam.
It looked like a scene from Terminator 2.
Oh. I didn't see that. Is it good?
Great.
Now, the amazing thing is no one died in this.
Yeah.
But there were like 200 people suffered burns. What's also amazing is the people who put this shit together don't understand the science of what it does. That's what's fucking stupid.
It's chemistry.
This is something you've got to think. First of all, can we stop with the pyrotechnics inside places anyway?
Right.
We need to stop with that. I think we've all learned our lesson. It's a bad idea.
Great white lesson.
Yeah. That's horrifying.
That looks like hell itself.
Yeah.
That's what you expect
that is something
hell to
out of a
look like.
nightmare.
This makes me want to go back to the church. Oh my God, I don't want to spend an eternity running like that. Not with Asian people.
Yeah, it's going to be mostly Asian people.
Because they Buddha it up.
The worst is, you know that foam is like napalm. It's probably just stuck to them.
Well, they say napalm sticks to kids. I mean, this shit was built to stick to these kind of people. I mean, that was the initial invention of napalm. But I remember I had a friend who was a Buddhist, and they were all heading off to a Buddhist temple. And I said this, I put my head in the, as the family was driving away, and I go like this, you Buddhists start listening to Jesus. And you know what's interesting? That entire family gave their life over to Christ that day.
It just took that one line.
Yeah,
Sometimes
well, it was also Christmas, and
Okay.
you know, they were caught up in the hype.
Right.
And the dad was drunk, and I think he had done something awful that he was about to go to jail for.
Yeah.
Molestation, I think. I don't know. I don't ask. Yeah.
Doesn't
I
sound
don't
very
ask.
Buddhist.
Yeah, well, he was a preschool teacher.
Jesus.
Jesus isn't a Buddhist. He's a Christian. Well, first he was a Jew, then he turned into a Christian, started worshiping himself. And everyone's putting Kanye down for saying he's the best. You know what I mean? I mean, basically, Jesus.
Yeah.
You starting to pick up on this?
I'm getting it. Was subtle at first, but I get it now.
By the way, the Yeezus shoes are just becoming collectibles immediately. Have you seen those yet?
No, I haven't seen them.
I don't know whether we even put that up on the iBank, did we?
I don't believe so.
But anyway, just put up the Yeezus shoes. They're very big collectibles. And I think that's them right there, yeah. The shoe, Chris. You want to see a close-up? There it is. It's a beautiful shoe.
Sure,
and
yeah.
the kids are just spending it. And
It looks like a composition notebook. It looks great.
Houndstooth? What is that
well,
shoe?
It's barbed wire, I believe. I believe the entire shoe is made out of barbed wire. But the children, the kids are wearing it, but they're buying two pairs. One to put on to impress their friends, the other to sell in 5 years.
God. They're sneakerheads.
Yeah, I guess so. I came up with a ad campaign for that. It's Jesus Walks, and I thought it would be...
Yeah, going back to the old
yeah, go
school
back
kind.
old school for some of us old timers, you know? Some of us that grew up on the Fat Boys or whatever their names were. What were they called?
They were the Fat Boys.
Just the Fat Boys
The Fat
in the
Boys,
80s?
yeah.
Yeah, both dead, I guess. I'm going to guess.
I think there was three of them. Two are dead.
Mm-hmm.
So one's still...
Eaten by the third. Just tell me, and that way I won't bring it up again.
Death by cannibalism.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus. It's pronounced Jesus.
Jesus walks with me, with me, with me, with me, with me.
You should have just put up sandals.
Why is that?
Oh, the Jesus thing. Jesus wore sandals.
That would tie in with Sandals Resort.
Yeah.
I would say this, come to Sandals Resort, the place that has Jesus' shoes. Oh, the first guy was Jesus?
Yeah.
All right, let's make it our new thing to say Jesus Christ whenever we're mad at something.
Okay.
Or
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christmas, if you're one of the people who doesn't want to curse. Now, by the way, you can't even buy any more of the new Jesuses. They're completely sold out.
everywhere? I can't even get a pair of these things?
Only on the other market, the secondary market.
The black market, like the...
Oh, come on,
Well,
racist
Well, I
motherfucker.
didn't mean it like that.
And
you
yet
guys
you
were calling
did.
me racist, and yet he just said...
Oh, no.
Be
You're
my-
both racist.
Oh.
Not just
Wait.
you. Where's Flaming Thumb when we need it? Peter in Buffalo.
Yeah, I got an old Chinese saying for you, Ronnie.
What's that?
Me Chinese, me play joke, me spray foam, you up in smoke.
See, I don't like that because it borderline's racism.
It's very close. It's not
Yeah.
quite there, but it is very close.
Yeah. And plus, I feel terrible for these people who got fucking napalmed.
Yeah, if you saw them running through fire, you would be scared and sad.
As a joke, I'd be running the other way. That would always be my joke.
I like that you keep the jokes going, though,
Sure.
even in fire.
My joke is when a house is on fire, I yell, "Fire me! Follow me this way!" and run right into the fire.
Great joke.
Yeah, like when I had to do, I was I don't know whether they would call it like a fire volunteer when I was in 6th grade.
Yeah.
So when the alarm rang, I had to go down to the kindergarten and help those children out. So I got to do it one time. And so they told me, they're like, at 11:30 today, there's going to be a fire drill. Everyone go to their station. So they called all the fire monitors in, right? So I know it's not a real fire. So I run down to the kindergarten on the first floor, open up the floor to the coat room, and just pulled all the kids in, follow me. And I had them all, and then I shut the door, and they were just freaking out. They were just yelling anyway.
Sure, they didn't know it was a drill.
They had never heard a bell in their fucking lives. So, the teacher screamed at me, so I got them all in, and I shut the door, and I'm laughing, and I'm fucking happy. And the teacher's like, where are they? And I go, they're in here. And she's like, why are they in there? And I go, don't you get it? Like if this was a real
joke.
fire, imagine how
Funny.
stupid this was as a real fire. Now this is a part of the story that's going to make you mad. I lost my job as junior fire marshal.
Jeez.
Pushing humor too far, much in the Amy Schumer way
Yes.
that we discussed earlier. You take something that's naturally a funny joke. Now, here's why it worked. There wasn't a fire. I'd already known, and I thought to myself, hey, this will be great. I'm going to put all the kids in the fucking coat room.
Right. That's why you and Seinfeld are just always pushing the...
That's why I won't work colleges anymore. I won't work college, and I won't go to college, even to a college football game, because they don't get me, all right? Some of the shit that I'm trying to do right now. They don't get me at all.
Mm-mm.
Do you think there was a reach out from the Opie show today?
I don't really think so.
Explain what you saw when you were coming in here.
I saw the Stengel brothers kind of barge into the studio to try to talk to you, but as they were
about
trying-
our problem.
about the problem of them banning you from the Opie show.
Not banning. They haven't made an official ban. If they could officially ban, then I could go. They just haven't booked me on the Opie show because the show, as they put it, is going in another direction, a PC direction.
Yeah. It's been unsaid up until this point. It's not like there was any official declaration, but,
Yeah. And they're like, oh, no, we haven't forgotten about you, but we're just doing other stuff now.
And then they're just rushing out of the building.
Here's the only part. And I don't remember which Stengel it is. I don't know if it's Bobby or Nikki. But he said to me, we're trying to take the show in a funny direction.
Yeah, what
And-
did that mean?
Well, this is just quotes.
Oh, right.
I think quotes means, look, that's a real word.
Right.
That was Nicky Stengel, by the way.
Okay, he's my favorite. But anyway, we'll see if I don't get back on there. I'm hoping to. Have we heard back from the Skanks yet, or is that another bit that you decided not to follow me into and just go off on your own? Stanley wasn't paying attention the other day when we were in here.
Yeah.
And he yelled out this, I did nothing. Joey, I'm going to have to start using you as my one lies and the other swears to it guy.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay, I know you will. You'll do everything because you're so positive.
Yeah.
You're so
Positive
fucking
vibes
nice.
from this
I'm
guy.
I
sad
know.
to be here.
Do you know that if you went to Minnesota now, Joey would be edgy? That's how nice they
You're
are.
there, Seinfeld.
Yeah, I'm there of this Minnesota.
Did you ever go to the Upper Peninsula? Did you ever take a trip there?
Yeah,
Michigan?
I did. Yep.
Everybody up there goes, I live in this place with a lot of woods. I want to go to even more woods. You know what I mean?
What goes on up there?
Nothing. But you would think if you lived in Minnesota and like, I have a vacation, I just want to see a pavement. You know what I mean? You wouldn't think I want to find even more woods than's here, even more lakes that's here, more animals. I don't understand that whole Upper Peninsula thing. Why did we keep it as part of our country? Why is it given to Canada where it belongs?
I think it was Toledo, Ohio. Michigan and Toledo were fighting over that port. Ohio got Toledo, that port, and as a result, Michigan got to keep the Upper Peninsula.
Do you know that it's just things like you said now that made me drop out of school? You know what I mean? Like, I would hear someone saying stuff like that, and I would say, I've got to... That Upper Peninsula is nowhere near Ohio.
I know, yeah.
They couldn't have it at all.
Yeah, that doesn't seem
and by
like
the
it would make sense.
I mean, this doesn't even touch Michigan, right?
No, it doesn't. There's a bridge that connects it.
Now, is there any other state other than having islands that has a big landmass that doesn't touch them and yet they include it? That seems crazy to me.
Yeah, it's...
Where's Barack Obama on this shit?
Yeah, fix this.
Annex this goddamn peninsula.
And then the people up there, you know what they call themselves?
What's that?
You would imagine they call themselves uppers, right?
Yeah.
They call themselves Yuppies.
What does that mean?
Self-hate, I guess. You know, like you were talking about with the kids out there now. Pete Davidson had a Twitter war when some religious dude, I guess, said about 911 that this was their 911. And Pete, as you know, lost his dad in 9/11. So Pete just starts to fucking plow into him on Twitter.
Well, I like anytime someone says, this is our 9/11. Was 9/11 not your 9/11? Why were you not included?
They were disconnected from it.
Why? I thought 9/11 was everyone's 9/11. I thought that was the point.
I didn't even hear about it for like a week and a half, but...
Really?
Yeah, well, I've been staying off the internet. That's always been my thing, you know? Stay off the internet, and I've been reading a lot. You know, I made up my mind.
Mostly.
I'm gonna make all the way all through the Fitzgeralds. You know,
Right.
I pick an author, read everything that he's done. So far, I've read everything by Seuss.
Okay.
So now I got that, and that's easy.
Of course, yeah,
You know?
that's going to be the one to start with.
Yeah, I did that on the train on the way here this morning. And then I just took the books, lit them on fire, threw them around the train.
No.
I yelled, "Welcome to Taiwan, motherfuckers." You know, because I missed what happened on the internet. I want to be part of
It's
it.
weird that you knew, though. That,
I give a shit. You know, I have friends.
Sure.
You know, I have friends. They tell me, they keep me up to date with stuff. There's a weird thing that CNN did. Play that up on the iBank today. This CNN was appalled by a gay parade in London, and they took everybody to task over it. As CNN reported that there was an ISIS flag, and you can see it right there. It's black and white. Turn up this, Chris. Always get the sound up before the person, and you'll have in the beginning. That's
Something's playing.
Yes, you got to turn off all your stuff. And just go to the ISIS
Snap
stuff.
these pictures. Joining me on the phone
idea.
from London is CNN's international
We have
Lucy
no idea
Paul.
what she said.
Oh, rewind it.
An unnerving sight today at a London gay pride celebration. An ISIS flag among a sea of rainbow colors. CNN International Simon editor spotted the flag and was able to snap these pictures. Joining me on the phone from London is CNN's international Lucy Paul and CNN national security analyst Peter Bergen. So, Lucy, I want you to start off
hit stop
explaining
Hit stop. Bring it down so we can see the flag itself. So what the deal is there, if you look at that, I guess all in the black part, it's all little butt plugs.
Yes.
So they've taken something that was celebrating butt plugs, and they saw that as Arabic.
Yeah.
You line up enough butt plugs, and CNN believes they're
sure.
reading Arabic. Yeah. So I guess each one of those black things is in
Yeah,
the
that's a
shape of a butt plug.
Those are butt plugs.
Now, I didn't know this. There were so many butt plugs. I had assumed that you would have a one-size-fits-all.
Oh, no. It's very varied.
Yes, I
Clearly.
can see that now.
As varied as
That one looks like a
letters.
hand grenade. Now, this would have been a much more interesting thing on CNN, where they would just went like this. Did you know that there was so many butt plugs out there? I had no idea. Chris brought up that one looks like a hand grenade.
Sure.
But that seems racist. How?
But, what's their rush to report this? Just take a moment. Go up to the guy and go, hey, sir, we noticed you have an ISIS flag. And he goes, oh, this? No, it's just a joke. They're all butt plugs. And then you go, oh, okay, I see.
Let me see what an ISIS flag looks like, Chris. Can you do that for me?
Oh, yeah.
Chris, can you just...
I got it right now.
Yeah, show me your T-shirt where you have the ISIS.
No.
All right, so the only... Now that... You tell me that's not a bunch of butt plugs lined up.
No, those are actually not butt plugs.
One of them is a dildo, I think, and it's shooting out piss or jizz.
You realize it just cost you extra cigarettes.
Oh, God damn it.
You are
that
still
one. That's an
on
extra
really?
two.
Block.
Yes, God damn it is the initial one.
And you know
That's
we're
taking the Lord's name in vain.
We're double time now with this.
Yeah.
You made the...
And the kids think it's so funny that they're locked into this all the time. So there's the butt plug. Is that butt plugs or is it ISIS?
This is not butt plugs.
Now I'm starting to see where fucking CNN's coming from. Because the ISIS flag looks like a fucking bunch of butt plugs to me.
I mean, actually, those look less like letters than the butt plugs do.
Mm-hmm.
The butt plugs seem more like a cohesive language. The other one just seems like scribblings of a child.
Is it enough? Could we put together a game show called ISIS Flag or Butt Plugs? You think that we could keep the interest up in America for that?
Oh, yeah, I think you'd get a lot of distance out of that, for sure. Clearly, people don't know. Especially when you're just going to rush. There it is, the ISIS flag, everybody. Just take 1 minute to figure out what you're reporting. Could have been.
We're freaking out at CNN right now. We're losing it. It looks like the gay people have teamed up with ISIS, and there's going to be a lot of gay torture going on. Here at CNN, we're asking you to stay into your homes, and if you see anyone, run from your homes to the woods. Run. This flag looks like it's pushing those two escaped murderers from upstate New York. That kind of looks like David Sweat to me.
I'm starting to think maybe it's half and half. Half language, half butt plugs. Some of those things I'm not so sure are butt plugs.
All right, we got to go to a break. Do we want to do the UFO story now or after?
Let's do it after.
All right. When we come back, the internet today believes that there is proof of UFOs. They have solid proof. It's up on the iBang, the video. You can go and check it out. We'll talk about it when we get back here. But we are not alone, okay? It's humans, Mr. Robots, and I believe True Detective are all lining up against us. You're listening to Butt Plugs. Hi, I'm Ron Bennington. I'm a Kanye West impersonator, and I wanted to talk to you about Tito's Vodka. Now, a lot of people say to me, how are you a Kanye West impersonator? You don't even rap. And I'm like, well, that's only one part of his life. There's an entirely different part of his life, and I'll just do you this is Kanye West at home, and he wants a Tito's beverage. You know, he just wants a Tito's vodka. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Kim, where the Tito's? There's nothing there. And that goes to show, I mean, you just don't have to do people on stage. I know for a fact, if you're at home, you got a lot of responsibilities with your job. Your second kid is coming. What would you like? A nice Tito's for yourself. I drink it a little differently. I put it in a glass. Some people just put it in the palm of their hand, go up, slap it in their mouth that way. I'll do that if I'm drinking out of a brook, but that's the only way. So, again, I'm going to do it one more time, and this is Kanye at work right now, and he's talking to his road manager.
Yeah.
What's his road manager's name, Chris? His first name. Just first
Gary.
Name. All right, ready? This is Kanye West on tour talking to his road manager, Gary, which is weird. You wouldn't expect a guy like named Gary to be with Kanye West, but there you have it. Ready for this? Gary! Gary! No Tito's on the bus. And scene. I'm starting to get a little tired now, so I'm probably not going to do the third one, but basically it runs the same premise. Kanye West always interested in having a nice Tito's for himself.
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free.
Let me just try this.
Yeah.
6 times!
Visit us at Tito'sVodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
It's the Ron and Fez show.
No, it isn't.
Holy shit, because we were just talking. People were sending me stuff because Fezzy turned up on the internet.
I know, I saw.
This is the first time I fucked that up, and I'm going to blame Liz Sets Fire. Yeah, Fez is furious that there's a picture of him out.
He's upset?
Yeah, he does not want to live a public life, and he blamed the person who did it.
Well, the people are excited for their Watley sighting.
Yeah, that's what made him mad. He wanted to stay quiet about it.
Why did he agree to the picture?
He did not know that he thought maybe somebody was just taking a picture.
Oh.
But I think the guy worked for the artist formerly known as Cowhead Show, put it out as Robin Fez. Tuttle sent it to me. All kinds of people sent it with minutes of it happening. And then I forward those things to Fez. And he's like, motherfucker. He was also upset about this. He said he was at St. Pete for the Pride, and he goes, there was a lot of protesters there, a lot of church people.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you'll get that down there.
I didn't know, though. I didn't think that you would go. I thought you would say it in your own church.
Yeah.
I didn't think that you would show up at the gay pride parade and start fucking with
I
them.
saw it once here, and it really...
Westboro?
No, it wasn't. I don't think that it was Westboro. It was just one family. It just looked like a mom, dad, and a couple kids in a pickup truck with signs saying, you're going to burn in hell or something.
Yeah.
Nobody was really giving them much attention. They weren't even getting upset. They were kind of laughing at them.
I always laugh at anybody like that. That's why I always love Westboro. All right, now I'm mad because Liz Sets Fire. I was very proud that I never once did that incorrectly. Anyway, moving on. UFOs are here on Earth at the space station. They have a camera set up. 3 UFOs were seen leaving the planet Earth. At that exact moment, they claim NASA turned off the camera.
What?
All right, now you'll go and watch it. Go ahead and put it up. This is on the iBang, by the way. Now what you see there is the planet Earth. And you can see these little white dots leaving the planet Earth. And then there's a third.
There it is.
Yeah.
On the left. There.
Yeah. The third one is leaving the planet Earth. So NASA, I guess, figures out, holy shit, they are watching the UFOs leave the planet and went directly into please stand by.
That is so eerie. Okay, when I first saw the first one, I was thinking, okay, this could be anything.
Mm-hmm.
But when you see the second one moving...
Look, there it is.
Similarly.
Zoomed in. Because like a super HD feed.
Okay.
There it is leaving the planet.
What the hell is that?
I believe it's probably a high-flying bird. If I'm gonna go by just being straight scientific, and it's either a bird or a moth that has left the planet and is flying through space. So anyone saying it's a UFO is stupid. Chris, are you believing that it's a UFO?
100% this is a UFO that's been on this planet, 3 of them, and then they were flying off. They were doing whatever UFOs are here to do.
Why would NASA want to cover it up?
Because it would seem like they don't have control of the situation. UFO only means unidentified. So it could be anything. I mean, they could be worried for all sorts of things. Like, what if this is something from another country that we don't have, like, a handle on? Like, for a lot of reasons, they're like, we don't know what that is. Shut this off until we figure it out.
So you're saying that the Chinese could have something flying like this?
It could be something like that. It doesn't necessarily mean...
Well, you've come up with a good point. I've never brought this up before. but I've seen a lot of identified flying objects, and I've actually been inside those and flown with.
Really?
Yeah, the identified flying objects. I would use them to go on vacation.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And sometimes just to drop off a package. You ever want to fucking be alert on a plane? That's it.
It's really bizarre the way they're moving. When I saw the first one, I was like, this could be just some, I don't know, like asteroid or something flying
Coming
around.
from the Earth?
I don't know. Like
being shot out of the Earth?
Maybe pieces of the Earth are breaking off.
No, these things are going on a trajectory. And it's spinning. The close-up thing, it's spinning like the classic saucer.
It is kind of giving a saucer-like vibe, especially that second close-up there. There's something saucer-like about it.
Freaked out.
Pretty weird.
The internet has pretty much, look at that right there. The internet has agreed with Chris Stanley 100%.
I would guess that they would.
You have the pulse of the internet.
What? Look at this thing. The third zoom in on this video. It's a spinning object flying out of the Earth, breaking our atmosphere, going into deep space. And it was caught on video, and that video feed getting cut off, that speaks volumes.
I wonder if you could, because it's hard to tell distance. I wonder if anyone could figure out the size of the objects that we're looking at, because it's so hard to see.
All right, let me just say this. Let me play devil's advocate, okay? I'm the devil. I do that so well. What if it's not coming out of the Earth? What if it's something that you see on the other side of the Earth, where it looks like it's coming off the horizon? These are just planet or asteroids that are off in the distance.
So it kind of only looks like it's breaking the plane.
Right, because that's where you see it.
That's possible.
Thank you.
Especially that third one, you could get that impression that it's possibly on the other side, and it's only just breaking the image of... Yeah. Okay. That's possible. I'll give you that. But still unidentified. Still, there's a question there.
But is it identified by NASA? Do they know what's out there, or is it just us? Now, do you honestly think that NASA would keep anything from us? Because they're getting their fucking money cut all the time. I think they would be the first ones to tell us we need to build space warships.
No, I think that the government would not want that. They would not want panic.
All right, first of all, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Reagan, Obama, the other Bush. These people don't even necessarily agree with each other. You don't think one of them is going to walk out and go like this? Look, folks, I just got elected president, as you know, 2 days ago. Let me just tell you what I found out. Since 1950, we have been dealing with a species from another planet. You think that fucking Obama would have just ran in the last election again?
I think they've got some sort of like skull and bones like oath that they have to take. I think that is
Obama?
Possible. All of them, yes.
Any president?
I think if something like that.
This is the problem with conspiracy theories, because now you come up with stuff like that, you just throw it away that all these people are without, the morality to tell the people of Earth that guess what, you're all fucking pets. We didn't even know it.
I think that would be really great for anyone who's running for president coming up in the next few years, is having to take a stance on how they would handle an alien invasion.
Well, what about
or
this?
like that they would just tell the truth. It's like, if elected president, I will tell you if there's ever been aliens.
It would be a great thing to run for. Look, ladies and gentlemen, I honestly think that every president has been lying up to this point, and I promise you, within the first week to 10 days, not only will I tell you if there's aliens, I'll show you the pictures, the video, and hopefully bring an alien out here with me. And I'll tell you whether they've infiltrated our society here on Earth.
That guy could not lose on that platform.
Nope.
Because we're too curious. We're as curious as little kittens. We would have to know.
I think we're more curious than a kitten. I mean, we've fucking cured diseases, and a kitten's never done that.
They just care about yarn.
Yeah, we're not curious about yarn. If that's what you're going for, I will agree. I'm nowhere near as curious about yarn as a kitten is, but I'm way more curious about UFOs.
But the yarn represents society. Curious. I think T-Rump should run on this platform because he seems like the kind of straight shooter who would give us the T-Ruth.
Yeah, I like that, the T-Ruth. Mm-hmm. Get the T-Ruth with T-Rump.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. All right, let's go to Joey Jojo as the tiebreaker here. I get two idiots that disagree with me on everything.
No.
And it looks like me and you, Joey. I'm hoping. Now, what do you honestly think, Joey? Don't let me push you in one way or another.
I honestly think, is it an outer space alien? I can't think that. I don't know about all
why
that.
Why can't you think that?
An outer space alien.
Not an inner space alien.
From the core of the Earth.
Wonderful.
I think enough would just be saying alien. I mean, we all realize by saying alien, they're not from this planet.
I don't know if I can believe it, though. This happens every few years.
Listen, I'm somewhere in between. All I'm saying is it was unidentified, and they pulled that feed for a reason. That is too strange that the feed cuts out as soon as we see three.
We don't know how often that they change pictures. We don't know this. We don't know whether it happens. We also don't know whether it's that this stuff is even true. It's just going around the internet. Right. This hasn't been released by anybody. I mean, these motherfuckers now on YouTube, they make like metal monsters look like they're coming out of the house and beating up kids.
This guy's name is Mr. Enigma on YouTube. I trust him.
Wait a second. I did not hear the source. Mr. Enigma?
Yeah,
That's
Mr.
the same one?
Yeah, Mr. Enigma. This, and when it zooms in, you see it coming from the Earth. They can figure out where in the Earth.
Who's they?
When they zooms in, you see it coming out of the Earth.
No, you don't. Show me where it's coming out of the Earth.
All right, I think it's the second one.
He just says they could figure out where it's coming from.
I would say they would.
There is no they here.
Look, there it is, emerging.
Coming out of the atmosphere. It's not like behind the Earth. It's becomes visible. It's going through the atmosphere.
It does appear like it's coming out of the atmosphere.
It looks like it's flying like a moth.
Yeah, it's really weird.
I always thought that if something was going to travel, across the galaxy, it would have to flap its wings. I always believed that.
If they have giant alien insect ships, there's no hope for us.
All right.
We'll be larvae.
Donald T. Rump just put out this statement. If this is Mexicans crossing the border, I fucking told you all about it.
You use the F-bomb in that statement?
Yeah. He also said that no one from Univision is welcome there unless they came out to soap his balls.
Tough but fair. I'd love for him to address this.
For everybody.
Just get his take on it.
I listened to the audio on this, but it was just fucking Greg Brady blowing a whistle. I got to go with Joey Jojo. That we've so many times. Look, the fact that you see a UFO, Chris, is because we want there to be a UFO. We don't want. I mean, I can't think of anything more depressing than a UFO comes in the generation after yours.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's almost like the quest for God.
The quest for fire.
No, the quest for God is like there's something else beyond you. It's like something bigger, something different, something. But everyone wants that.
Wouldn't that have been great if Jesus would have said that? Oh, by the way, this isn't the only planet.
Yeah.
He didn't even know there were planets. They still thought that there were just fucking twinkling lights and a black blanket up at night.
Jesus thought the Earth was flat.
He didn't even say this, ladies and gentlemen. I know that you're not believing me and you're about to put me on a cross. There's a whole other continents, all right? And there's Indians on them.
Confidence?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Think about that, man. Think about fucking that. Oh, by the way, you're on a fucking ball, even though none of you guys have invented a ball now. No. You don't even play with balls. There's no sports here, as far as I can tell.
Here.
On your planet. That would be cool if you just called everything your planet.
Why does he keep saying that?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You people are too stupid to know how many planets there are. I don't know. All right. Rorschach says, either some country has way advanced on us, or it's aliens.
I would give you that. I think it's just they haven't figured out. And listen, maybe it is like some space junk flying around. It's unidentified. It's worth looking into. That's all I'm saying.
Why would the space junk be spinning so quickly?
You tell me.
It's spinning so quickly.
I don't know whether it fucking stays.
It's spinning so quickly. Like that's what he's
maybe
based
just
that
the
on.
sun reflecting off of it.
Yeah.
You know nothing
Listen.
about space, yet you're trying to bring logic to it.
I'm somewhat on your side, Chris, but you making the scientific fact that it's spinning so quickly. We don't know that
Can
yet.
I tell you this? I kind of feel like it looks like a Journey space bug. Remember those Journey albums?
Oh, yeah. If it's a space bug.
Frontiers and all that shit. Go to the Frontiers album by Journey. That could definitely be it.
That's it, probably.
It's probably Journey on tour.
That's how they're announcing their new tour.
Yust, the small town girl. Excuse me, did you just say Yust?
No. sounded like you did.
I always thought it was like maybe he was talking about a Swedish girl. Her name was like Joust or something. Joust, then there's a comma. Small town girl. Let's listen to the beginning of that and see what he says. See if it somehow ties in with this alien thing. People are saying, where is it? How many times I got to tell you? It's on the iBang. It's on the interrobang.com.
That's where you'll find it.
Yeah, that's where we've got exclusives. We've linked it on our Twitter.
Just a small town.
Yes.
Hey guys, I'm going to stop you there. Here, it sounded like you guys were saying Yust, a small town girl. Is that her name? It's a J sound. Hit the J.
How have I never noticed that he says yes?
It bugged me the first time I ever heard this song. I never got by it. And everybody else would be singing, don't. So I'm going to be like, seriously, does he say Yust at the beginning of that? Did anybody listen?
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
And I think it only proves further that it was a UFO.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to take this off the UFO thing.
That's something they could have gone a take two on. I agree with you.
Let's just listen one more time, Chris. I mean, this to me changes everything about The Last Sopranos.
Just a small town girl.
It's so hard. Yeah. It's like,
do the impression of him starting it.
Just a small town girl. Like, it's a long yeah. It's so clearly Yust. How have I never heard that before?
Now, here's the other weird thing. The Filipino Steve Perry sings the exact same way. He's singing it as Yust.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're going to do an impression, you gotta do it. Yeah, I was in a rush. I wanted to get to the next sentence.
Yeah, but you're leaving me hanging. I don't know what was going on there. All right, so one more vote. Now you're out of it being a UFO?
No, I'm in even deeper than I was before. It's a UFO. It's unidentified.
And Joey, where are you?
I'm out right now.
Not only that, I think it's a carny trick to fucking try to freak the rubes out.
It's a goddamn alien.
The last time you brought me an alien was Marvin the Martian.
Can you stand by this source? Do you feel good about the source?
The source is the internet.
Mr. Enigma, and the ISS is,
ISIS is behind this?
International
Holy
Space Station.
shit.
What?
If you're telling me ISIS is in space right now?
Flying
I
their
gotta call
butt plugs up there.
Oh, I gotta call my folks.
Your worst fears have become true.
At the very least, it's some sort of shadow government type thing that they've built spaceships, but it's aliens.
You see, your guy Elon Musk, they're fucking blowing up again?
Yeah. The Falcon 9, I believe that's his, they're supposed to send stuff.
Falcon, he's calling it. Falcon 9.
One of his spaceships blew up.
You know, it's not unlike the early NASA thing, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they used to blow up on the pad all the time. I think it's interesting how close Yust is to Yeezy.
I know, it's figuring a lot out here with the YJ switches. How have I never heard Yust before? I mean, that was a really clear
That was a big
Yust.
Yust. I thought everybody knew it. I thought it was, Chris, you had never picked up on that before?
No, I always hear just, not Yust.
Now, do you still hear it as Just?
Nope, it'll be Yust for the rest of my life.
I hope it works that way for everyone. Remember the Gaffigan DVD that you gave me?
Yes.
Did I take it home?
Yes, I saw you take it home.
Things disappear in my home now. There's no other way of dealing with it.
I'll contact booking.
I hate to do that again because they hate me down there because the last thing.
Well, that's just that person.
I know, but he talks to everybody.
Ugh.
And I take things home, and then Gail's mother melts it and throws it out the window.
It's weird that you would melt it first, too.
I have such a busy July that I can't. I'm like,
it's crazy.
I was saying to Chris Stanley today, stop it, Chris. We can't do this correctly.
He's just one man.
I got a new staff, and I got Joey, Dan, and Anthony, and they're all sound asleep in the other room, and I don't want anybody to wake them up.
Don't wake them
up. But they haven't taken work off of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're just doing something differently than no one did before.
New kind of work.
Yeah.
You're just one man.
And Joey, for our guest today, right? You put up together a beautiful song?
Yeah.
Both these guys shut it down.
What? Gail.
Yeah.
Pepper. I know that I'm normally on your team. I just think it just took a while to get to the hook there. Or get to the point.
Well, she has her own music. You know, that's better than yours.
Listen to Journey and
stuff. Yeah. At least you didn't have Dan singing with you. And I see that as a plus.
I would tell him, but I don't want to wake him up.
He's sleeping.
Yes. Oh, we never promoted on this show, but you can still go to the Gaffigan Unmasked. Go over and get tickets. We're going to be at Caroline's. Go to the iBang right now and take your shot at winning tickets for Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan.
I can't wait. I'm super excited.
We're going to have to wait. I mean, we're not going to...
I can't.
We got all this other stuff to do before it.
I simply can't wait.
You have to.
If I must.
Gary. He's gone. UFOs have probably grabbed him.
Oh, no.
Jesus' manager.
You're not watching Mr. Robot yet?
Not watching it yet. I've just had to catch up on Ballers and True Detective, so I'm just playing a little bit of catch up.
So much to watch. It's overwhelming.
Well, Sunday nights, Sunday fun day is exactly true. And what do we do once football starts? Then you got a night game.
It's 12 hours of football.
Football starts in another 2 weeks, so get ready for it. The camp's open soon, right?
Yeah.
See, I know a lot of people think of July 4th as the beginning of the summer, and you can look around here and it's dead. I guess a lot of people took their vacation week, right?
I bet.
When I was a kid, I always thought it was midway through the summer. When July 4th used to make me a little nervous, I was like, I got to do more shit.
Yeah.
I fucking started school in no time.
July 4th did feel like, now that's in the past, we have nothing left.
Well, you went back to school earlier than I. I never once went back to school till after Labor Day.
Yeah, when I was in the South, they go in August.
First week of August.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then when I moved up here, got that sweet September school situation back, like when I moved to New York.
Chris, what about you?
September.
Always September?
I always came back in September. Even like when college was like a little bit in August, I was freaked out. It's like, why did I go up?
I like that. I like you being a little freaked out about it. You know what? It just goes to show you just don't fucking swallow anything that's on the spoon. You're like, hey, hold on. How do I know what this is for?
Classes. I'll just show up when I want to show up.
You should have wrote back, I'd rather register my asses.
You like that? Registrar's office?
Fine Example says, when I hear that Journey song, I just hear Gail O's song. Oh, no, it's completely different. Completely different. Here's George. George, what's up?
Hey, Ron. Hey, I'm headed up from Florida to New York tonight, and I saw there's a free comedy show at the Cake Shop tomorrow night. You know anything about that?
I got to tell you the truth, I don't. Are you going to the big Cake Shop free show?
Yeah.
It's going to kick ass.
Yeah?
Cake Shop is a good
They
band.
have really, really good shows there.
Yeah, it's like people from Comedy Central and The Daily Show.
Yeah, you're going to see them all. You're going to have the time of your life at Cake Shop.
Cake Shop.
But are they going to have, it's a free show, so is there going to be a line around the block to get in?
No.
They're really...
No, these kind of things happen all over the city. Dan, have you ever been to Cake Shop?
Here he comes. He was sleeping.
I didn't mean to wake you up,
Yes,
buddy.
I've done a bunch of shows at Cake Shop. It's very fun.
Is he going to enjoy himself?
He's going to have a great time.
Is he going to get in? He's concerned.
Yeah, definitely. No, like you said, there's like 20 free shows every night, so
Right.
he won't have a problem.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Have fun, George.
Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, and
That's what I call it.
Coming up next is an amazing comedian, cabaret star. You've seen her on Amy Schumer. Her new special, Gynecological Wonder, will premiere on Comedy Central Saturday, July 11th. The extended and uncensored version will be available on July 12th on the Comedy Central app. You can also go see her do her hit show, Rock Bottom, at Joe's Pub in New York City, July 7th to 11th at Bridget Everett. Are we bringing her straight in, or are we going to break?
We're going to break.
We're going to break. We come back from break with the amazing Bridget Everett.
What I gotta do to get that dick in my mouth?
Probably the greatest question being asked today during an election year. Bridget Everett is in studio with us, and I've seen the new special. And
you did? Okay.
Yes. It's out of this world.
Thank you.
And there's nothing else like it on TV right now.
Yeah, it's. I'm excited. Like the
Yeah.
Comedy Central would ask me to do it. You know.
Well, it's amazing because I was wondering if they would be able to catch the excitement of the room.
Yeah, me
right?
too.
That's always the problem because, we've gone through this with other kind of comedians, edgy comedians like Kinnison. Would it feel the same as being in the room when Kinnison was doing his act and seeing his special?
Yeah.
And I think they pulled it off. It's really shot well.
Well, you know
really
that
fun.
when I was trying to figure out who to direct it or whatever, I wanted somebody that had a lot of live music experience
Right.
and comedy experience. So Lance Bangs directed it, and he's just had 15 cameras, and
Right.
we had the pussy cam.
It's amazing.
Incredible.
It's amazing.
It was so wild. I would not want to give one thing away about it, but
Right.
it is incredibly wild and super, super funny.
Thanks so much.
Well, there are, with any kind of good cabaret, the singing has to be there, right?
Yeah.
So there are even points that the last song about the Stay With Me song
Yeah.
was killing me. And in the meantime, you're running around doing all these funny visual things. But the song would have just completely worked if you would have done it straight.
Oh, thanks. I love that song, but
Yeah.
I think it's really, I consider myself a singer, so I like to have the moments of real singing.
Right.
Even though if that's not the first thing you're thinking of, but definitely it's a physical workout, the show.
It's unbelievable.
And I could, probably do a little, diet and exercise to give myself a little more sustained energy, but I look like Sam Kinison at the end of a show every time. I love him, by the way. I watch his old clips. He's just
It's amazing,
really fantastic.
right?
Amazing.
Yeah.
And I always think about what it would be like to be in the room with him. It's funny you mentioned that.
Yeah, because it's a totally different experience, and that's one of the things about anything in comedy is that everything other than being there in that moment is taken back a generation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So to see it on the big screen is different than seeing it at your house or having it as a DVD to play anytime you want. Or a YouTube. It's always different than just, you know what else is like that? Saturday Night Live. If you've ever been to Saturday Night Live and you're in the room, you're like, I showed up for the greatest Saturday Night Live ever.
I know, right?
And then when you go home and watch it, you're like, I don't know what happened there.
I know, it's incredible. It's so hard to capture the feeling of a live show for anything.
Right.
I went to go see SNL. The only time I've ever been, I saw Jay-Z and Betty White, and I was like, this is so fucking great,
Yeah.
And I watched it on TV, and it was still great. I mean, that was a
Yeah.
great episode, but yeah, it's just really tough to get that sort of kinetic energy. Or was that the right word? Am I trying to use too big a word for myself?
No, you were completely right when you said Connecticut. It premieres on Comedy Central Saturday, July 11th. And then the following day, you're going to be able to get the uncensored version on the Comedy Central app. And then you're back at Joe's Pub on July 7th to July 11th.
Yeah, doing my show Rock Bottom.
Now that show different than your special? Or?
Yeah, it's different. It just sort of worked out that they were happening at the same time, but Rock Bottom is like, it's just a continuation of what I've been doing. It's the same character, but I wrote a lot of the songs with Mark Shaman and Scott Whitman. They're like, you know,
brilliant.
Yeah, they're brilliant. And but they also come from like the days of like the 80s, you know, shows at the Limelight and like just, you know, like dirty shit. And like we have this song called Does This Dick Make My Ass Look Big? And like it's just, but it's also like I like to also have moments of tenderness, which were not really in my special, but like in my live shows, because you can't like sing about dick for an hour and 45 minutes.
Sure.
You got to have, you know, some heart.
But the funny thing is, what you do, cabaret itself is more traditional than stand-up or rock and roll. You know, it goes way back, right?
It really does. Yeah, there's like such a long history. I was just listening to Frances Faye. Do you remember Frances Faye?
No.
And then there's like, I don't know, like Millie Jackson do you know Millie Jackson? And then I'm going to see Bette Midler tonight. So but just a real, I don't know. I like the style of telling stories and singing songs.
Right.
But cabaret is really considered kind of is archaic the right word? You know, like it's, you know, like a little, you know, people think of it and they think, oh my God, that sounds like an old lady in a dress. You know, I am kind of old, but and I do wear a dress, but like at the Cafe Carlisle or something, or you know, the Algonquin or something like really fancy. And I don't know. I think I happen to like rock and roll and have a dirty mind, and I like to sing pretty songs. So I guess cabaret is like the genre that I fall into.
And do you usually use that same amount of crowd work and audience participation in all your shows as well?
Yeah. Otherwise, like, it's like, if I'm doing a show where I can't go into the audience, I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, I don't know how people do it. Cause for me, it's like you're on a first date, you know, and you're just like sort of getting to know each other.
And those aren't plants. You find people in the audience.
Never plants. No, it wouldn't work if there were plants.
I'm sitting there, and I'm not going to give either one away, but two things happen. One, a guitar type of simulation. Another reminded me of Superman. Both those things are so funny and so unexpected. And the trust that you got to have in those people to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. It's almost always worked every single time, like who I bring up, and you know, but I think people like want to explore their wild side, you know, and they come to my show and they have an idea that it's going to be a little crazy. Like, people are usually game. You know, there are people that like stare at the ground. I'm like, okay, let me just keep walking past them. I'm not going to, you know, bruise them, you know, emotionally for the rest of their life. But there's always somebody that's, you know, sort of like, you can kind of tell. They have a little twinkle.
So you look out for the people who are trying to connect to you in that moment, and it makes you think.
It's sort of not the people that like look hungry to be involved. It's like the people that are just like just smiling, you know, like, because you don't want somebody that's like too excited to be there, or they'll like try to make a show of it themselves. You just want somebody that's like sort of unsure about what's to happen, but they want to do it anyway.
You know, when even some of the names that you brought up, it was the reasons that I wanted to live in New York when I was young. Like when I lived in the suburbs and you would read stories about some of this stuff, I'd be like, does that even happen? You know what I mean? Is there a chance that you're going to be at some little club and Lou Reed is going to walk on stage and then Patti Smith comes up? You know? And that's the kind of thing, the whole reason to move into a city.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's, I feel like if I hadn't have I just sort of took the chance and moved to New York, like, just like in an instant. And I'm so happy I did, because if I didn't, I never would have seen the kind of, like, the world that exists here. You know, I mean, it exists in other cities too, but like when I first moved to the city, I started going to see the show Kiki and Herb, and I saw Murray Hill and all these drag queens and like people doing crazy fucked up shit, you know? And, I was like, oh my God, like, that's what you can, you know, life doesn't have to just be like karaoke, you know, this, you know, I could like apply like the things I do at a karaoke bar, but like, and get paid for it.
It almost feels like it's non-professional, but it's a different kind of professionalism, you know?
It is, but and there's just, it feels boundaryless here, you know, like you can just do so much, like from like when I go to the Comedy Cellar and like watch the comics there, like the shit that some of the people say, and you know, some of the burlesque women that I see, you know, this Juliette, this muse, does this crazy thing with her vagina that, you know, I'm like, I can't believe it's legal in any state. But just seeing all that exists inspires me to, you know, do what I do, I guess.
I think it's like I said, I think it's amazing, and it's a very traditional thing. Paris had these shows years ago, and Berlin. But the rock and roll angle does change it completely. I guess Bat was the first one, to start to add any rock.
Yeah, I think so. I
Yeah.
think so, yeah. I recently saw, and I had never, those tapes, she's so famous for like singing in the baths or whatever. Right. And, it's funny because when I was growing up, I was a huge Bette Midler fan and also a huge Barry Manilow fan. Mm-hmm. And, they started together, and somebody put this tape up on YouTube of them like doing shows in the baths, in the gay baths. And it was like, oh my God, this is where I should have been. But I'm happy that I'm here now, but.
Yeah, that is real. I mean, the funny thing is Manilow was her piano player. He basically was arranging stuff and had no idea that he could write songs or, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't think, I want to be up front. He had like a Paul Schaefer thing in the back of his head. Like, I'll be writing and arranging and working with all these people. So the whole thing of his songs taken out was weird for him.
Yeah.
It's great. I went to see him the other night. It's so crazy. He just did his, his farewell tour. Mm-hmm. And, like Clive Davis was there. Sure. And he stops the show to thank Clive Davis for all he's done for him. And it's just incredible that, because people were going apeshit for song after song after song, me included. And they had glow sticks and, it was pretty mental.
So that was like you growing up in the 70s, that would be what you were first introduced to.
Yeah, that and Barbra Streisand and all those like tender melodies that my mom liked.
I always thought, the thing about that 70s sound, right, is everything was supposed to be outrageous. And if you went back and watched it, even Elton John or Bowie, they didn't have an enormous budget. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It wasn't like you see a show go out now with Live Nation. It was them even Kiss just added a couple of things, blew fire, put on their own makeup. Yeah. And I think that they were closer to it than people are now.
I'm so much that was costume too.
Yeah. What's that?
Costume as well. Yeah. I love the way you use costume in your special. I mean,
it's important to that's part of it. And it's funny because when you go to a concert now, there's so much spectacle and everything. And I'm drawn to the stuff like you're just talking about in the 70s and some of the dresses that my friend Larry makes for me. It's called House of Larry on because I used to only be able to wear House of Jerry on, which is, Tina Knowles stuff. But he dresses or makes my dresses in a way that I can have, sort of accidental nudity and embraces the absurdity of, and I'll be cause we have this dress called the pussy dress. I don't wear my special, but it comes up so high that you can see my, I wear underwear typically, but, it's just important to sort of, accentuate the, absurdity of things. And that's what I love about Kiss, you know?
Kiss was that thing that most of the time people are just like, what is this the new, Alice Cooper was there, or the New York Dolls.
Yeah.
And all those guys were driving it themselves, all Iggy stuff was improvised. Mm-hmm. Now somebody would have it choreographed, I even love the fact when they didn't choreograph dancers. If you watch The Temptations, the guys behind them were just dancing to the music.
Yeah.
It was a slight, but it was, there's always someone way off.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
I love anything that just feels like it's just about to go really wrong.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the audience has to carry it. You know what I mean? The audience has to show up in that situation to say, I'm not here to judge or watch. I'm part of this moment. But sometimes I think, I don't know whether it's either more expensive tickets or the fact that, there are shows where we judge things now, whether they're good or bad, Yeah. But from a punk rock show, you got to show up in the audience and make the energy.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I love that too because, whenever anybody goes crazy in the audience, it's when the unexpected moments are happening.
Sure.
So I would rather be at a show with a whole hour and a half of unexpected moments than just, everything.
Instead of perfect.
Yeah. I love just the lawlessness of some of those people. And Kinnison, just is a perfect example.
Yeah. Kinnison would everyone would love him or he'd walk the room where the people would actually leave. And then whoever stayed would be like, that was great. First, the first table got up, yelled at him and walked out. Yeah. Then another table, and you felt alive. You felt like you were, part of something. I got to point this out to you, though.
Yeah.
When pouring the candle wax, you got to go a little higher or you burn yourself. If you go up just another foot, it doesn't burn at all, but you're doing it like 6, 8 inches away.
How do you know this?
That was the funniest part of that, too. Of just your madness with that. Just that madness aspect.
It just feels like I don't even know what happens half the time. The candle wax thing, I just started one time. I was just, I had a couple glasses of wine. I'm up on stage and I just picked up a candle. I poured it on myself. I was like, you know what? That actually feels kind of good. And so now I do it a lot. Never at home, just at work.
You have made some appearances on Amy Schumer show, and you're going to be in Trainwreck with her. That, we were just bringing up, because there was a little beef. Amy was fighting back with someone, a couple of foreign newspapers who might have lost the point on race jokes is involved.
Let me guess, The Guardian?
Yes,
okay.
that whole thing, yeah. But,
they don't like me.
They don't at all?
No.
What is their beef with you?
I don't know. I just don't think they like me.
Now, but it brought up about where they were saying that Amy wasn't a feminist because she was more about herself.
Right, that she looks out for people who are like her. I think they actually re-quoted another article about it, but it was obvious that they were agreeing with this comment that she only looks out for people who look like herself, so she's really only sticking up for something.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because I would say no one has brought as much in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At the time where she's getting her shot, she has done so much for New York comics, bringing them into the TV show, into the movies. It's amazing.
Amy is, she's obviously like a very dear friend of mine, but she's so smart and she definitely has done so much for women, I think, and all her friends and the comics, the New York comic scene. And in Trainwreck, it's just, I read that somebody said it's a love letter to comics, and it is, because the way that she's included and, without her, I would probably still be just singing in New York clubs. She brought me on the road, has put me on her show several times, and in the movie, she's a really good friend, and in all senses of the word.
And that just come from her going down and seeing one of your shows, or?
Yeah, we sort of hit it off at Just for Laughs in Montreal a couple years ago, and at those places I freak out and I go into my room and I just drink till I wet the bed, or whatever. But she's like, just come down to parties, let's hang out, and and then after that she took me on some road dates and we just really hit it off. We have a very similar sense of humor, and we both, we just like to hang out with each other.
Well, you both play the game of insecurity and overconfidence. But, you kind of roll back and forth both those spots, which is really great because I think that really has always existed backstage. You know what I mean? If you looked at, let's say, Judy Garland, if you looked at her on stage, you're like, this is the most powerful thing I've ever seen in my life. And then she would walk off stage and someone would have to hold her up.
The thing about her that was so beautiful is she had that sort of palpable vulnerability that is just, it's so special and rare to be vulnerable, but also just dynamic at the same time.
Right.
So that's what I loved about her.
So that's one of your all-time favorite performers.
What's that?
Garland. Is she one of your all-time?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm from Kansas, so, grew up with that. But she's just wonderful. She's really special.
We were actually just talking about that the other day, that when you were saying even when you were a little kid, and color TV had been around for 40 years before you were born.
Yeah.
You blew up when you saw that scene.
Yeah, I don't know how it was able to transcend for young
you mean
people
when it goes from black and white to
it
color?
was magical to me, and it was I grew up with color.
I
so
know,
it
right?
felt like a shock. It was everything's in color now.
Even now, though, it's still
it's so
really
exciting.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Well, this was the thing when I was little because there wasn't videotape, right? So when this show was approaching every year, the kids would start and talk about it.
Right.
Yeah. And if you didn't it was coming up later the same way we acted for rock concerts, right? It's coming, make sure you're there.
That's
it's going to happen.
No,
You'd be in third grade.
A certain time of year, right? Around Christmas
or Easter or something. It was, you're right that it was a certain time of year. But if you had missed that, right, it would have been unbearable.
It was a family event every year. It was awesome.
I would have hung myself. I think if I was a kid, because the next day people were we'd be, and this was an old movie.
Sure.
And people were like, scariest thing monkeys, right? We would sit around and talk about it, and then be like, I can't wait till next year. It's going to be back again in a year. And I think that used to happen like with bands. Like if you didn't see Van Halen in 78, you weren't going to see them again until 79. So not only you showed up, but everybody in your neighborhood, everybody in the school. And that's, to me, that's totally different than saying, oh, I caught it on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, it probably pushed people to see more live performance for that reason, because it's so easy to see live performance on YouTube or, you know.
Right. Yeah. But when there was only live performance, right, then it does reach that secular church level. You know what I mean? That you would be at a show and you would feel everybody in the place was excited and you would feel higher than you ever could by yourself. You know what I mean? That's the thing about live performance that we're kind of losing out on.
Yeah, I feel like when I go to a concert now, I'm like, you know, it's hard to just like leave your phone in your purse and like totally be present or present at the, you know, at the event. But like, you've seen like what the set list is going to be because somebody's posted online, you know, and then like, I don't want to know. I just want to go and have it be a surprise. And but I don't spend a lot of time on YouTube either. My mom she's 80 and she finally learned how to use her computer, and like the Geek Squad came out. She said, oh, I just saw a bunch of your concerts. And like, she said, he typed in your name. And I was like, she just saw these like, you know, shitty YouTube clips. I was like, I promise it's better than that, Mom.
It's better than someone shooting it with a phone.
Yeah. And that's what she thinks that my career is, but whatever, you know.
But your family's got to feel crazy about what's happening, right?
You know, they're pretty great. Like, I just did a show in Kansas City a few weeks ago, and my whole family came, and they sat in the front row. I'm talking like 15 of them. And, well, one of my cousins who I hadn't seen in like 20 years, he left after the second song because I guess it was a little too much for him. And I think he's like a Tea Party guy now or something. It's crazy. But my mom was front row center. My nephew was there who's 16. And I'm just like, I'm singing, you know, what I got to do to get that dick in my mouth. And I was like, I better make the Christmas video this year, motherfucker. But my mom ends up like singing along. And it's pretty great. She told me one time, like, she came to see a show in New York at Joe's Pub, and she had never seen me do anything before. She just was like, I believe in you, keep going, you know, you're going to be great. And she came to a show, and like afterwards she was like, you know, that felt like freedom in motion to me. And it's like the sweetest thing anybody's ever said to me. So she's really supportive. I mean, she's a Republican from Kansas, an elderly woman, was, you know, retired music teacher, but like totally stands behind me and is excited for me.
Now, did this kind of energy and this creativity exist in you when you were a kid? Or did you?
Yeah, well, because my mom's a music teacher, like there was always music in the house, and I'm the youngest of 6 kids, and everybody was like super funny. And I just always kind of had a dirty mind, even from like the time when I was like a kid, you know, I was like on the swim team, walking around like, you know, making jokes about guys' penises and their Speedos at like 8 years old. I don't know. I was like kind of fucked up. Yeah, and my brother Brock is also in, you know, comedy. He's really funny. It was just always like verbal warfare. You just trying to, and because I was the youngest, I always ended up crying, and I just was developing like a sense of humor, you know, in the dark.
Sure. But you know, like, okay, Kansas is nice, but this ain't. I gotta go. Yeah.
I just got out. I went to school at Arizona State, and then I went for like opera. I was studying vocal performance so I could be a really good singer. And I was like, I don't want to wear turtlenecks and drink, you know, fucking herbal tea for the rest of my life. I want to, because I always was drawn to New York and like, you know, Debbie Harry and just like all the sort of like, that's just what I always thought was cool. And so I moved here and just sort of hit the ground running. It's been great ever since I've been here.
See, I think that's one of the things that gay marriage scares me about is, you know, people just staying in the suburbs and being like totally accepted. Because everything, you know, that I liked was kind of underground and, you know, purposefully weird. You had to go somewhere else to find it.
And and if you were gay, you had to embrace being weird if you wanted to be part of the community. You know, that was part of it. It's like, if you're going to run with this pack, this is how we do it.
Yeah,
you know?
It's true. And now, like, I was watching on the TLC channel, I think there's like a show called I Am Jazz coming out about a trans girl, which is fantastic. And it's just a different world. It's, you know, it's crazy, but there's always going to be outliers and outsiders that'll continue to sort of make their own rebellious art, I guess.
Yeah, because that's the only way that it works. Yeah. And it has never really come from the suburbs. You know what I mean? It's always come from, someone told me this, and I love this thing. It comes from young people in old buildings. You know what I mean? Like real art comes from the part of town that everyone else has given up. The rent's cheap, and they all go there and, you know, make this shit happen. And that's the next wave. You know?
That's so true.
And in the same way, it also, I think, forces creative people to connect with each other as well. Like you are out looking for people doing the same thing as you. And that's so much a part of that outside community. You know, it's just like where to find each other.
It's true. Like, it took me forever to find those people, but like once I found them, I was like, it was just like somebody like, it was like Wizard of Oz. It was just like the colors changed, and I was like, oh my God, this is what living is, you know? Like, my friend Neil Medlin used to do this thing. He's a performance artist, and he would come out in this like sort of Easter sweaters, like the best way I can describe it, and then nothing else, like no pants, no underwear, and come out and sing a song with like just ding dong flopping around. I was like, oh my God, where has this been my whole life? Like, just, you know. And then if you know Murray Hill, he's like so special, and like everybody just was doing crazy shit. It's really exciting.
Well, there was that thing for us, is like the first time you knew where to find like a John Waters movie, right? That was, to me, that's so much different than finding a John Waters movie on YouTube or something. You know what I mean? Like, you have to leave, you and your friends have to go to a place, you get there and there's other strange people waiting for the movie. You feel like you've initiated in something. You've physically taken yourself to find something different.
Yeah.
And John Waters is one of those personalities too. Like when I was young and found his films, I was just like, oh, like this is cool. Like this is
outrageous. Right? Like I don't even know if you can make that stuff anymore.
No, I mean, not in the same way. To think making it in that time, and him working with Divine was just like the most incredible pair, the two of them. And, I mean, Divine made me become fascinated with, you know, drag culture, and it gets you into weird stuff. It's like, if you're a weirdo, get into this, you know?
No, that there is truth to that, and there's also that thing of, oh, that's how you take power. You know what I mean? Like, that type of thing that you go, all right, everything should have worked against Divine, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Literally, I'm taking over the room. So that kind of stuff, hopefully we're not giving it up, but we're not losing it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just going to turn into something else, you know? Those type of things. I'm always worried about art, though, you know, commerce over art. And I just felt like we just went through this whole long American Idol thing. And we was just watching rock and roll's throat being squeezed to death.
Yeah.
You know?
And even the way that like people sing on those shows now, it's like a copy of like, I'm either singing like Adele or I'm singing like One Direction, like the style, the actual manipulation of their voice. It's it's just everybody's like trying to be something that already exists, which is such a shame, because they know if they sound like that, then they're going to have a better chance, you know? So those shows are kind of sad to me. I mean, I've watched them, but I don't do it anymore. It just makes you sad.
I find them sad for the fact that there's no one that I've ever loved that they would be able to stop. I'm going to stop you there and tell you what's wrong with you. I can't imagine, let's say, Neil Young putting up with that, Jagger putting up with that. They would have fucking went crazy.
Would there be a Neil Young or a Jagger right now? You know, honestly.
That is the thing. The thing is, could it even so much as happen now? You know?
It's probably an environment that wouldn't allow for it. I mean, certainly not if you're going to go the traditional route. I mean, there's probably ways to do it, and people are doing it, but
then there's always like somebody like Anthony that'll just stick through the cracks somehow, and that you'll be like, well, I'm not hearing him on the radio, but everyone that I think is cool is loving this guy. You know? Which is, again, Comedy Central giving you this special, and you're doing it your way, right? Everything about this feels like you.
They basically, like, there was, you know, maybe one joke that they took out, you know. They're like, maybe that's too far for us, but everything else they just let me do.
And they did a little bit of blurring and stuff, but that's going to change when it gets to the app, right?
I hope so. I mean, what's the point?
You know what was weird for me was to see Hedwig go to Broadway with the big stars. You know what I mean? Like, to know how that started. And by the way, when you want to talk about music, that's some of the greatest
It's so good.
It's unbelievable. We had Steven Traskin, and I'm like,
I love him.
You had such a small area of rock and roll to hit this. You know, the landing was really, that album would have probably come out late 1973, early 1970, and that's it.
Yeah.
And everything on there is almost like he had done it perfectly to where you could put that music with that other music.
Yeah.
And not know the difference.
Well, that show came out of Squeezebox. You remember Squeezebox? So, like, that was another sort of, like, culture of, like, misfits and drag queens and people, and just, like, a place where everybody could go, and then people just, you know, like, things exploded out of it. And I don't know what exists like that right now, but, like, that's, you know, so exciting. And then I did go see it. I saw it with Neil Patrick Harris, and then I saw John Cameron Mitchell on his closing night. And that was just, like, magical. Like, you know, the original person from an off-Broadway show doing like a drag show about like a malformed, or, you know, an operation gone wrong, or, you know, a trans operation gone wrong. Like, I can't believe that exists on Broadway. It's so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it did have that off-Broadway downtown hit thing, and then it was a cult movie. But to expect the people who got off the buses
so you could go see it on Broadway.
Love that, you know?
It's hard for me to imagine anyone as Hedwig, though, but John Cameron Mitchell. Like, I just think of Hedwig as an actual, real, living person.
Yeah, right.
And I feel like only he could do it that way. But did you enjoy seeing Neil Patrick Harris do it?
It's just different. Like, I don't think it would have had a chance on Broadway if it hadn't have been for him, because his name brought it to Broadway, which is exciting. But then John had, like, you know, jacked up his knee, so he was in a you know, knee brace, and it's a really physical show, but like, he wasn't able to move around like that, but it was still, his performance was so commanding, because that's the character comes from him, you know. And Neil was more, you know, more showbiz, I guess is the best way to put it. But, you know, imagine like, oh my God, I'm going to go to Broadway and see the guy from How I Met Your Mother, and then you see him singing about his malformed vagina, you know, like, it's just like, if that's the way to get him there, you know, everybody, you know.
But it's that thing of like, people act like things won't take place, but they do eventually. You know what I mean? There's always a thing was like, when it's happening day by day, it feels like it's never going to happen, and then it does, and then, like I said, I hope this doesn't become boring now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I hope you're just not the fun guys who run the tea place on the corner. You know what I mean? Like, cause if you look at New York City, and the amount of strange people who came here, it predates everything. Like, Capote had nowhere else that he would ever have been able to live.
Right.
You know what I mean? Tennessee Williams had to come here. I don't know whether that kind of art is going to go it's almost sometimes like the comfort could be the opposite of what it takes to make that kind of shit.
I mean, it's a move, obviously, in the right direction, and it makes sense for us to be there. But to be Capote in that time, you're not, you know what I mean? Like that, the boldness it would have been to just be who he was walking down the street is phenomenal.
It is phenomenal.
Because he could not hide that personality and that voice and like his whole essence.
Yeah. Right.
And to think of him existing in that time is kind of insane.
Really insane.
And yet, there was only like, probably even here, just a few blocks where it made sense. But then, but then somehow he moved it onto the Housewives on the Upper East Side, and the same thing happened with, you know, with Tennessee Williams. That you take a guy like Brando, or they came here and said, "Oh, let me take this brute thing." I mean, it's an amazing tradition that you're working in.
I think people like hunger for something, you know, like they hunger for like different things. And the beauty about New York is like, because everybody lives in these like, you know, apartments, and nobody really knows where anybody lives or what the, you know, it's not like you're driving around and you've seen somebody's house and what kind of car they're in. You're all on the streets together. You're all at the same parties, and you really have no idea who you're talking to. So, but I feel like people really hunger for something different, especially if their life is sort of monotonous, you know.
I always think to myself in New York, when I keep seeing the same guy at this coffee shop, I'm like, his apartment must be really small. He's using this place as his living room, you know?
Some place he could stretch out. But yeah, with you talking about the hunger, I feel like I would love to watch your special again, just to watch the audience, because there were the few moments that I was really like focused on them. You could see that they're in like shock and like wonderment and excitement all at once. It's like you can see that they're on like in the middle of a crazy guy.
Yeah. There's definitely like the first song that I sing every night when I'm like doing it live or something. I look in the audience and like there's always 2 minutes of like, I don't know if this is really going to work this time. And it usually does. Usually people are with me by the end, but like, yeah, when we did the special, they didn't want a lot of my friends to be there because they've seen the show 100 times.
Right.
And a lot of them still were there, but it's the people that come for the first time and are seeing something like totally different, you know.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if there's a lot of people doing cabaret with their tits out. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Right. Well, you know, I remember in the 80s when Sandra Bernhardt was doing stuff, and Sandra Bernhardt would go on Letterman, and you would never hear like incredible laughter, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was always there was a portion of the audience that never totally got her in the mainstream.
Right.
And she never broke a sweat with it. You know? She never broke a sweat with it. What stuff that you want to do with your career? You say that you want to play Madison Square Garden one day.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I want to do that, and I also kind of want to take a break from. I've been, you know, the show I do is usually like, you know, it's totally emotionally and physically draining. Again, if I was in better shape, probably easier. But, you know, doing that like 200 nights a year or whatever, I'd like to take a break and try something else. But
like what? Acting or?
Yeah, you know, I like to do that sort of thing, and I have some of that coming up in the future, which will be a nice challenge. I just want to challenge myself in a different way and try to write some new stuff. I've been trying to write some new things, but it's like when you're traveling all the time and you're in a hotel room, it's hard to remain inspired. But like to go out and like see new things, you know, like seeing live performances is what always like fires me up.
I think, again, like we sit around, we bitch about the technology, but here's one of the cooler things that happened is well, I'm going to call it a TV show, but I mainly see it on the internet, Daryl's House, where Daryl Hall just brings people in to perform at his place. You never would have had that years ago. See who's on this week too, Chris. That's the show that I think we got to get you on.
Oh my God, I'm such a huge Hall & Oates fan, and me and Patti LuPone want to do a show like of all Daryl Hall and John Oates just covers.
Really?
Yeah.
Now,
but I love that show. And I think it's so cool.
All right, who's on? What's the last one? Oh, Ben Folds.
Yeah.
All right, so Ben Folds, and they come out, and you're like, here's two guys that I never thought could sing together.
Yeah.
And it just starts slaying.
Oh, I gotta see
from
that.
the first moment. And again, that kind of shit we wouldn't have seen before the technology.
And if it had come about, it would have been so short-lived because it would have been worried about not having enough of an audience.
Yeah,
and that's the kind of
right.
stuff that can exist without.
Yeah, right. You would have thought, oh, if we do this, is it a band? Do we take it on the road?
Right.
Where they could just sit down, figure out each other's songs, do it, and that's, you know, it's brilliant stuff. You guys would really go out and do an entire show?
Me and Patty?
Yeah, doing Hall & Oates stuff?
We definitely have talked about it, and we just did, I was doing this, there was this concert thing, and Patty and I did a duet. We did, we sang Rich Girl together. we just constantly talk about, like, what we could do together, but that's the main idea.
I think it's always cool like that, too, where, like, when you see the people that you're into, it runs the gamut.
Yeah.
You know, you runs the gamut. And then, unlike most singers, you've got all these comedians that you've studied and grew up loving as well.
Yeah,
too.
like, I loved Richard Pryor, but, you know, like, one of my very favorite things when I was little, you know, because I had all these older brothers and sisters, so, and, you know, my parents had given up by that point, so I could watch whatever they were watching. And you remember that Joe Cocker and John Belushi?
Sure,
like,
yeah.
I was just like, oh my God, I gotta get to New York one day. And I must have been 5 or 6 years old at the time. Like, it just, that blew my mind. Yeah, I love John Belushi. He just was always really, I mean, everybody loves John Belushi, but I'm not an exception to that.
John Belushi, well, especially that thing with Cocker, I remember thinking, oh, does Cocker get this? Is it okay? Is it okay? You know? You know, Joe Cocker was so great. And if you go back to the tour that they did called Mad Dogs and Englishmen, and that thing was basically traveling cabaret. I mean, it was insane. Leon Russell was running the whole thing. It's phenomenal, right? So They just have this massive thing. I'm not even sure if they had hits yet. You know, he had done Woodstock, and he's basically doing cover songs. And then they took this drunken party out on the road, and it's just really, really, really great.
Yeah, I wish I could have seen that. That's incredible.
Yeah, I think there may be a film out, but there's definitely live music, live stuff that was recorded from that days, and you just hear it just sideways. I mean, it's just leaning off the rails where you don't know. I don't know if this is going to go quick, you know.
That's the best, though.
Yeah,
that's what everything should be. To me.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Bridget Everett, first of all, thank you so much for coming back and do that. When we
thanks for having me.
When we saw you in the hall, we went crazy that day. But the new special coming out on Comedy Central, Gynecological Wonder, will premiere Saturday, July 11th. You've never seen anything like this before on Comedy Central. It's really, really funny, but the singing and performing, and there's a Beastie Boy on stage, which is just fucking insane. All kinds of great people dropping in and just doing stuff, and the way it ends, don't want to give it away, but that's just adorable. You know, so much great stuff. The next day, July 12th, the uncensored version will be on the Comedy Central app. Then you can go see this amazing show, Rock Bottom, at Joe's Pub in New York City, July 7th through 11th. Twitter, it's at Bridget Everett. And again, Bridget, thank you so much for
Thanks
being
for having me. Real delight.
We just adore you. We breaking or are we taking it home?
Taking it home.
All right, then that's it for us, and we'll see everybody again in 1974.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!
It's Grateful Dead Week on the Bennington Show. This is the Bennington Show. I'm Ryan Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Oh, hi.
And on bass, as always, Stanley Bennington.
Sup?
He yells sup because he doesn't have time to say what is up. Mm-hmm. That's his thing. I didn't realize this was actually Grateful Dead Week. They got together, they're touring, and they just played somewhere in California. Then they got Chicago tomorrow. And I understand that they're doing songs, some of the songs they haven't played in like 50 years.
Really?
Yeah, they're doing songs, some that are well over 40 years since they've done them live. And that's what I think people want to see on the kind of last thing.
Now, what do the Deadheads look like now? Is it a younger crowd? Like, do they have young blood?
It is, it's the hippies are intergenerational. You know what I mean? There's baby hippies, there's teen hippies. There's always going to be certain people that fall into that hippie thing.
They keep making the same dude over and over. Like, he's the same in every decade.
No problem. Always glad to see him. You know what I mean? If there's a fight, he's like, what? He doesn't understand it.
He's not wearing any shoes, which I like.
No.
He's ready to relax.
He's probably wearing puka.
Puka dude, you like the Dead?
On my way right now.
Oh, lucky.
But looking for an angel. No tickets. Even if I sit out in the parking lot eating shrooms. Anyone know if Jerry's going to be there?
Oh, Puka.
Oh, Puka dude.
He's dead.
I mean, like at the end of Star Wars. Like you'll just see a big lit up Jerry and Pigpen. And some of those other piano players. Ride's here, out.
No, Puka!
There he goes. He's off to Chi-Town.
It's a long ride.
Zito's going to be there. I told him to stop by. First of all, he hasn't even been in this building for 7 months. Just going around doing weird festivals.
He's a drifter.
But I told him to stop by Molly's. And he said, I'll do that.
Nice.
He's an up kid. You got to like him. Brian in Oakland.
Hello. How you guys doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so I was hoping if Gail could do me a slight favor and wish a friend of mine a happy Canada Day. His name is Hard Fisker.
Oh, okay. Well, Hard Fisker, I hope you have a wonderful Canada Day.
Is it going to be dry this year? Are we going to get a Canada Dry?
God, I hope so.
Yeah, it's always my favorite. It's the only thing I'll drink in Canada. Let's go over here to Sean in Philly. What's up, Sean? Try again. Go ahead, Sean.
Hey, it's John in Philly.
Great.
Ronnie, you're an evil.
Who you got on the phones? Yukon Cornelius?
I have intern Anthony on the phone.
Oh, that surprises me. I didn't think Anthony would be losing it so bad. Go ahead. What do you got, John?
Hey, you're an evil son of a bitch. I've had. What do I got to do to get that dick in my mouth? Stuck in my head for the past almost 24 hours.
Yeah, I've heard that from a couple friends of mine too last night. They were texting me the same kind of anger. Like, a man doesn't want to be singing that out loud, I guess.
I was singing it while I was cooking last night, and I really couldn't stop.
Well, is that different from any other?
No, which is weird. I'd never heard the song before.
Yeah, that's odd. Kind of a co-writer. Well, here's the deal. Bridget Everett, we tried to tell you, is like she's on some next level shit, and she's obsessed with that dick, the pussy cam, and them big titties.
Mm-hmm. I love that pussy dress, too.
Yeah. She sat after the show and explained to us the cut of the pussy dress. She's almost Chris Stanley's female doppelganger. She has the same bluntness as him. And I kept thinking I was going to look over and they would look at each other and little hearts would appear over their heads. But then when they would kiss, it would feel weird because they would realize they're twins.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. This is the thing. She's turned her piece into an act.
Yeah.
And you're just like, a raging fuck.
What are you doing with it?
I'm losing cigarettes with it, is what I'm doing.
But why, Chris?
Because I made an agreement. Because I can't stop. Because I curse, and I don't even realize I'm doing it. That's my problem. It just comes out of me.
Do you find yourself cursing in in bad company? Not this band, but
Sure. Fucking shit, dickhead. Let's check with Siri here. Siri, why is Chris Stanley such a fuck up?
Let's see. Okay, I found this on the web for why is Chris Stanley such a fuck up.
Why would that even be there on the internet?
There's so many answers.
There's thousands of him.
There's so many answers.
Maybe I should read them.
Hey, I didn't know. I thought Siri would never curse. Yeah. Until Chris Stanley.
Good for her. She's learning.
Chris Stanley. What? Siri. Let me turn this over. He fucked me up.
Heard that potty mouth. You thought it was Chris.
Yeah, I know. Siri, why does Chris Stanley love that dick?
Okay, give me a moment. Here's what I found on the web for why does Chris Stanley love that dick.
Oh, literally the number one thing is Chris Stanley dick sucking song on YouTube.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't even remember that.
There's a song about it. It must be true.
Definitely not.
Hey, there's an update over on the iBank today of the nose guy. The guy who got his nose cut off.
Jesus.
Pictures of it. I'm going to say this. Do not look at it. Disturbing.
Oh, no. Warning. Terrifying.
Oh, God!
Oh, my God!
What did I say about not looking?
Oh!
I didn't know he was pulling it up right now. Jesus Christ.
Siri, why is Chris Stanley such an asshole?
Checking. Here's what I found on the web for why is Chris Stanley such an asshole.
I did not know that she cursed. I thought that was the point.
Yeah, she's supposed to be, for children and whatnot. They should be.
That's all I'd be doing if I was a kid. This is the only thing I can do on my phone.
She learned it from you.
Oh, God. Turn.
It's
Did
so
he get it repaired, though?
bad.
Yeah, he was able to get it repaired.
It's so bad. He looks like an elephant seal or something.
Look,
it's horrifying.
If I was a doctor, I'd have just cut his throat and let him bleed out.
This is easier for you, sir.
This is the only humane way to deal with this.
Some elephant seal just got its feelings hurt, too, because of Gail.
Oh, my God. It's so bad.
What I got to do?
He has no, septum left.
None of us do, honey. That's a family trait. You can stand on the corner with a bucket, quarters for a septum.
That's terrible looking.
Oh my god.
It didn't look that bad from like the video. Like it looked bad in the video.
That looks like fucking Flathead at the senior prom.
Yeah, like in my mind, like just like the tip
No,
of his nose.
it cut
Like,
right through.
it's just like he.
Yeah, you got straight through.
God.
Turn it off, Chris.
Immediately.
For once in your life, fucking do what you're asked and turn it off.
Oh, that poor bastard.
All right, you know how we were celebrating Kanye being a better singer than Freddie Mercury?
Well, you
yesterday?
were celebrating it,
But let me clarify this because I got some angry people. Just one song, just Bohemian Rhapsody, he sings better.
God.
Now, I didn't know this, but and I find this to be cruel and just showing that we have a troll world. They showed up at his gig with this giant flag of Kim Kardashian Conway West, sucking that dick.
Ray J's dick.
Who's Ray J?
Ray J is he's the brother. He was like a low end R&B
First
singer.
of all, this isn't 1978. You don't call people brothers.
He's a brother.
I know your dad
he's one
used to
cool
say that.
brother.
Yeah. Did you ever hear the uncomfortable thing about Chris's dad?
No.
So here's Chris's dad and young Chris walking down the street, and there's a black guy standing there. And how would your dad start to talk?
Oh, what's up, brother? How's it going?
Oh no.
He would immediately go into soul talk.
Yeah.
He was jive
He
talking
would talk
to him.
jive to any black guy he met. He went immediately into it. If Italian guys, he would like throw in like maybe Italian shit into whatever what he was saying.
So uncomfortable.
It was terrible.
He felt like he was bilingual.
Spanish people, he'd throw a little Spanish in when he was talking
Sure.
to them. It was crazy.
He was there to relate to people.
That's all he wanted. How about you relate to me? You can't. Hot dick. Good job.
Talk some jive though. Talk some jive like you never heard.
What's up, young blood?
I'll talk some jive with you. You talking jive? That's so funny.
He was a man of the people.
I gave it. Siri, why did Chris Stanley's dad hate his dumb ass?
Here's what I found on the web for why did Chris Stanley's that hate his dumbass.
The datas. Oh, God. That shit's so fucking funny, though. I don't believe it or not. I used to do radio with a guy who would do the same thing when black people came on. Yeah, and it was always just...
That would make me want to, like, crawl under the table. That kind of behavior really freaks me out.
I enjoyed just being over there to the side and just watching it sometimes.
Oh, God.
It's the worst thing in the world to witness.
Or the best, you know what I mean? Or the absolute best. But anyway, and I don't think they should even be allowed to get away with this, even in Scotland.
Right.
Look, you don't bring up people's exes at all. Your chick's exes, that shit's off the fucking table.
Yeah, I think that for whatever weird reason, though, I think that Kanye's kind of proud of it. Because he once admitted that that's how he got into her, is he saw her video and then was like, this chick, I'd want to beat this chick.
It's a terrible sex
And
tape, though.
I know, she laid there like, seriously, I don't want to fucking say a seal elephant because they've already been attacked once today. But there wasn't a lot of movement in her
It was
world.
awful. It was like all overdub. Like all the audio was like, yeah, girl. Yeah.
I think Ray J's Brandy's brother or something like that.
It. Yeah, he's the brother of somebody.
Brandy.
From the fucking
Miss Brandy.
Looking Glass song, Brandy, you're a fine girl.
Fine girl.
So all I know from Ray J is that Joan Rivers did a in the bed interview with him, and that's as far as I ever went down the Ray J train. Does he have his own success of any
I think he was a musician.
He had minor success as a musician before the sex tape. Then after the sex tape, I believe he had a dating reality show where he could like date Ray J.
Right. And then he made a song about, I think, Kim. Like, I had her first or something like that.
Right, yeah, that's
he was
fucking classy.
a real class act.
That guy was up
He was
in
a
there.
real class
I was
act.
up in there before you.
I got that ass.
What's my dick taste like? Kanye, what's my dick taste like?
We Eskimo brothers.
That's the strangest fucking thing, isn't it, Eskimo brothers?
Yeah.
And are they only saying that because there's so few Eskimos? Is that the thing that everybody
It's
starts
like
dating?
the reasoning behind it. Yeah.
I thought it had something to do with the igloo. I don't know.
You're reading too much into it. That fucking Eskimo Brothers should just been called My Old Neighborhood. Because everybody dated each other.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens when you're fucking weirdos.
Yeah, if you have a small circle of friends, though, it's like, we don't know anybody else, so.
Well, we had a large circle of friends, but I guess the girls didn't feel like it was worth dating outside of it.
Right.
So then later, everyone would see, you know, your buddy with your old girlfriend, you just be like, what's up, man? What's up? Keg's right over there. No one would fucking fight about it or anything. It was just all cringy. But you thought it was the shape of the igloo.
I don't know. I thought everyone get in the igloo for warmth. I probably
I
gave
guess
it too
there's
much.
maybe that's where it does come from. Everybody's laying around, bare ass Eskimo, naked up against each other. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do? Yeah, you gotta be careful if you sing it, any of you guys, because they will.
I know.
Isolate it.
I will try not to.
Oh, you're gonna end up in that world. You can't get out of it. This has become the new big thing, the cop grinding at the gay pride parade. And I don't know how the police department is feeling about this, but I gotta feel like only a couple of cities would you even ever see this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't see this happen in, like, St. Louis or something. And this guy's got a lot of heat on him right now. I mean, that's really just balls to ass there.
Yeah. That's a serious grind. And a nice tap afterwards.
What was the tap about? Like, I'm done with you?
Yeah, it's like, I got what I want from you, officer.
Yeah.
On your way. I used you. That's
Run
what that
along
man's
now.
Say
saying.
again, why is it always got to be negative? Why aren't they using each other?
I don't get it. That's on that guy, not me. I'm saying that's what
No,
happened.
but the way you say,
Oh.
you're very familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
And actually,
You
he
know.
didn't say it, you did. You know what I
He
mean?
said it through his actions. You gave like a little tap on his badge. Shouldn't that be illegal of some sort?
Do you
touch
think
the
this
badge.
guy's going to be trouble at work, or?
I mean, I think he'll be razzed a bit, but I don't think he'll be like in any serious trouble. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong.
I mean, he's on duty and he's fraternizing.
I wish he picked someone else though to dance with. Kid's a little goofy.
It's weird because I went out to 4 different dinners with this guy talking about joining Anthony Cumia.
Really?
And now I see him dancing like this. It's fantastic.
Oh, wow.
I would like to talk to Keith about that, though, to see if the other guys would pick on him about it. I don't think they will, because I'm going to say this, all in good fun. But if this was, let's say this, suppose that cop was a woman and this was the Puerto Rican Day Parade,
right?
Would he be accused, or would she be accused of bad behavior, and there's nothing funny about, sexual harassment and all
Right.
that? Like, this is really like a double standard where none of us who aren't gay think we could ever get caught up in this. You know what I mean? But if that was a woman, everybody'd be like, what am I supposed to tell my daughter right now? We're trying to have her not whore out. We just had a friend of ours not too long ago bring up that they're nervous about their young daughter on the internet saying bad things.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone can get around that.
I don't
right?
think so. I think that's just it's probably the only thing you can do is have a conversation about it, an uncomfortable conversation where like, hey, it's a big world out there. You have to have the talk, but I don't think it does.
Has the talk ever worked for anyone? My poor father tried to talk to me constantly, and I'd be like this. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All right, I'm going to be leaving now to go study at my friend's house.
I'm on your side with this.
His name is Snorty Snorterton. And I'm going to go over, yes, what you said to me hits home. Let me go talk to Snorty. Because it smells like Teen Spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like, the kids will agree to anything.
Yeah, I mean, but that you still have to have the conversation.
Why? I have conversations with my staff. They've never once disagreed with me. They all go like this. Exactly.
That's true, exactly.
See? And I don't know what that son of a bitch is up to after, it's lights out time. He doesn't even leave the house till 11:15.
Mm-hmm. We found out apps and everyone having computers and cell phones. It's impossible. It's either, I guess there are locks you can put on them, but
kids can get past that, right?
I mean, wasn't that a situation with my little cousin? She had an iPad or they thought it wasn't connected.
She was 10, and they gave her an iPad that wasn't connected to the internet. So she could just play games on her iPad that were downloaded there, right?
Yeah.
But she would, and like a half an hour later, she's not even 10, she's like 7, right?
Yeah, she's like,
she just starts Facebooking Gail's mom. What? And then she's FaceTiming her. Something like this. Hey, new iPad, I'm talking to y'all. Just acting like a nut. Last night, she FaceTimed just to make weird faces for like fucking hours. And I had to go in the other room just like right up to the thing. And then they're sending dance fucking videos that they did of their other cousins.
Nice.
What you humiliate them in the future.
Absolutely.
You know?
But now it's...
But you can't stop these kids. They'll fucking take an Apple and hook it up to the internet.
Apple iPhone?
No, I'm in an Apple.
Oh.
When I say Apple, I actually mean the fruit.
In my day...
And when I say fruit, I mean those guys did it. He's a real fruit, that guy. No one says that one.
I know, I missed that one. We need to reclaim fruit.
Yeah. Isn't that kind of sound disgusting? It's cheaper. It's reclaimed fruit. It's fruit people throw away. You feel like making an apple core pie?
It's like a bushel.
Kind of.
Did you ever see that thing where you turn the apple sideways and you could eat right through the core?
Ew, no.
Yeah, it's a big YouTube video.
So if you change the angle of it?
You can change the angle, just bite it this way. You'll eat the entire core and not even be bothered with it.
It's awesome.
Does it not feel the same texture?
No, it tastes exactly the same.
That's bizarre.
Life is bizarre, my friend. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Life is bizarre.
It's the only way. How bizarre?
How bizarre? How bizarre?
I'll tell you one thing about this fucking life of ours. They ought to sell tickets. I get 2 seats right down front if they did. Watch the whole goddamn shebang, start to finish.
And you'll be flying that Ray J flag the whole time.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look at your wife, Ray. Look at your wife, Kanye. Wait a minute. That fucking Bohemian Rhapsody is so beautiful. I'm going to take this flag down right now out of respect.
You turned me.
You're the best. Boy, it's been a while since that Joey JoJo's cut a big song.
I know.
Oh, boy, I have plans, though.
You always have plans.
Well, you're a schemer, aren't you?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Chris, it's up on the iBang if she wants to see it, how to eat an apple.
I'd like to see that.
And I think we discovered this because Chris doesn't like to throw away anything.
Exactly.
He's the only person that when he eats a steak also eats the skull and horns with it. I really like what they did to the skull and horns. All right, it's up on the iBang. I didn't even know we had this. How to eat an apple. Like a boss.
Everything's like a boss.
All right, that's the old-fashioned, stupid way to eat an apple.
Yeah.
Like a moron.
The beta way to eat an apple.
No.
Beta way. How proud he is of coming up with a good joke. He's just going to lay down and enjoy himself. Roughly 30% of each apple is fucking wasted.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. But now, here's the new way to eat it.
Ew!
And look, no problem. He's not eating it any harder. He's just chewing it. And you get 30% more apple.
Oh,
look.
man, that's awesome.
And look, the core looks just the same as anything else.
That's really strange.
I just want an apple bottom right now.
That's what you are. When I see you walking away, I go, who's that apple bottom head?
Wearing them apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. That's Stanley.
So yeah, that's it.
That's really weird.
Yeah, it can be done. It's not a big deal.
But it does look really strange eating it butt first.
Well, if you actually do that, though, at Halloween, you get 30% more razor blades. So try to get in on
good.
that. Yeah.
You lose some money in the core.
Yeah. Marine Corps?
Apple core.
Oh, because you're always bringing up Vietnam.
Yeah, no.
Back when I was in the Corps.
Back in
With
the
all
shit.
my soul brothers.
Stanley, were you in the shit?
Oh, yeah.
His own.
Rolling around in it. It was an accident, a real bad accident. Ate some bad food. wouldn't stop coming out.
Andrew in Jersey.
Hey, Benningtons. When you eat the core of the apple, don't eat too many seeds because the seeds have arsenic in them.
Well, first of all, a friend of mine, his cousin, ate the apple seeds and ended up growing a tree in his belly.
Oh,
so
my
that's why I
God.
don't do it. You'll grow a tree in your belly.
Freak.
I remember when they would say that about watermelon seeds when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And one day I was just like fucking tossing and turning. Like I must have like 3 fucking watermelon seeds. It's growing. Jesus Christ, my mom won't even listen to me. Mom, wake up. I've eaten watermelon seeds.
It's a mistake I'll never make.
I hope not. We had that talk. Kids, come in here for a talk about fun things I don't want you to do. You know all the stuff that made me happy? I don't want you to do it at all. Trying to stop the happiness at this generation.
No drugs, no pornos.
Pornos. None of you kids that do any pornos, okay?
I don't want to see no pornos in this house.
I don't want anybody eating hoagies or cheesesteaks before you come home for a nice cored apple. Now we're going to go out to the sale and see the Amish people. They're selling fresh corn for everybody, all right? It's horse corn. I'm getting it cheaper. So put your big buck teeth into it. Just treat it like a typewriter. All right. If everyone's good, we're going to go to an Eagles game, an away game.
away game.
We're going to put on our Eagles stuff, go down to D.C. and beat the fuck out of some Skins fans. Why? Because they're pussies. Anyway, that's the whole deal on that. There's a big Instagram thing. I don't know that if you know this, but if you put a woman's nipple on Instagram, they take it down. And Chris, you found something there.
Yeah, Chrissy Teigen, that's John Legend's wife, supermodel.
Mm-hmm.
She she posted on Instagram a picture of her beautiful bare breast.
First of all, she's sitting in the chair the wrong way.
Yeah, that's not how we do that.
Is
there plastic on that chair?
Yeah, it's plastic.
This is all I can focus. And somehow she's broken into an old Italian's house.
No, there's a breast.
And is laying across this chair.
That's a sexy
That's
way
a
to
good
say it.
furniture. And she's sitting on it. Everyone knows not to go in the living room. I had a friend, Italian, lived on my block. And his dad did not want them going in and using the living room at all. So much they took nails and nailed the front door. What? The front door was nailed to their house, and the only way was to go around in the back in a rec room. And you know where they're from? Upper Darby. No, you know what? They might have been just straight Darby.
Oh.
Yeah.
The worst.
Well,
for some strange reason.
Yeah. Well, because they're on the wrong side of that one block.
I knew some kids growing up where they had like a separate little section of the house. There was like another living room, like a little den, but all the furniture and the carpet was white, and there was like a rope in front of it, like nobody was allowed to go on it. And then they had one of those like shock collar things.
Jesus Christ.
And like had all the dogs wear shock collars. Normally you use it outside, but they
Right.
used it for their nice living room.
They didn't want the dog to go through the living room? People will make a big deal about their... First of all, putting plastic over your chair just means you'll never sit comfortably again.
Yeah, why?
Yeah. And there's Chrissy Teigen. This grosses me out. Rubbing her goddamn titties up against that plastic.
There's nothing gross about that.
Put them on a plastic.
And it's ridiculous.
That sounds like I put it on a credit card.
I don't know what Instagram has against bare breasts. You know how much dumb shit's on Instagram?
No, I don't know at all. You're telling me for the first time.
There's nothing on it. It's a sea of memes and hot broads, and she can't show her breasts. This is ridiculous.
Why does she want to?
Because she wants to show them off. What's wrong with that?
She wants to free the nip. Free that
So
nip.
the only reason why she's doing it is to get Instagram mad.
Yeah.
I mean, she could go out and do this in a magazine.
She's trying to get Instagram to change their policy. She's an activist.
All right, well, first of all, I'm with her. It's a ridiculous thing. And in New York City, where we live, women can walk down the street with their breasts out. They choose not to.
Yeah. by choice, by conditioning, really.
Yeah, I guess it's conditioning. Although you don't see any dudes walking around with no shirts on in the city either.
I did see one last week, though.
Homeless?
No, a guy coming off the train, and it was not that hot out. It was like 72 degrees that day. And he was just really ripped, like Bracco style.
Oh, wow.
And everyone was
Gorilla?
looking at him like, come on, dude. Like, it's not that hot. It's just like,
You mean his abs weren't that hot?
no, the temp.
So anyway, how did you get the picture if Instagram took it down?
It got screen capped.
Okay. That's the kind of shit that you do with your life. That's what you go looking for.
You guys screen cap things because you know that this shit's going to get taken down. So you have to, keep this for posterity.
Posterity?
Posterity?
That was the wrong word.
Posterity. Posterity.
Look at who it is. Hard Rock Johnny.
Hello, boys and Beddingtons.
Hey.
Hi.
Can I go back to the apple eating?
No.
For a moment.
I mean, we're talking about tits, and then right away you want to go back to apple.
Tits aren't bad, but
From apples to apples.
this is what happens when you listen online. There's such a delay. It's terrible.
Thanks for calling the bitch about our app.
I didn't bitch about it.
You just called it terrible. How's that not bitching?
I didn't say terrible.
You know what? Your fries are soggy. How's that, Johnny? Everybody's
For
taking gas
posterity,
today.
You should quote me on that.
What are you on your way to the beach right now? What do you get?
No,
crabs?
I'm working. God damn it.
What are you doing? Taking some chicken out of the freezer so you can go down there and go crabbing? Hard Rock chicken?
Chicken necking?
The other day, my mother came. I bought chicken backs. If anyone wants to go crabbing, they're in the fridge.
Yeah. Johnny was deep frying them for a sandwich later. So what did you want to talk about, Johnny? Is your mom putting plastic on the furniture?
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't do that. No, I was on a flight one day, and there was a woman sitting next to me who decided she was eating a pear, and like all of a sudden, I look over, she's just eating her pear, and all of a sudden she turns the thing sideways and starts eating the core. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Where was this plane going? The Bug Tussle? What the fuck are you flying on?
I
Monkey Airlines?
I was flying from Atlanta to New York, and
Who eats
I
a pear on a plane?
that was a whole. I'm not going to get into what the woman looked like, or maybe where I think she may have been from culturally.
Johnny.
But she literally turned the pear sideways after eating the whole thing and just started munching on the core. And I'm like, and ate the whole thing. Like she didn't want to waste a single drop of that food. It was just weird.
Call me out with this, dude, and have a big laugh.
It was so weird.
Did you tell everybody on the plane, relax, I'm from the Hard Rock?
Relax, I'm going to buy this woman's famous pants because she ate a pear oddly.
So where are you heading down to the shore right now, Johnny? Where are you going?
No,
out
I'm working. I'm at my desk.
Where are you going out to the boardwalk?
You there right now?
Hey,
No,
you ever think about taking Earl down to the beach with you?
He doesn't know how to swim, that poor fella.
You know what? Your racism is going
I
through
can't
the
believe it. One after another.
It has nothing to do with anything aside from the fact that he just doesn't know how to swim. The girl used to not take him down to the beach in the Cadillac.
You know, Chris Stanley can't fucking swim. No one ever brings that up.
Yeah, no one's talking about that.
Swim?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Earl was his swim teacher.
It's terrible.
And all he told him was stay out the water.
Okay, Earl.
Hey, Johnny, you excited? Chris Christie went there today. He went back to his old high school at Livingston, HI, and made the announcement. They said, on the thing that I was watching, 1,000 protesters outside.
Yeah, it's all
1,000 people bust in that don't like him from Jersey. These are Jersey people not supporting Jersey.
His base.
I can tell you who it is. It's all the teachers who were upset because he took $3.1 billion out of their pension fund and now says, I'm not giving it back. We needed it to run the state. You guys paid into it. You paid in $3.1 billion. We're taking your money and not giving it back. Fuck off. That's basically what he said to the teachers.
Is it a direct quote?
Pretty much.
You know what, Johnny? I remember you crying when he put out that Stronger Than the Storm.
That was nice.
You love that song.
Well, it wasn't just the song, the video. It looked like a fucking eHarmony ad for him. He was just walking around the beach with this fucking cheesy song playing. It was great. Everybody loved him then.
Big high pants.
Yeah, sure, he wears his pants nice and high in case that fucking floodwater comes in again.
Yeah, of course.
The cups won't get wet.
Here's your song. Stronger than the storm.
spreading.
Because we're stronger than the storm.
You bet we are. The beaches will stay open.
Everyone relax. I just took $3 billion off the teachers.
So that's who I'm guaranteeing you. That's who the protesters were, and I'm glad that he went to the Livingston High School where he went to school, but he couldn't go to any of the public schools where his kids go because, oh, that's right, his kids go to private schools because New Jersey education isn't good for Chris Christie unless it's a private school.
Why you support Bon Jovi and Springsteen? Why can't you support Chris Christie?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just not a fan lately. Although I did enjoy him in the white baseball, that baseball uniform.
Yeah, he had a long out. Everybody was proud of him.
Man.
His family's adorable, though. They're very like what I would call Republican. You know what I mean? Like they got that look. Like
Cut it down.
Yeah, it's a perfect family down. You know?
I mean, it looks like a sitcom family.
They do. Oh, that Christie. And he's in fucking trouble all the time for eating a chicken parm sandwich. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where'd that sandwich go?
I told you, you're on a diet.
You had that surgery. You had the surgery, and look at you now.
You know what? There's too much sauce on that parm. I don't like a chicken parm where they just soak it with so much sauce that you can't pick it up. I gotta tell some of these people, watch it with all the fucking sauce.
There's a sauce ratio that you have to adhere to.
Watch it with the sauce, pal.
But we were talking about that the other day when you said the writer on that thing. Who was the rapper that put that out?
It was on
Was it Flow Rider's writer?
No, Nicki Minaj. Yeah.
Minaj. And the thing that was so gross to everybody is that she wanted her steak cooked well done.
It's disgusting. I can't help but judge somebody who does that.
First of all, I don't know if I've ever met anyone who said that in a restaurant.
I was out to dinner with someone who got a steak well done and then asked for A1 sauce. And I haven't talked to them since.
Yes, I had an ex-boyfriend whose stepmom would order the steak like, well done, please. Very well done.
What is wrong with her?
I don't know. She's sick.
I would have just put a fucking shoe on the steak and said, here, you can either wear it or eat it because you're a fucking pig, lady.
That animal died for you, and now you're ruining it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like,
especially in a nice place, right?
Yeah. You're insulting everyone. Everyone is insulted.
All right, I would say this. This is a food turnoff, too. In a diner, I don't mind someone saying, I want to put, I want ketchup with my fries.
Right.
But, by the way, you don't do that in a nice fucking place, but you do it in a diner. But dip your fucking fries. Don't pour ketchup all over the fucking plate. You know what I mean?
Or they cover the fry, so now your fingers are all over.
They're all just fucking rolling. All I can take is ketchup. I don't even know if there's a fry in there. I've eaten so much ketchup.
That's all right if you're down the shore on a boardwalk or something. But
is that where you are right now, Jenny?
No, I'm nice. In the office.
What do you get? A nice little water ice for yourself?
Some cheese balls.
Huh? Some cheese balls?
What are you talking about?
What are you going? You took the world?
Steak sandwiches?
Is that it? Steak sandwich?
We know what you like.
Hey, Charlie in Jersey. Charlie.
Ronnie B., Chris Christie was so popular after that storm. His sweater vest, his fleece jacket had its own Twitter account.
Now, I'm going to ask this because I saw this on TV and I don't know why. Why did the protesters bring a blown up camel? What was that supposed to represent?
No clue.
I don't know what they were doing. They're saying this guy's a fucking camel? Get it. David, Pennsylvania.
Hey, buddies, how we doing today?
Good.
Hey, I'm on a date. I take this girl to a nice, classy place. We get a steak. She gets her steak well done with A1 sauce. The head chef and the owner of the restaurant came out from the back to make sure that my meal was okay and that there wasn't a problem. It was so embarrassing.
Oh, my God.
That was our first and last date. I can't be with somebody that's going to do that.
That's the end.
I would say don't even give me a head with that fucking A1 breath of yours.
Get away from me.
Don't even think of it. You disgust me.
You love that A1 so much, date that.
I saw someone put ketchup on a fucking egg before.
Yeah, some people get down with that. Really.
I said to them, go eat in the car. I'll be out when I'm fucking finished with my breakfast. You go eat in the car. Don't even fucking look back. They won't let you take the plate, slide it in your pocket, and fucking eat pocket food. Here's Corey in Tennessee.
Hey guys, what's up? I've worked in restaurants since I was 18, 29. Don't judge me, but I was just saying that people who order steaks well done are more likely to be, I swear, low income and more less intelligent. It's just a proven fact. Like there's something about, I swear, there's a correlation between those two things.
Sure. I put them up there with fucking pear core eaters. I mean, it's. I don't even understand. You got anything else with food that kind of grosses you out?
Oh God!
People
all right.
So you got one, Chris?
Veggie burgers, right? Those are fine. But sometimes people order a portobello mushroom burger, and that disgusts me because you're just eating a giant mushroom. It freaks me out.
Delicious.
I hate
See,
it.
here's the thing. When I used to live down south, Gail's aunt would only eat portobello mushroom when I was grilling. So no matter what I'm grilling, I'm also grilling one fucking portobello mushroom. And then she'd be like, "Oh, it's so good." Like, she'd make a big deal out of it. I'd go, "What? It's a fucking mushroom I flipped once." That's nothing to even talk about.
It freaked me out.
I like a portobello mushroom burger. It's good.
No.
You know what's weird about it? It kind of tastes like a burger.
It does.
Don't like it. No.
It's that umami flavor.
I know that because she's told me every week. Oh, God, that's
You would never know.
Tastes like a burger. So glad I'm a vegan.
Why don't you have one then?
Then one of her bones snapped. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't think while everybody else is having meat that you should order a giant fucking mushroom.
Well,
that was the thing I had to go out and get.
Yeah.
My big problem is just general fussiness. Like, oh, and can you make sure that it doesn't have this? And could you add this? Like, anytime, especially at a restaurant, but it's even worse, like in someone's home when you're like, I don't know.
Like that at my home. I go, look, the way you ate it before is worse than what I just made you. Okay, you're going to eat this and you're not going to go back to your fussiness. But I agree. I can't stand to be in a fucking restaurant with someone when they just don't order. You know what I mean? Could you substitute this with that? We're in a fucking restaurant.
Yeah, like
there's
any
a chef back there.
Ordering off menu. It's insulting at a nice place, and then it's just like you're inconveniencing someone no matter what kind of place it is.
You're right. And you know, they know what they're fucking doing.
And they're saying like, oh, well, they have that pasta and they have this sauce. Like, why can't I just have it with this and like add this? They don't, because they don't offer it. Yeah, they're not fucking offering it to you.
Josh, go ahead.
Hey, what do you think about hamburgers well done?
Same thing. There's not a chef out there who it makes any sense.
No,
you order his hamburger well done.
Although I do go a tick up from like ground beef to steak. Like I'll do a steak medium rare, but I'll do a burger medium.
You need to do burgers well done because of the grinding machine. There's bacteria on there. Plus, they're not beef. They're dairy cows that are old and they're not young.
I don't know where the fuck you're eating, but I don't eat a shitty burger place.
What the hell is he talking
I'm
about?
smoking crack, sir.
Yeah.
That's what your problem is. You're high on crack cocaine.
Which is fine with us. I'd rather sit there and smoke crack than eat a burnt burger in front of me. Scott, what do you got?
Hey, Ron. My biggest food turnoff is when adults, with kids it's okay sometimes, but when adults put ketchup on a bratwurst.
I don't even understand that.
Yeah.
It's got to be
like fucking
mustard,
crazy talk to me.
mustard, and sauerkraut.
And by the way, we're talking brown mustard. I don't want to be around yellow mustard people.
Yellow mustard.
I put yellow mustard people below ISIS.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I would rather see someone drop a cage full of fucking people into the water than I would want to see somebody spreading that fucking cheap 19-cent fucking mustard all over a nice brat.
Well, if you spill yellow mustard on your counter or something, it just dyes it immediately, and then you think that's what you're putting into your body? Like, the insides of you must just be like all yellow.
No, that kind of changes. I kind of like that a little bit. I'm going to dye my kidney right now. I'm going to dye bright yellow. Johnny, where are you going tonight? Bingo? What are you doing down there on the shore?
No.
Try to win a big fucking dog? Are you shooting water fucking guns at a big nose of a clown?
Just the mouth. Tonight's fireworks night. but it's not down the shore. It's
What's that? Mean sex with your wife? Is that what you call it again?
The old fireworks.
Old fireworks night. No, we're going to go enjoy some fireworks in the town I used to live in tonight. They do their 4th of July fireworks for some reason on June 30th.
Well, because they didn't really side up with the union. You know what I mean?
Turncoats.
Yeah. Johnny goes there, he wears a white fucking suit. You know what I mean?
Classy.
Yeah. Goes there, he wears a white suit, a big hat. He goes around, just tells the local people they owe him a little money. Johnny, you watching this thing on AMC that's like, it's like a history lesson with all the mob guys? It's unbelievable. I don't know the name of it right now. But Giuliani is doing it, and all these other guys are coming in, and they're recreating some stuff. We're all going through the Lucky Luciano days these days.
Making of the Mob.
Yeah, they
New
got
York.
the Murder Inc. last night. It was fucking great. These guys, the mob hired Jews to go out and kill people, right? These 4 or 5 Jews.
Yeah.
They called them Murder Inc. And in 5 years, they had killed like fucking 1,000 guys.
What?
1,000 hits.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was great.
That was before they hired the Irish to do it.
You know what, Johnny? Let's not sit there and
Come
fucking
on.
run down
Yeah.
a better ethnic background than your own.
No,
Okay?
there's a truth. Wait till they get to the Westies. Hold on, it'll come soon.
Johnny, don't give away. Don't be a fucking spoiler.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Spoiler alert on history.
Here's the thing, Johnny. Why don't the Italians just kill one fucking person on their own? Right?
Yeah.
Takes responsibility.
Okay? Fucking pull that chicken back up into the boat and fucking think for a second. You got to get out there and do some things. Talk to you later, Johnny.
Later, boys and girls.
Peace.
Bye.
Matt in Maine. Matt, go ahead,
I
buddy.
invited my neighbor over, and he's never had Atlantic salmon before, okay? And I cooked it on my grill. He was all impressed. He looked at me and asked for tartar sauce.
What'd you do? Push his face on the grill?
I could have freaking not. This guy is the ultimate trailer trash dude. He's my neighbor. I love him, but he just he puts ketchup on a filet fish sandwich and shit. He's out the line.
Here's the deal. You ought to just eat the tartar sauce, dude. Just don't fucking waste what it's ever. Yeah. I mean, just take that tartar sauce and put it on a goddamn cheese sandwich, because it's going to taste the same if you put it on my nice sandwich.
Just take the sauce. You're ruining everything.
Me and Chris Stanley were having this fucking J.J. Watt fight. So Stanley puts up this thing of J.J. Watt tackling someone on stage.
Okay.
And is it Beaver Brown Band? Is that who it is?
Zach Brown Band.
On the dog side. And to me, this is the fakest looking shit I ever saw in my life. But Stanley was like, this is fucking awesome. J.J. Watt never stops tackling people.
Did you see it? Check this shit out.
There's this little kid. He's doing a dance.
And J.J. Watt crushes him.
Look how he fucking stands to take it nicely.
No way is that real.
100% it's real.
He tucks the neck like he's taking a bump.
He did. He tucks the neck.
And it was like in slow motion,
I know.
too. It was like, and then look what he's doing. He's not even turned towards the crowd. He's perfectly framed up with him.
Yeah. No,
you know, like you would, if you hopped on a stage, any idiot who hops on a stage turns towards the crowd and starts being like, what? Or turns towards the singer and starts
like,
singing with him.
Beaver Brown.
No, he's turning towards Zach Brown. Like, hey, Zach Brown, look at me.
He's torn.
Torn.
He's turned.
Hey, I want to turn on that stage just looking straight at Beaver Brown.
He done turned right to Beaver Brown.
Look at that. He's set up, and you're right. He tucks the knee into his fucking chest, squares his back so he can take a nice bump.
It's just a bad angle.
He's also doing this dance so he can sweep underneath his arms. That's why his arms are going like this.
You know what you are, Chris Stanley?
What's that?
The fucking Jack of Rubes.
You are a fucking
Jack
rube.
Ruby.
Nope.
Seriously.
You're Marco Rubio is who you are.
This is 100% real. J.J. Watts was a Zach Brown Band fan. I didn't know that. He was at the show. He takes this asshole down. He tried to fucking jump on the stage.
He didn't take him down. He partnered up with him.
Bullshit. J.J. Watt would never do that.
Exactly. J.J. Watt would never do it. But you just saw because he would worry about being sued.
He wants to protect Zach Brown and his band.
Wait, who's the band now?
Zach Brown Band.
I thought you said it was Beaver Brown.
I thought you said Jack Brown before.
Some band that he's a fan of, and he's on stage with. And he protects.
And he
keeps
just
safe.
lined up perfectly to tackle.
Come on,
Coincidences
that's
don't happen
dance.
in life.
You know what? Let me say this to you.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday, because that's you. You really believe this shit?
Yes, I do.
Then let me tell you this. Hey, Ruby, don't take your fucking guns to town, because you're a Roop.
I'm not a Rube. I'm sure I'll be proven right. Because this guy does sue J.J. Watt, and he might even lose. He might even get suspended by the Texans, by the NFL, because this is assault.
This is insane that you believe this.
This is assault.
You're over there
I'm worried
clicking
now
your
about
ruby
J.J.
slippers.
Ruby slippers. That's what he puts on after he gets out of the shower. Cum shower, by the way.
Gross. That's true. That's how you shower.
Where would I get that much cum?
You hire three fucking Yugoslavians fresh off the boat. You just sit there. You just fucking tug on each one of them until your shower starts. You're like, it's taking me forever to get this shower going.
I got a job for you guys. You guys want extra quick cash? Yeah. Come on, you're new in this country.
Yeah, he's got a job for you if you work in the field of blow. Look at this fake fucking shit.
Unbelievable.
J.J. Watt was on this.
I can't believe you're buying this.
I'm 100% in on this.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to take you to see J.J. Watt. First, I'm going to stop and get you some cotton candy and a fucking balloon.
Thank you.
Walk the whole midway to it.
Appreciate that. Those UFOs were real yesterday. Him nailing this guy is real today. I'm telling you.
Ben, go ahead, buddy.
Ronnie, I can't stand, going to some kind of festival or something. You see somebody get a soft pretzel and scrape the salt off of it. It's just, I don't know.
That's disgusting. Why would they scrape salt off?
I want more.
It's there for taste.
This helps the flavor.
Yeah.
I want so much salt in a pretzel it burns my mouth.
That's too much. See?
You're taking it too far.
No, I'm not.
You always take it too
It's
far.
the proper amount of salt.
Just like your bukkake shower.
Who the fuck are you, Ruben Studdard right now? Huh?
No, I'm a guy just pointing out that JJ...
I'm a guy.
I'm a guy standing in front of a girl and telling her that the reason why I smell like cum. It's fucking disgusting.
Cum showers.
Seriously.
Can't believe you'd stand in front of me and say that.
It's the cum showers.
This is why I look like I'm fresh out of the oven. Krispy Kreme.
God.
That's him. That's him.
Oh, God.
Look, when this is proven to be real and J.J. Watt is suspended for 4 games, you're all going to be like, Chris, you were right. We're sorry. That's what's going to happen.
And what happens if you don't? Another fucking 2 cartons of cigarettes that you're going to give up? This thing is fake, Ruby.
I'm worried.
Be worried for no fucking reason.
Because this guy easily has at least a broken rib.
You know what this is? It's
Oh
a
my
fucking,
God.
It's a kiss cam. It's another fake kiss cam to go viral.
Yeah.
No, this guy was just conveniently on, shooting the show, and then we were able to capture this. That's what happened.
Unbelievable.
Mike in Mass, how are you?
Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Good.
That guy in the video, his nickname is Floaty Boatwood. He's in all of Zach's videos. He's actually the sound technician for the Ball State.
Then J.J. Watt fucked up because that guy was supposed to be there.
He fucking, first of all, you're going to count the lights if your name is Floaty Boatwood no matter what happens. This has made me a fan of the band.
Yeah.
Knowing that they cruise town with a guy named Floaty Boatwood.
This is our sidekick, Floaty Boatwood.
He's in the house.
Yeah, if you pull up any of their videos, he
I
was
won't.
in the CD video, he was in the No Hurry video. He's, like I said, he's their sound engineer, so he's there with them every show. And I have friends at the show, and they said, hey, we were wondering why Jake was hanging around us, and he's like, oh, I've never seen the show from this angle before.
See?
And then jumped on stage. If you watch all the videos, the band is pissing themselves laughing after it happened.
Yeah, because Rubes are going to fucking buy it.
Well, this engineer ain't going to be engineering shit for a while.
It looked to me like he got up fresh and easy. He said we did it just like we practiced.
There was no practice.
Liz said this, I'd eat raw meat before I eat anything well done. And then Bitter Chick says Peter Luger sauce on steak or GTFO.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
Oh, all right. Peter Luger's is that fucking thing that now 8 of their chefs have gone and started their own different restaurants all over town. Let me guess. You get a good fucking steak.
Yeah.
Throw it on the grill, flip it, bring it out.
Put some salt and pepper on it.
Yeah.
$67, please.
67? Wouldn't you go there? 1989?
What does it go for these days?
Steak in the city is so fucking expensive.
Minimum
it's ridiculous.
$50 at any restaurant if you to get a steak is minimum.
Where are you
50
eating?
bucks.
Diners? Here's Scott in Canada. Scott.
Hey, how's it going, Ron? I work at a movie theater, and last night a woman ordered 2 hot dogs without the bun. I had to give it to her in a cup.
What is she, gluten-free? That's what the people
Yeah.
worry about, the glutens of a bun, right?
Yeah, exactly.
In the meantime, she's going to eat 2 dogs.
You know
she's
what?
watching a fucking Avengers movie.
You know what? Just take the bun and take it out of the bun. Don't make him put it in a cup. It looks ridiculous.
Because she knows if she had that bun in the dark, she'd just bite into it.
Just have a handful of hot dogs, just the meat. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you mind if I just fucking cook it on my own hand? Just put my own hand in the fire? Because I'm a fucking Blade Runner.
I'm a skin job.
Look, we're a couple skin jobs fresh into town. You know how we could just put our hands in freezing stuff and freak out Chinese people? We can do the same. We can do the same thing with boiling water. Let me tie a hot dog to my dick and just dip it down in some boiling water. No, don't worry. Skin job. Skin job.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. We're just traveling around the country right now trying to find people who built us and then killed them. In all different ways.
Yeah. We're really angry. We were not going to talk to them to try to help us. We're just going to murder the fucking scientists that created us.
Our eyes. We're going to get the guy who made our eyes.
We're going to get the Chinese eye scientist.
Who works in the freezing cold.
Yeah, why?
Because it's the fucking future, Chris. Think. Come on, that's the only way to cook.
I didn't know. The fucking eyeballs need sub-zero temperatures.
That fucking movie is so watchable, it's unbelievable.
It's awesome. Any point that thing's on, well, guess I'm watching the
Now
rest
they're
of Blade
making
Runner.
fucking Blade Runner 2.
And Harrison Ford is going to show up in it.
Yeah, of course he is.
And I want to go home and watch Blade Runner right now.
Yeah, me too.
Hell yeah. And there was no CGI in that movie. It was
By
all...
the way, aren't you grossed out by people who eat a fucking hot dog in a movie theater?
Yeah, but I do like nachos.
Yeah, that nachos. That's
in the dark.
Come on.
He's just fucking. He puts his balls in it and sits there and watches a movie.
That I don't know who.
That's what I say. To them. Warm.
Oh, I heard that once during the movie. Like this. He better not be, sir. I heard that warm.
Trying to enjoy this nacho cheese.
On your balls.
Where else
still
would
in the preview.
Where else would it go, buddy?
You can at least wait till it gets darker. Wait till the house lights go
like
down.
a fucking trivia game. Warm.
Enjoy the 5 or the 20 or whatever it is.
I love the 20.
Yeah,
I'm fucking, like you sit there and you like do a word game and it's like Clint Blankwood. You're like Eastwood. Got it. I got it. It was Eastwood. I knew it.
Damn it! I thought
it from being in the movies.
I thought it was Floaty Boatwood.
I love that fucking guy. He makes all the idiots fucking think real things happen.
No, that was real.
Can I tell you something, dude?
Yeah.
I could probably fucking do a bat kid with you. You're so fucking crazy right now. Take you out in a little bat suit and get people to be nice to you for a day.
That'd be great. I'm going to stop a crime. Is that guy a little old for this? Hey, shut up. It's my dream.
I could have at least got a suit that fit.
Oh, we never brought this up. The Ron Bennington dog ran its first time yesterday. No, this is weird. Remember the guy called, he was like from Minnesota?
Yeah.
Did he say he was going to race it in Iowa? First time he raced was Daytona Beach.
Wow.
Yeah.
Love that Ron Bennington. Little Ronnie B, I like to call him.
Her.
Her. I like to call her.
Because Ron Bennington is a girl's name. But I think she came in fourth. First race.
Okay.
That's great.
I don't think so.
No, that's
You bet
awesome.
that in Superfecta, you're making some cash for yourself. So that's
Okay,
cool.
so that's the last thing you can do, Superfecta?
Yeah, Superfecta, yeah. But that pays out the most, though. That's the potential to pay the highest payouts.
Right. But you gotta have 3 other dogs doing their job correctly.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes,
It's pretty rare.
Not going to hit it often.
Never does, really. Never has come in.
That's what they don't tell you.
Always keep Ron Bennington in the Superfecta.
I went to fucking Belmont with Chris once, right?
Great.
And he says, yeah, I've been coming here ever since I was a kid. I probably go here 50 times a summer. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I go, where's the winner's window? He goes, I got no idea. Never saw it.
I heard there's an IRS window somewhere, but I wouldn't.
Everything's a rumor to him.
The people talk about it out here.
He's always going like this. Well, 3 minutes before we tear up our tickets. I go, don't you ever win? Nope. What do you mean, win? He always just goes, let's go out to the ticket tearing up place.
You can win? That's possible? I see people being happy, but I just thought, that's for the love of the sport.
I've been to that IRS window, though. It's thrilling.
Sure. I actually went there with all my fucking returns.
What do you got for me?
Let's see. I did some extra work, too. And
Sir?
These are all the,
I have
these are all the receipts, too. Now, I spent a lot of money on shit.
couple charitable donations.
I gave $800,000 to Coke for Kids. It's a chance to go to third world countries and give kids bumps. Why should they be left out?
Bumps or rails?
Well, we're going to start them with bumps.
Okay.
But one day, we hope.
Did you see that? Did you see the Mr. Robot yet?
I have not seen it yet, no.
Fucking dick. Have you, Gail?
I saw Mr. Robot.
Do you believe the thing of 30 milligrams of heroin and you'd never become a junkie?
I was interested in that. I wonder if that could be true. Because what would that be? But that's going to change per person, too, what your own body could handle.
Exactly. So we better double down.
Yeah.
We better double D this whole situation.
I like that you were writing that down.
Yeah.
Okay. Beat the system.
I'm going 60 milligrams.
Can't be too careful.
I don't know anyone who's ever been able to walk that fucking line now. You know what I mean? Like, again, if you're sitting there measuring out your fucking drugs, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Are you in or out?
But yeah, all right, so you're measuring out the drugs. That means you might have extra drugs afterwards. So if you do the drugs that were measured out, why wouldn't you want to do the drugs that were left over?
Because he doesn't want his intolerance to be built up.
Right.
You got to keep it low.
Right.
And I don't know why anybody would want to do that either.
Cheaper that way, I guess.
What would you say to yourself, though, when it comes to the Ronnie B dog, right?
Yeah.
Would you rather have a dog named after you or a cupcake?
Wow.
Joe, I'm going to go to you first.
Definitely a cupcake. I feel like those would last longer. My legacy continues more than 15 years.
Can I tell you something? That cupcake has been the #1 seller in Chicago for something like 8 years now.
Yeah.
8 years straight.
That's incredible.
#1 every single year. They're talking about just finally retiring it and taking it off the books, putting it in the Hall of Fame.
No.
If there was a Hall of Fame for cupcakes, that would go in there.
Don't.
And other newspapers picked Ron Bennington as the #1 cupcake in Chicago. So this dog is going to have to win the Triple Crown of Dog Worlds to go for that.
Now, I think it's interesting that one of your namesakes could kill the other one.
Oh, that's true.
Ronnie B cannot eat a Ronnie B.
Is that right?
Yeah. That's all chocolate. That chocolate ganache.
That's the only thing I feed dogs, chocolate.
No! You watched my dog!
Yeah.
They have to like it, though. It's chocolate.
I always tell her, Gail's going, chocolate time. What else can a dog eat?
There's a couple weird ones. Onions, garlic, avocado, grapes.
How about razors?
I don't think so. I don't think any... What? Did you put it in the
Why
apple?
can't they eat chocolates? They can't digest it?
I
think they can eat it. They'll
No.
just shit all over the place.
No, it's supposed to drive them nuts or something. It rots their brain or something. I don't know exactly what it is, but
Cocoa contains a toxin that is
Then why
bad
can
for
we eat
dogs.
it so well?
I guess our brains are better than the dogs.
No shit.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Come on.
Our brains are better than a dog's. Go humans. Go humans forever.
But I don't know what the issue is with the other stuff. Like avocado's a weird one. Avocado, garlic, and onion. They just like can't have any Mexican food, pretty much.
Yeah, that's true.
Out of the question.
I gave you Doug a burrito.
Damn
and then
it.
I go like this. You don't finish that up, you're not going to get your scallions, and you're not going to get your chocolate. It seems like the same things that you shouldn't feed a dog, you also shouldn't feed a baby.
Yeah. Why not?
Oh, baby should like avocado. It's soft.
Remind me not to have you watch the kid
Yeah.
or a dog.
Okay.
I know you're itching to watch the kid.
No. Not at all.
Wash the kid is more like it. He's watching.
How many baths does he need?
He's watching. He's watching a kid right now, and the mother doesn't even know about it. Let's just say he's keeping an eye on it.
She's going to feel great about this when she finds out later.
I'm glad that you're fucking saying it right now, David Sweat.
I have no relation to David Sweat.
What about Skanksgiving? That fucking woman
Yeah.
that helped. What are all this shit they keep saying about her?
Skanks a lot. Shaw Skank Redemption.
Shawshank's the big one. That's what they led with. The Shawshank.
That's fucking mean.
That's skank shaming, and I won't stand for it.
I know. And this guy's fucking selling it out too.
Oh yeah, yeah. He as soon as he got caught, they said he was all doped up when they first got him because they shot him a few times. But afterwards, he's just letting him know exactly what the plan was.
Yeah,
just kill the husband and go to Mexico.
Yeah, he has to fucking tell the truth or he doesn't get pudding. They said they're taking away his TV and hot plate.
Shaw Skank escapee killed in shootout. It's nothing but skanks.
That fucking guy that he escaped with, what a fucking idiot he was. First of all, everyone acted like they were geniuses for getting out of there. They had no plan to do it once they fucking came up, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have like a buddy waiting for them,
Yeah.
switching cars, nothing like that. And this dude, they break in the hunting fucking lodges, and he just starts drinking whiskey that he finds.
He pounds it. As soon as they get it, he starts drinking.
Keep it together, man.
cabin-
Wait till you're over state lines at
Every
least.
cabin was like, it smelled like alcohol in here, and we knew we hadn't had the alcohol open. They were just pounding booze.
Well, that's the thing about most criminals. Most of them are pretty shitty at what they do.
Everyone is.
Yeah.
It isn't a matter of most. If you ever hear of a genius criminal, it's in a movie.
Yeah.
In real life, they're all fucking morons.
Pulling diamond heists and shit like that. It's
Yeah, you can pull a diamond heist, and then what do? You fucking just start giving diamonds out to everybody 3 blocks away.
Look at these diamonds.
They fucking, I worked at this place that had gold, right? And all everyone ever talked about was getting gold out of the place, So this one fucking kid, he steals these gold medallions. He was a material handler. He found out where the lazy guard was, hid him in the trash can. When it went in the fucking bin, right?
Yeah.
He dove in that fucking bin at night, right? And this is at the Franklin Mint. So, it's kind of a smart idea. What's he doing? Here's a couple of fucking medallions you won't be seeing around here, I'm telling you that.
Oh, God.
He's fucking shooting his mouth off. Here's what you gotta do if you ever want to fucking leave with seeing some nice medallions. So they go fucking looking for him, right? Because somebody ratted him out along the way, right? He's fucking at some goddamn discotheque, and he's dancing around with a big fucking...
He doesn't sell it.
They said it was flipping around, smacking him on the forehead. Like, yeah, I like my medallion. And it was fucking
He
fresh.
doesn't even get rid of it.
No. Fuck no. He's a goddamn idiot. Everybody's like, fuck, that was pretty fucking smart crime. I go, the whole thing's got to be smart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not part of a fucking plan doesn't make you a genius.
You have to get away with it so no one knows about it. That's how it works.
Then you never tell anyone.
Yeah.
It's a mystery.
Otherwise, you're in prison.
You're not fucking 3 blocks away with the medallion around your fucking neck.
Show this shit off a little bit. Want everyone to know.
Super Frank. Hey, ow. I got 8 more of these.
Look how smart I am.
Here's Garrison in Wisconsin.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, dogs can have like milk chocolate. They're not supposed to have any chocolate at all, but like the darker the chocolate, it's kind of like heroin. The darker, the better it is, the
the worse it is for you. And then
I always say this, though. I always say the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
there's an enzyme in there that actually causes them to have a heart attack.
Yeah. Perfect rhyme.
Wait.
If the dog had a heart attack, no one will know. That was murder, she wrote.
Don't autopsy this dog.
Or any dog. I was at a place where they actually did an autopsy on a chicken, but they were really just preparing it for dinner.
Delicious.
Yeah, this chicken died from being finger-looking good. I wonder if they tried all the animals before they figured out what were the tasty ones.
They had to, right? Like, as man was evolving, like, just killing things and, like, this thing sucks. We don't want to deal with this.
I mean, dogs would have been the easy one because we already gained their trust.
But here's the deal about a dog. They're useful.
Yeah.
A fucking turtle ain't.
Right.
There's two things you can do with a turtle. Make it in the soup and wear the thing as a fucking football helmet on your head. The shell.
We figured out how to make helmets, and that just made turtles totally useless. I mean, maybe early on, a turtle helmet sure would help.
Can you imagine how small your head would be before the turtle helmet would work out? You know what? Turtles always grossed me out when I was a kid because we could find them in the woods and shit. But that fucking slow motion thing that they would do, I was just like, it's like they're on a different whole time schedule from us.
How are they even, like, how are they still, like, around? Like, it should be easy for other animals to just dig their paw in.
You ever try to fucking dig into a goddamn turtle?
I never, no.
No, they fucking seal up.
They get that tight, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
They
yeah.
seal the fuck up.
All right. Never mind that.
Airtight.
Tight as the turtle's asshole, we like to say. You never been around a turtle in your life because you grew up in Queens, huh?
Yeah, no turtles in Queens.
What other kind of, like, regular... Have you ever seen a skunk before in your life?
In college, like when I went to college, was the only time I've ever seen a skunk.
Why would you call it cottages?
College.
It's like we're in Cagage.
Raccoons. I never saw it till I left the city, so I didn't see a
So
raccoon.
you saw a pet before you saw a raccoon?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He saw a burglar with a little fucking raccoon mask before he ever saw his first raccoon.
Deer. The first time I saw a deer, I was probably 20. I was like, oh my god, look, there's a deer, and everyone's like, yeah, what's the big deal? Well, no, there's a deer right there. What's this wild animal doing in where we live?
Deer still shock me when I see them because growing up in Florida, there are little deer around, but they're they're like on the endangered list or something, or at least they were when I was a kid. And then in the city, I didn't see them. So to this day, if I go somewhere and see a deer, it's like seeing a fucking unicorn. It really shocks me.
You see herds of deer. That's how many there are. You can look out and see 100 deer just sitting there like this. Huh? They always look up like this. What?
Did you say something?
Shh. I heard something. The deer is so fucking paranoid.
They're getting whacked constantly.
Yeah, but shh. Deer.
What's that?
You see everyone just looking up. One of them starts to... You'll never see like one deer run and everyone goes, it's nothing.
It's fine.
They all fucking take off.
Someone
knows something!
I just stepped on a twig. It's fine.
I'm writing a children's story right now called The Slowest Deer. It ends with it being eaten.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but it's funny, though. I make it nice for the kids.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Like, I rhyme deer with rear, stuff like
Oh, they'll love that.
Yeah, and beer.
Nice. Something for me.
Oh, God. Why is it the Proud Alcoholic? I'm writing another fucking book. It's called The Proud Stupid Alcoholic.
I saw a blue jay, like maybe a year ago upstate.
You blew a guy named Jay.
That's what you saw.
And it freaked me out. I was like, wait a minute, that bird has color. 'Cause all I see are sparrows or whatever.
That means that you saw the male one.
Yeah.
Because the females do not have color. Same with cardinals.
They're lighter, yeah.
So they can hide their nest.
Yeah, birds with color. That's a big.
I see everything I said just bored you shitless until you got the
He's like, yeah.
color.
Anyway.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Siri, why is Chris Stanley a fucked up dick?
I'd blush if I could.
Oh,
Siri. Get some.
Siri.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Oh, shut up. Why does Chris Stanley eat tongue?
Checking my sources.
Oh.
But why does Chris Stanley eat them?
Eat them.
She's got your number.
Why is Chris Siri?
Seems like I cut you off.
Yeah. Yeah. Siri, why is Chris Stanley a turd eater?
Checking my sources. Okay, I found this on the web for why is Chris Stanley a turd eater.
It's just a picture of you with a fucking big thing of shit.
Oh my God! Who put that up there?
When did you take that?
It's Photoshop.
No, it's not. You can tell it's not.
Disgusting.
Why don't we break here? What can we get to today? Oh, you know what? There's a piece on the iBank today that our own Dan the Man put up. And this is about sequels that will never be made. Now, here's the problem. There's a lot of things I think that they would never make sequels to.
Yeah.
But they seem to be. You know?
The sequel reboot situation, both, is out of control.
Yeah, they're crazy with it.
Well, there's like hundreds of them coming out in the next year. Hundreds of sequels, reboots, remakes. You know what I'm talking about.
Why do you try, turd eater? Why do you try?
I want to spit that turd out my mouth and give it a shot. I'm going to throw it out there.
Break. Right back, Bennington. Welcome back to Bennington. It's the Bennington Show. Robert and Gail Bennington. Both here. About to give away some big prizes. We need to clear out some of the prize closet. And the way we're going to do this, Dan, your idea is we're going to come up with sequels to big movies.
To classic movies that have, for some reason, never had a great sequel.
So they got to come up with the title and the premise.
Yes.
What it's going to be about. If we
Yes,
like it, big ass prize closet. 866-766-0339. 866-766-0339. All you got to do is come up with a movie sequel to a big movie. And of course, the premise and title. First, could you get Hard Rock Johnny on the show for me? I know he's down at the beach right now because it's that time of year where Johnny likes to go to the beach. Johnny.
Yes.
How are you, my friend? I hope I didn't
I'm
catch
good.
you on the beach.
No, I'm on. I just got some suntan lotion on, so you're okay. I'm good. I'm just laying on the beach.
Johnny, what are you going to have for dinner tonight? Do you know?
Probably cheesesteak.
Cheesesteak. And then after that?
Zeppelis. All beach food.
No, Johnny. You're going to have a what? A birthday cake.
Oh,
Today is your birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Big 5-0. He finally made it. Big 5-0.
Wow.
He's
I'm not
50.
that old
He's
yet.
50 years old.
Congrats.
Johnny is 50.
50.
That's
Not
so
50.
nifty. He is 50. You know, Johnny,
Not
you can kick and you can stretch. You can kick and stretch. I don't know whether you saw this too, Johnny. Leading Republican right now, Chris Christie, is leading everybody after today's speech where he says he's going to take money from teachers all around the country. He has got, I hated all my teachers so bad. I'm voting Chris Christie, number one.
They're living too high a life.
Yeah.
He's genius.
Half a century, our old Johnny. That's all I wanted to say to you, Johnny. Happy 5-0. There's 50 states, 50 candles.
Perfect.
Love it.
I'm only 43, though.
Sure you are, Johnny.
Yeah.
Fitty.
Someone shaven.
Fitty.
43 again.
Yeah. All right, Johnny. See you down the beach, pal. Enjoy the beach, all right?
Thanks.
Enjoy the beach. He thought he was going to get a bye. All right. So, one more time, Dan, give us the premise of the game. People can call in and win.
Okay, so the premise of the game, these are classic movies, classics that have never, for some reason, even though they make a million fucking sequels to stupid movies, they've never had a great sequel. So you call and give the title and a premise for this sequel.
All right, I got one for you right now.
Let's do it.
The movie is just called 8, Back in the Box. And it's 7, right?
Yeah.
8.
All right.
Another head in the box.
Another sin. Another head in the box.
Yeah, another head in the box, or maybe even a foot in the box.
Oh.
You know? Like he just opens it up and
Right.
there's his wife's foot.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
He just keeps getting body parts.
All right, you got one for us, Dave.
Yes. So One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Two Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
You would think that.
Yeah.
But here's what I think. We've exhausted everything with the institution.
Right.
We get it. Nurse Ratchet's a bitch. The other people are crazy.
Right.
So the Indian chief, Bromden, he broke free.
Big
so
Chief.
The sequel, Big Indians Are Running. So he's on the move. He's going across town. We see him stop for a slice, and he ends up where? New York City. Big Indian and the Big Apple.
All right, I like that.
A classic
Hilarity
fish out of
ensues.
water story.
Well, yeah, but see, here's the thing. I don't know, in 2016, I guess when this one come out, we can do Big Indian a running. Now, by the way, when Kesey wrote that, he was writing on notebook paper. Did you ever hear the story? Like, the notebooks that he had was called Big Chief. And then he actually
Really?
I'm always weirded out when someone could
I
just
didn't realize
take
that.
something that's stupid and put it into it. And now, you know,
This
it's perfect.
iconic thing.
All right. How do you like Big Indian a running?
I'm going to watch that movie.
You're going to watch it?
Yeah,
Gail?
I'll watch it for sure.
Gail, you got one? Or you
I got
still-
one.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the title.
Okay.
Just the title. You tell me what
All
is
right.
the sequel of.
All right.
The title of the movie is called The Path of the Righteous Man.
Oh,
my God.
This
Oh,
is
my
so
God.
fucking good. So then we end up following him around like he's walking around like
Yeah.
Kung Fu around the country.
Yes,
They're
exactly.
solving fucking Holy
Following-
shit.
Jesus.
Now,
Jules
did you
Winfield.
just think of that, or
Yeah.
has it always been in your mind?
No.
I fucking love this idea. The Path of the Righteous Man. I might be too much of a Tarantino person. I don't know if everyone else is going that crazy. Here's Shane. Shane.
How you doing, Benningtons?
Good.
How about E.T. 2, The Journey Home? Follows E.T. going back home, but before they get there, they end up in a battle with the aliens from the upcoming Aliens 3, via crossover kind of a thing.
All right, so E.T. is heading home,
Right.
and he ends up attacked by aliens and has to fight them off.
Yeah,
I had
the
a
Independence
kind of an
Day.
idea that E.T. comes back, right?
Yeah.
And what was the little boy's name?
Elliot.
Right. So Elliot's a grown-up man now. You take the same actors and you put,
Right.
you know, grown-up Gertie and all that. The mom's probably dead or whatever. But he's getting along. He goes back to Elliot, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end of the thing, E.T. stabs him in the fucking back.
What?
And the name of this is Et 2, E.T.
Perfect.
All right, E.T. Journey Home, is that worth the prize closet? Chris Stanley?
No, that's
No!
No.
Oh.
Joe? What would you vote?
I would vote no as well.
Sorry.
I was going to vote yes,
I had
but
you as a-
sorry.
yeah.
We're outnumbered.
Yeah, we're outnumbered here. Sorry, dude. Here's Brett. Brett, go ahead.
Hey, Ronnie, you sound like $1 million.
What's up?
All right, Titanic 2. This time we turn left.
Alternate universe. Somebody
Nice.
goes back
That's
in
nice.
time.
That's
Gets
nice.
them a hanging Louis. But then what happens once they beat the iceberg?
Once they beat the iceberg, they make it to New York, and it's not that good a movie.
But see, here's the deal. Then you find out years later, after you come back, the Nazis and Planet of the Apes are now running the country together.
No, because
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
saved everyone on the Titanic.
Yeah. Worth a prize closet trip.
I'm going to say yes.
Chris Stanley?
I say yes. I like alternate history.
You're going to the big ass prize closet. Ding!
Today he wins American Pie, signed by Eugene Levy.
Wow!
Hey, Eugene.
Wow!
He should be in Titanic.
I had
too.
an idea for that too. American cake.
Right.
That's it. That's all I had.
So
Just
does
a
he have
different
sex with the
cake.
cake, though?
Well, this time it's a girl, and she just stuffs cake up her vagina.
Oh,
so hot.
That's
Yeah.
actually way better. You're going to the big ass prize closet.
Yes.
man. All right, Dan, give us another one of yours. These are, by the way, these are up on the iBank. You can write in one. If we don't get to you on the phones, we'll pick out some winners off the iBank as well. Tweet that out. We'll grab some winners. Let's do another one. What do you got?
Okay, so we got Casablanca, a classic.
Oh, I love the Casablanca.
Who doesn't love that movie?
But so does he get back together with the girl?
No, see, that's the thing. She gets on the plane with
Yeah.
Victor, and he's not going to run into her again in the grocery store. That's very unlikely. But there's no room for a sequel, except the last line. He says, Louis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. That sets the stage for what? The sequel, Rick and Louie hang out.
So it's just kind of a buddy movie.
It's a buddy cop movie without the cops.
Are they solving crimes? Or one of them is like
they dodge Nazis, they drink beer, and they don't have any women like meddling around and ruin Bogart's good time.
I don't even think Bogart was that into her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like anytime I say go with the guy, it means I don't like you. You know what I mean?
I think if Victor wasn't on the plane, he would have been like, I would go take a trip.
Here's Oscar. Oscar, what do you got for us?
All right. So the name of this movie is going to be called Second Hand Luke. And what it's going to be about, you know the pipe cutter that Luke's cutting the heads off them parking meters in the beginning of the... All right. His son, his grandson, modern day times, he's a plumber, and he uses that second-hand pipe cutter in some of his dealings. And the buxom babe, watching that video, her granddaughter and them kind of have like a romantic intrigue, but they're all hung up about his grandfather's, shady past.
Well, first of all, let me just stop everything. I'm not even going to put this up for vote. Straight into the big ass prize closet.
That's great.
All right. What does he win?
He won Source Code, signed by Jeffrey Wright.
Whoa, sweet.
Nice.
Sweet. Who signed it?
Jeffrey Wright.
Oh, the great Jeff Wright. Oh, God, he's amazing. Now, go to the iBang and look at this. We got posters for Summer Dance. Yeah. And if you look at the one, look at that fun stuff.
Oh, that looks great.
Like they're just out there.
People are going to see that.
Yeah. And what's the name of that one? It's
Rick and Louie Hang Out.
Rick and Louie Hang Out. It's a little on the nose for a title, but it's fun.
Let's call that a working title.
Now, here's the weird thing.
No, it's set in stone.
It's colorized except for them, and they're walking around black and white in this thing.
You got to understand, it's been 70 years.
Right.
So you got to,
Anybody recognize that bar?
No, what is that?
It's from a famous TV show.
Is it Cheers?
No, that's Patty's Pub.
Oh.
From Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That's where they,
That's
eventually...
where they hang out. That's where they hang out. They migrate. They travel around.
Here, Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, Forrest Gump 2, still stupid. And
kind of a Dumb and Dumber thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this one has a little twist to it because little Forrest is now 27 years old, and it's all about him trying to bilk his father out of the Bubba Gump money. So, and then he ends up trying to kill him.
It takes it a turn towards some sadness here.
That's actually the Forrest Gump book that the movie was adapted from. That's what happens is that the kid keeps growing up, and he grows up to hate his dad because he's like, my dad's fucking stupid. I don't want him around.
You really read the sequel to Forrest Gump?
I read the Wikipedia page where it talks about the book.
What about it? So this guy ripped off the Wikipedia page. What do you think, Chris?
No, bad. No.
Bad.
Stanley doesn't like it.
I think
that if you did a Forrest Gump 2, it would open with he is on tour with Nirvana, and he and Kurt go hunting.
Yeah.
And he slips.
Oh,
and that
my
starts
God.
part of the funny stuff,
There's an idea.
Yeah. Give us another one of yours, Dennis. By the way, this is up on the iBang. If we can't get to you on the phone, you can still win by giving your idea on the iBang. What 2 prizes have we given away so far, Joey Jojo?
We have given away American Pie with Eugene Levy and Source Code with Jeffrey Wright, both signed by those.
Wow. 2 of my favorite.
Yeah.
One of my favorite comedic actors, one of my favorite straight actors. Before I get to you, Dan, Chris Stanley hasn't given one of his yet.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah.
It's a sequel to Shawshank Redemption.
Of course it is.
It's called
Dude, Bro.
Mexican Bed and Breakfast. And it just shows them opening this bed and breakfast and getting into all sorts of adventures down in Mexico.
All right, so some of these you don't have to give much thought to. But what about this? Shawshank 2, Getting Back In. So, like, one of their friends is having some trouble, and they've got to climb back into the thing.
Yeah.
They get into it, and it ends with them being electrocuted.
Oh, God. Oh, it's sad.
Well, I just wanted to go like that Forrest Gump guy. All right, Dan, you've given this a little more thought than us. Give us some of your ideas, because your ideas are good.
Well, we got 12 Angry Men, right?
I love that movie.
Yes.
Who saw it not too long ago?
That's a
Well, now
classic.
you're acting like I'm a dope, like I like the same movie as everyone.
So we got to follow up that. They keep remaking it.
Yeah.
Let's do a sequel. 12 Angry Men. The sequel, Jury Duty again.
Oh, jeez.
They all get called back. This time it's
Same group? What
This
are the
time it's
odds?
a minor medical malpractice case that they're in there for.
Right.
And also this time the judge is really mad too. So our
Right.
Angry Men count is up to 13.
Oh, wow.
13 Angry Men.
So it's Jury Duty again, and it looks
Again.
like they ended up in that case that Paul Newman was doing back in the
Yes.
1980s.
Yeah. Oh, it's
God,
a
I love
whirlwind.
that movie.
It's a whirlwind.
I like the idea that it opens, right? And it could be almost be like Heard It Through the Grapevine is playing.
Mm-hmm.
Bum, 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 bum. And we're watching each one of our old friends just tearing that open like, what? Jury Duty again?
Again?
You know?
Not
and then they're just
again.
showing up and they're seeing each other. Not you guys.
They still don't know each other's names
Yeah.
except for the one guy.
And are they still angry though? Is that the thing?
Yeah, they're as angry as ever. That's just
Yeah.
in their persona. Feisty as ever.
Better tone to start a movie.
Sure. All right, here's John. He wants to get on the fun here. John, what do you got?
Yeah, I want a sequel to My Left Foot called My Right Foot, where Daniel Day-Lewis actually hooks up with the nurse. They have a baby, same condition, and he just can't get it through his thick skull how easy it is to do everything with your feet.
Right, but here's the deal. His right foot was actually paralyzed. So if it was my right foot, it would be a guy not being able to draw.
What about My Left Hand?
Again, paralyzed. I think it would be better like it would be my left foot, but then the foot has to be amputated for some reason. I'm going to guess diabetes.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's just diabetes.
You're like a punch-up man. You know what I mean? Like
I
you
really,
take the idea.
I don't ever have my own ideas. I'm like a studio head, and I'm always thinking, where can I put Julia Roberts?
You know what? That's where the money is.
Oh,
you know what
yeah.
I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You make a real nice life for yourself.
Don't I know about it? I watched The Player. So I'd like to just do players, and it would be me and Tim Robbins.
Right.
But we'd have one of those desks that face each other.
Right. You're both just punching up.
Yeah, we're just punching stuff up all the time.
You punch what he punched
Right.
and so forth.
This time they're saving all the Nemos. All right, let me go over here and look at Joey Jojo. Now, this is a guy who's never had a good idea in his life. So if this comes through, you know what I mean? Imagine the shock on our faces if this guy walks in with $1 million sequel.
All right, you guys know The King's Speech?
No. Is it good?
It's pretty good.
All right.
This one's called The King's Speech 2, The King's Speech Again, only this time it's not radio that's taking over everything, it's television. And it's a really ugly king.
Oh, it's not the same king?
No, it can be the same one, but he had an accident or something like that. I don't know. It kind of writes itself from there.
So he has to overcome his
It
looks.
doesn't write itself. You're supposed to write it.
All right, got one more. All right.
Why don't you hold that?
Okay, all right.
And we're going to go to Tony next. Because let's break up the bad ideas, hopefully with a good idea.
Right.
All right, let's go.
Yin and yang.
Tony, what do you got?
Hello, Bennington.
Hey.
And Stanley.
So,
Hey, this is kind of a Bride of Frankenstein and Frankenstein. They get together, they have a real human kid, and he's normal, and he's trying to control his two out-of-control parents.
All right, I got a better way of doing this, though, and I love it, right? It's going to be called Baby Frankenstein. And we're just going to go back and take these parts from all these stillbirths, one after another,
God.
right? Hold on. Then you got a baby Frankenstein, and it's just like, crawling down the halls and shit like this.
Yeah.
Now, the villagers, they end up sending him to school, right? Like preschool.
yeah.
But the villagers' children, those little toddlers, are chasing him with like little torches
Oh, wow.
and little pitchforks.
That sounds kind of cute, actually.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's so nice. And it ends with him throwing another little baby into the water after pulling a daisy apart. Joey, let's hear your idea.
Okay, so it's after the battle's over, the gunfight is done. He took him out, the sheriff, and now he's out of town. It's not high noon. It's 6:30 p.m. What's for dinner?
All right, so he's just making a dinner?
Yeah, but they don't know where to make camp. But they don't have to think about it for a few more hours because there's still light out, you know?
Now, are we trying to keep people from coming to the theater? Is that the point of this?
No, we want them to come.
Oh, okay. So I thought it was like the producers where we were trying to make a movie that no one would come to.
This is our springtime for Hitler.
Yeah, it is. Here's, let's go over here to Kendall. Kendall, what do you got for us?
Hey, Ron, this one's Twister 2. This time there's 2 cows.
All right, so the only difference between Twister is there's an extra cow?
Come on, it's Bruckheimer. You can't go wrong.
All right. Well, the thing is, it's extreme!
Extreme, baby!
All right, Twister 2, this time there's 2 cows. Gail, you're going to get the first vote.
I'm going to say yes to the
that's an
2
extra cow?
Yeah. You know, like, it's going to be like in Jaws when you don't think he can take down 2 barrels. Like,
Right.
it can't take 2 cows.
All right, that
and
part
then
I
it
like.
does.
Yeah,
And
that
then
part I like.
It does.
Stanley?
I don't think there's enough there with just the 2 cows. With an extra cow. No. I'm not,
You don't think so?
No.
But wait, the cows are the villains this time. They're going after the tornado.
All right, so it's kind of like Calnado.
Okay.
It's like Calnado.
They're real cows. They're not cows being thrown around by the tornado, but they want to get revenge, just like What's-Her-Face did in the first one.
I don't know. I don't know who that What's-Her-Face was. All right, Joey Jojo, you're going to be on Twister 2. This time there's 2 cows. You are the person who decides.
I really can't see how that movie can't go wrong.
You're going to put him in the fries
What
closet?
the hell? I really like the idea.
All right,
There's
go to the
something
big
there.
ass fries closet.
I can't applaud that.
There was the extra cow, and that was genius.
But why stop at 2 cows? You could do like a Hitchcock the Birds thing.
Hey,
You
hold
have
on to that.
thousands of cows.
Yeah, that's. I mean, we're going to make more than one sequel. We might even shoot these at
franchise.
the same time. Like take 9 months and just add cows. Shoot a bunch of them. Joey, what's he winning?
He wins. Friends with Benefits, signed by Jenna Elfman.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you know Jenna Elfman, right?
Yes, I do.
She is a Scientologist, so she always shows up in the Scientologist talk. But she came in here. She was sweet. She was funny and incredibly sexy. And it made me think that Scientology works.
Really?
Yeah. Did you think she was
she looked
incredible?
Yeah, she looked great.
And just was cool. For all the bad mouthing Scientology gets, and you're like, I gotta hang out with this chick.
And she's been in it for a long time, right?
I don't know what. Oh, you Scientology?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's moved her way up the meter pretty good for herself.
If you're ever in a coffee shop like out in L.A., every cute girl's reading like a Scientology book.
All right.
Every
Good tip.
Starbucks, yeah.
So I should come in with one.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Or I'll just, if I see one, read one, I'll just go over. Could you know the way to the Celebrity Center?
It's like between auditions, they
No,
brush
is it
up.
only celebrities that are allowed in the Celebrity Center?
I don't know.
Because
It
it
must
seemed
be on a
like
list.
I'd be pissed off if I saw a day player in there. What are you doing with us?
I'm an actor.
Yeah. Maybe we could do a sequel to The Master where we, move it. Oh, we can't. Shit. All right, Dan has put together, again, explain your stuff, Dan.
So these are classic movies that have never had a sequel. So you call and pitch in what you think the sequel should be, the title, and a quick premise.
Yes, because if you get
Big
to the
box office.
Yeah, if you get to the rubber match here, Joe's a very easy person. Chris Stanley's still mad about it. All right, Dan, give us one of yours. This is up on the iBang. If you can't get through on the phones, just put it up on the iBang there, right back, and Chris will pick a couple more out tomorrow. Give us another one of yours, Dan.
We got Gone with the Wind. That one won every fucking award.
Everything there was to win.
Everything there was to win, it won it. And it ends with, him Rhett walking
Frankly,
away
Scarlett.
and saying, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. And he walks away. So how are you going to follow that?
You can't.
Yeah.
It can't
Yeah.
be done.
That's it.
It can't be
Except
done.
he comes right back from the wind. Look, I know I said I didn't give a damn before, but I was just really hungry and tired, and you got to forgive me. And from that, they get back together. There's love, there's strife, there's hijinks, and she asks some questions about why it took him over 75 years to come back, but they work through it.
Are you stuck with this title, because maybe we get a hold of Bob Seger and do Against the Wind. And, you know,
that
we
could
start
work.
with something that people already like.
All right, we'll start
Now-
the bidding
Now,
at
my big
$5
question
for
is,
it.
does the South rise again in the sequel?
It starts to and then it sinks right back down again, like in real life. Here is Jack. Jack, go ahead, buddy.
Hey guys, I got a sequel to the movie Any Given Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Love that movie.
It's going to be called Any Given Sunday, but sometimes Thursday nights.
Just in the first part of the season.
Right.
Unless you've got the NFL Network.
Yeah.
Then you
Occasional
watch the whole thing.
Saturdays.
Yeah.
Playoff
Chris
Saturdays.
Stanley, you like this?
No, I don't like it.
And you're a big Any Given Sunday.
I love Any Given Sunday.
Who was your favorite quarterback in that?
Oh, Stephen Willie Beeman.
He loves Stephen Willie Beeman.
He has a rap song for himself in a Metarex commercial. He's great.
Fred. Fred, what do you got?
Okay, the movie is called Not That Dick, and it's a sequel to Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And the opening scene is the alien ship landing, and the aliens come out of the craft looking like giant gerbils. And their first words are, "Wait, we thought you said Richard Gere."
Kind of anti-gay, doing the big gay pride thing.
No.
Somebody brought this up. I think maybe it was even BuzzFeed. Wanted to know how long that you have to wait before you can take your rainbow flag off your website or Facebook page.
Yes.
Do you leave it? How long do you leave it on there?
That's what my friend was saying, that there should be a notification every time someone changes it back.
I would
So
feel
you
bad
see,
if I
like-
was gay as soon as they changed it back.
So he's like, oh, all right, on Tuesday, this guy
Yeah.
stopped caring about gays.
2 weeks. You get 2 weeks. That's max. Like, I mean, after a week, you can take it off. 2 weeks max.
2 weeks max. So
Max.
it's like leaving the tree up too long. at
Exactly,
Christmas.
yeah.
They even came up with a way that you know if someone's gay if you ever hear them say the phrase "Steamin' Willie Beeman."
Right. That's it. That's an indicator.
No, that's just they're a fan of an Oliver Stone film. That's all.
Exactly. That's the second.
Then
one.
why did you name a sex act after it?
Exactly.
I didn't
Wanted
name
to
it.
give me a Steamin' Willie Beeman right on my chest.
Oliver Stone named it that way. It's not my fault the character's named that.
I think once it's 4th of July. Well, now we've moved on to a new
Oh,
holiday.
you're gonna have a new thing to put up there.
I just kind of feel
And
like
then nobody get mad when you take the fireworks.
Yeah, like, hey.
The barbecue
Smart.
photos will come up, other colorful shit.
I like that.
we've moved on. Now it's just a thing of, it's
Right.
a reality. Yes, of course. Gay marriage is just marriage now.
It's just marriage. You're just dull like everybody else now. Here's Tony. Tony, what do you got?
How about Curious Case of Benjamin Button 2, where it actually starts out he's a baby and he grows into an old man? Just basically play the movie in reverse.
I mean, that's Boyhood.
Yeah, it's already
Yeah.
been done. Nice try.
Man, I
Way to
thought
get us out of
Benjamin. I thought Benjamin Button was such a ripoff. I watched that movie because I thought for sure I knew what the ending was.
Right.
So I don't want to spoil it for anyone.
Yeah.
But
Spoiler
he starts off as a little baby old man.
Yeah.
How do you think it ends?
Him climbing into a vagina?
Well, I
Fetus.
thought the thing that doesn't make sense to me is
He's
he
outside
went
fetus.
back to being a baby,
Oh,
like a
that's stupid.
baby-sized baby.
What?
I thought he was going to be a giant baby
Yeah, would have been great.
because he was a
You're right.
tiny old man.
Right.
I literally watched this movie just to see the giant baby at the end,
That's
and
right.
there was no giant baby. It didn't make any sense.
Well, I turned it off. Well, I was watching like for 25 minutes, and I didn't even see a single button in that. And I'm like, because I'm a big button fan.
You thought it was Benjamin's button.
Yeah. Well, I actually thought, why didn't they just put red buttons in this role? He would have been fantastic, but he never got a dinner. Never got a dinner. Now, do you remember yesterday when we were talking about Seinfeld, and he's saying he can't play colleges?
Yeah,
and
sure.
I'm like, well, you're 60. That would be like when you were in college, Jack Carter coming out.
Yeah.
Jack Carter died while we were having that
Yes, he
conversation.
died yesterday, yes.
Oh my God.
Is that crazy? Now, I haven't even said the name Jack Carter in probably 30 years.
That's
He used to be on the
bizarre.
Merv Griffin show when I was a kid.
That is so weird of
Yeah.
all the references.
I'm trying to put together the life and times of Jack Carter and it's going to star Jim Florentine. And I think it's going to be amazing. We already got the voice down.
All right.
Yeah. We're in trouble. We haven't given out any prizes in a while now.
All right, let's
if you
get serious.
can't get through, go over to the iBang, sign up, put your pitch there. Chris is going to pick a couple more winners over there, too. Here is Jamie. Jamie, go ahead.
Hey, man.
Hey.
Dazed and contused. Getting grungy.
Getting grungy.
Oh, okay.
Here's the only problem with that. Normally, you are not into anything other than your youth music. So, it could be Dazed and Contused. Turn that music down, damn it. And you're playing football.
Unless, of course, we're following the freshmen. Like well, I guess it wouldn't already be that. Like, that would be like in the 80s. Yeah,
Yeah.
They would be too old.
They would be too old to get into a new scene. It's very rare to get into a new scene without coming off completely creepy.
Here's the problem, though. I love the title Dazed and Contused.
So you're going to
I'm
say
going to
yes?
say yes for the title,
Chris Stanley?
working on the
No,
fly.
hell no. That ain't going to happen.
Wait, you just went, no, hell no.
The
That
hell
doesn't
no.
work. That doesn't work that way.
The hell no to that. Days of Contused, we ain't getting jacked.
All right, so we split the vote. It's pretty exciting, Jamie, because we're going to go to the rubber match, the tiebreaker,
the cow lover,
Joey Jojo. Joey.
Well, I haven't heard a bad idea all day until I heard this movie sequel. Sorry, Jamie.
Format this early. Sorry, my friend.
Sorry, but
Dazed and Confused, I would have given it to you.
Oh, man. With a title like that, you're not going to get another
No,
title that
you're not
good.
going to get another one like that. Well, let's see if Dan's got one. You got another one, Dan?
Oh, I got one more. See,
Okay, good.
that Titanic one was good.
Right.
But I think I have a better one. Okay, so we need to change settings. The boat sank, DiCaprio's dead.
Right.
And so we know she got off the Titanic and we know she's an old lady now. But what happened in between? She was on the Hindenburg.
Holy shit.
The
Oh, my
Hindenburg.
God.
So you get Winslet up there and you throw in another handsome actor, a nice soundtrack, and you get some fucking Oscars.
I got an idea for you, too, for just a
Please.
slug line.
Yes.
Where Rosie goes, trouble follows.
There
you know
you
what I mean?
go.
Like, wherever
Oh,
this
my
fucking
God.
bitch goes, there's more trouble.
She's the Forrest Gump of big
Right.
disasters.
It's like What a Way to
Yes.
Go.
Yeah.
But like darker.
Right. So, like, she's in the towers on 9/11.
Okay,
just
yeah.
Oh
this
my God, this
old
Right.
is so
thing, like,
This is fun.
good.
This
on
is
those
blockbuster.
she's on those fucking Philippine fucking planes.
plane-
that just-
Yeah, the tsunami.
Right,
She's
yeah.
Hurricane Katrina.
Right.
Everywhere.
Marathon.
Yeah.
And every movie she'll meet a Channing Tatum, a Bradley Cooper. They'll all die. She'll keep going.
Wow.
Damn.
She lives through and her heart keeps going on.
Keeps
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah.
This is good.
Would you guys be against this? Just calling it Titanic and just porning it up a little bit? Like they just,
I mean, listen, we got to get butts in the seats. You
I
know
like
what I mean?
porn.
a giant tit and it runs into a big tongue. You know, just a big
Oh,
tongue
yeah.
out there in
Yeah.
the sea. Yeah.
It's pretty sexy, actually.
Well, you're welcome.
The best is you don't really have to change much of the title. It's going to be confusing.
No. No. Maureen.
Hello.
Hello.
Mine is Tuesdays with Carl. It's a sling blade.
Oh, and
Yeah,
Sling Blade's
we're-
dying?
Oh, no.
Well, Frankie can keep coming and visiting him in the hospital. And, well, of course, now Frankie is on NCIS, so maybe Carl helps him. You know, maybe that's why he went into the
And
law.
solving
career.
crimes and shit. And getting
Yeah.
wisdom from Sling Blade, Carl.
Exactly.
Tuesdays with Carl, Gail.
I'm in. Yes.
Chris Stanley?
100%. I
Don't-
love this.
Don't even get Joey Jojo involved then. Big ass prize slicer.
All right.
That's what he does before. Anytime before he talks, he goes like this. It's the funniest shit ever.
No one's ever talking.
You never want Yukon Cornelius' voice to be heard on the air.
Not yet.
What does she win, Joey?
She gets Austin Powers signed by Elizabeth Hurley.
Whoa!
Yeah, she does.
Congratulations, my friend. Cherish
goodness,
it.
Thank you so much.
Cherish it.
You gotta cherish it.
Also, Elizabeth Hurley in real life, unbelievably beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
I would bet.
Unbelievably beautiful. And then each of us that were sitting here when she left, we all went like this to each other. Did you see the way she was looking at me? Because everyone felt special.
You
being
noticed
near
that,
her.
right?
Yeah. Everyone felt special. She had that ability for herself.
We just really connected. I don't know what it is.
Anybody else got another idea here? Anybody else? Of
I got
course,
one.
Joey, good.
All right. You know Rain Man, right?
No.
Okay, so it's a movie. Guy plays cards.
Movie guy.
All right.
Okay, guy.
This was called Sun Man. Regular guy plays cards, counts them poorly outdoors.
All right, so yours would be Sun Man.
Man.
What about the idea of this? Rain Men. And there's just like this giant fucking thing of the same people that have this same ability, right? Where do they all meet? Vegas. And they're just crushing the fucking tables. Wherever they go, they're Rain Men and up. And every place goes bankrupt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they all get it, and they get the money, and they just end up buying gumdrops with it. You know, I mean, they're just fucking gumdrops anywhere. They don't know what to do with it.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
And they're wearing plaid pants, just whatever they're doing, bad haircuts. Just spending their money on bad haircuts.
What about, how about, you guys see Whiplash?
No, is it any good?
It's a great one.
Good.
Oh, man. So Whiplash 2, a kid plays a pretty good oboe.
Yeah.
And just to show, you know, because he was yelling at that drummer kid a lot,
Yeah.
just to show that sometimes being in a band can be fun.
All right, so this is what I would think it would have been like, because I watched Whiplash.
Yes.
If they would have done it at my school, it would be called Whiplash 2. The fuck did you just say to me, old man? Because this old man would have got stumped.
Get off my dick.
No one would be in a shitty band, and his house and car would be all fucked up.
Smashed his
Why
windows.
did that kid let himself get smacked and stuff? It was fun. I watched that entire movie going, this movie would be over right now with any normal child. You're not going to get fucking hit by this old man. Glenn. I hope this is about Glenn Sound.
Yeah, hey, my idea is it's an Oliver Stone. It's a sequel to JFK. It's called LBJ.
And that's
Yeah,
it. It's
Oliver
just
Stone.
you're just following LBJ.
No,
Yeah.
for me, a JFK 2
Yeah, but I
would be just Costner's character, just moving on to other things, trying to figure it out.
Seemed like he never really won a case, though, that guy.
No, he kind of sucked, so you just brainstorm other things.
So it's a bad lawyer. Whoever goes, I think we get the case down. I don't know, though. What's the defendant's name again? Just as he's walking into the place. That would really be, just call it court-appointed attorney. So, would you be willing to do 5 years? So if you don't plead to this, you're going to get 15 easy.
He's just the reverse of my cousin
Yeah.
Vinny. He just gets worse and worse.
Yeah. All right, these are great ideas. If you can't get through, they're up on the iBang. I love these pictures with it, too. Each one of these pictures, I mean, look at big Indians are running, which I'm still offended by. I gotta admit, I'm a little offended by it.
Oh, it's going to be great. Blockbuster.
Here's Orville. Orville, what do you got?
Yeah. The name of the movie is The GED, and he goes back to Mrs. Robinson.
The problem is they did do a sequel to Mrs. Robinson already. They did a sequel to The Graduate. I think it was called The Undergraduate. No, but it was Kevin Costner was him growing up.
Oh, right. I
and-
forgot that existed.
Yeah.
I was so disturbed by the fact that it existed. I didn't see it. Was it
was
good?
like Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah,
and
here's the thing. Jennifer Aniston was the illegitimate kid that he had
Right.
with
Right.
her. But he banged her, and by the end of the movie, I think that the point of it was the guy banged the mother, the daughter, and then his daughter, the granddaughter. And it ended, it was a kind of a comedy. I can't say that maybe we found out it wasn't the daughter.
Rumor has it was the name of it.
Yeah.
You can't count those as sequels though when it's made by a different person and none of the same cast. That's just someone trying to piggyback off the success of the first one.
What about with a prequel where you use, younger people? Because I'll give you the thing. There's a prequel to Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Look it up here. I don't know what the fuck the name of it would be, but it's actually pretty good. It was a TV movie.
Wow, I've never even heard of this.
Yeah.
Butch and Sundance, the early days.
Yeah. Now.
And this is different cast.
Give out who played Sundance. You're going to be surprised when you hear this.
Sundance was played by William Catt.
who was the greatest American hero. He had blonde hair, looked just like Robert Redford. And Paul Newman was played by
Tom Berenger,
who was fucking terrific.
Yeah,
Young
wow.
Tom Berenger.
I would like to see this. That actually sounds like it's pretty good.
Well, you can now. We live in a world of Netflix. You can see anything you want, anytime you want, except for if you're driving. You
Right.
put your phone down.
Please, for the love of God.
Let's go over here to Glenn. Another Glenn. Go ahead, buddy.
All right, sequel to Unbreakable, where you have a guy who gets laid all the time, tons of chicks, and you have another guy can't ever get a girl, maybe a Chris Stanley type, called Unfuckable.
How are we going to release that, dude? I mean, this is a big budget film. I can't walk down the corner office and say, will you put $90 million into something called Unfuckable?
Billboards. We want billboards all over it.
What year is this?
Billboards are huge.
Yes, they literally are huge.
When's the last time you saw a movie billboard?
There's
You were
electronic
almost
ones.
famous.
We got a flyer all around the city.
Yeah.
I see them all the time in Times Square. They're electronic now, but it's still technically a billboard.
What that is a screen.
Oh, there you go.
You're seeing a commercial.
All right, giant screens are what we need.
Unfuckable.
Yeah, I think you should have backed me up there. They're not going to release Unfuckable.
Can't be done.
Neil, go ahead, buddy. What do you got? Neil.
Yeah, I got Animal Steakhouse. We follow the crew from Animal House through the years while they're in prison. At the end, it segues into Oz and Orange is the New Black.
Those are movies about prison.
Yeah. Not sure if it's working for anybody.
No.
Paul.
Yeah, I got Twister 3, twisting by the pool.
And how many cows are going to be in this?
We get Mark Knopfler. I don't know if you can get all at Dire Straits, but twisting by the pool's pretty good.
I love it. I love it.
Couldn't wait. See, now we're not even throwing it to you.
Couldn't wait. He was so excited.
Matt, what do you got? Matt, what do you got, pal?
Point Break 2, Bodhi's survival. He gets washed up ashore on a desolate island, and he's happy to be alive and start a brand new life. He thinks he's living on a dream island, living that hippie lifestyle, surfing all the time. But when nighttime falls, the whole place turns into a cult cannibalistic island, and he's on the run and hunt from these creatures that are trying to get him.
Here's the problem that we have with that, though. Bodhi gone.
Yeah.
And there's already another sequel being.
I know.
Well, it's a reboot, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you know what he said. He's not coming back. And
That
he
was
was
the best
right.
part of it, too. That and using a topless woman as a shield.
Right.
I'll just use these big tits as my shield. Who is, by the way, have you ever even heard about dudes that are that fucked up, that are just ready just to fucking shoot it out like that? It's so rare. It's just constant back then. Derek, go ahead.
Derek. Hello.
Yeah.
I got one. It's called HW. It's a sequel to There Will Be Blood. About this poor, deaf bastard, and he has a failed oil company, and for him to make it work, he has to go back to his schizophrenic, alcoholic father for help.
Gail?
I'd like to see an HW movie, but I don't know if the premise is there.
All right. Well,
no, that quickly. We're not waiting for
wait. There's more votes.
Yeah.
I just want to see Daniel Day-Lewis again do that character.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him at the end. I thought life in prison. Did you guys always take it that he got away with it?
No, I don't think he got away with it.
No, he was doing time. So this.
I don't know though. I mean, they never say. It just ends right there. I mean, it could have been a cover-up.
I mean, I think he could just go like he's crazy. He probably went to a psych ward for a little bit and then got out. I don't know.
I'm gonna. Did you guys ever see the second Chinatown?
Yeah, two Jakes.
Yeah. Well, basically, you had one that was taking place, I guess, in the 1930s. This one took place after World War II, early 50s, instead of being about water, it was about gas, right? And oil. There could be a third one that took place, let's say, in the early 70s. It was just about cocaine. Just like who's trying to move cocaine in and out of town. I would say this, The True Detectives feels like a Chinatown type movie.
I don't understand the criticisms of it. I don't think there's...
Thank you.
I don't... There's not, they're just comparing it to the last season. That's it. Alone, it's fine. It's interesting. I want to know what the hell's going to happen in this fucked
By the
up
way,
MC.
I sent Chris this. It's actually based on a real town that's in Los Angeles County that only has like 115 people. And it's been run by the same two families for like 80 years.
See,
Great.
I think that I haven't caught up yet,
Catch
but
up.
the first season had a lot of plot holes. So everyone
Yeah.
looking back and saying
It was perfect.
it was
They were
perfect.
far from it.
They were mad.
They were
a lot of
bitching
people
about.
were
They were
mad.
bitching about it at the end of the last
Well,
season.
we were
yeah.
laughing. I thought there was nothing funnier than the big Steadicam shot that went on for 7 minutes, where
with
the
the going
fighting
through the
was like
Yeah.
Yeah. Just-
just running back and forth. Hey, you're coming this way. You're kidnapping somebody by holding onto their sweater.
Yeah, people overreacted to that shot, I think. When people say, is this the greatest 7 minutes in television history?
No, the
No,
answer
it
is
is not.
You won't believe what happens next.
no. Matt, what do you got?
Animal Home. They're all old now, and they live in a nursing home, and lots of
cute.
medication, hijinks, and diaper.
It's not over till we say it's over.
That's cute.
I like that. There might be a couple that haven't outgrown it.
You make me want to Gail.
I'm going yes to Animal Home.
No to Animal Home.
That only was one guy, Joey Jojo.
No, I messed up.
Oh!
What?
Get on board.
What? Oh, no, I didn't say my answer yet. What I said was, I messed up earlier when I voted no on that one movie, because this one gets a prize.
Boy, smooth as silk.
Said prize is Peggy Sue, signed by Kathleen Turner.
Oh,
Man.
that should have been the
Very
only
nice.
prize today.
Oh, that's a good one.
Thank you so much.
All right, peace. That's unbelievable. That's all we're taking right now. You can still go over and fill these out in the iBang, and Chris Stanley will pick, let's say, 2 more winners out of what we have there.
Nice.
Wow, the Kathleen Turner.
That's a great
That's
one.
a great one.
From soon we will be known as Kathleen Turner Overdrive. But tonight we're going to be Chris Stanley in the Uptown Jar. We'll take a break. This is Bennington.
Bennington will be right back. Raw Dog Comedy Hits. Sirius XM 99. This is Bennington. Raw Dog Comedy Hits. Sirius XM 99.
Gail Bennington, can I talk to you about something today?
Yeah, sure. Whatever you'd like.
What's the year?
2015.
Yeah, exactly. Men and women are completely equal. That's why I want you to walk in any bar in the country, slap that cash down on the barrel head and say, give me a Tito's. I mean, we're not living back in the 90s with MC Hammer pants, where women couldn't sit up at the bar and have a drink. This is the teens, all right? It's time for you to start acting like it.
Can I order Tito's straight?
Yeah.
As a woman?
Yes, you can. You know why? And if anybody tells you can't, you go, that's funny, because at night I go to sleep under a Tito's moon. And you know what that means?
No, actually I don't.
That means that there's been a turnkey, that there's been a tipping point where men and women can sit down together and talk this thing out. I honestly think if men and women around the country did this, sat down with the Tito's, divorce would be something that would end up in a museum. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In a museum. When's the next time you're going out?
Tonight, probably.
Yeah, because it's every night with you. I want you to walk into that bar.
Yep.
Into the men's section.
Okay.
Up where the men sit, the big burly men with their beards and their sweaty armpits ordering drinks. And I want you to scoot right in between this and say, Tito's, straight up.
Will I be allowed?
You're going to take the power.
Okay.
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at Tito'sVodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
Fun time hanging out here today. Come see us live at the Next Unmasked with Jim Gaffigan and his lovely wife, Jeannie Gaffigan. It's happening Thursday, July 9th at Caroline's Comedy Club. Go to the Interbank for your chance to win free tickets. That's going to be a lot of fun.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
Then we're going to announce another one that we're doing probably here at our building, and then a couple more out on the road.
Nice. Going places.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Literally.
Literally
going places. I'm like Moses. I won't get there with you. But I've seen the promised land. I'm not afraid of any man. Except for Terry Smith, my old neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
Terry
I've heard the stories.
Oh, yeah. Smitty. But he was my best buddy. That's the best thing to do. Find that if you're not the toughest guy in the room, buddy up with the toughest guy in the room.
Yeah. That's a good strategy.
And then start picking on the second toughest guy.
You have him to answer to. My best friend, right? We're cool, right?
Where did that come? Where is his attitude coming from? Stanley?
Yeah.
How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing well.
I worry about you, though.
Why?
Alcoholism, your liver, your knees.
Well, the knee is, that's sprained, but that's going to get better.
I've never seen anyone puss around a sprained knee the way you do. You should be so embarrassed. Because, by the way, during his sprained knee, I checked on him the entire weekend.
No, thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, now I feel like an idiot.
I gave one checkup.
Yeah.
Just one, though.
Look, the pain was terrible when I sprained this knee, okay? And the thought of having to have surgery again was awful.
So you were in your own head about most of it, though. Like
some of it, yes. But, overall, it is a sprain, a bad sprain.
Did we take a picture of Yukon Cornelius' spider bite, or you guys are too afraid of it?
We haven't taken a picture yet.
Take a picture, send it over to the iBank for the. Okay. Maybe we'll tweet it out.
Get a nice close up.
But it'll just go to show you, a spider bite is a dangerous thing.
Ugh.
Horrifying.
Yeah. I don't think he got any superpowers out of it, which is sad. Oh, also let him know he did a bang-up job on the phones today, because I know the phones got crazy with that contest.
Will do.
Which means, you know what, Joey? That room is running like a top. Right
All
now.
right. Not a bottom. There we go.
Yeah.
What?
Find a bottom is what he wants to do. Remember when you ran that room like shit, Chris?
Oh, no, I ran that room very well.
Really? Then why did 2 of the people have to be fired that you worked with?
Because I wasn't in there with them.
Well, no. Well, I noticed Joey runs a fun crew.
Oh, yeah. They're always smiling, laughing. Yucking
They're
it up.
having more fun in there.
They're high-fiving.
They're just high-fiving. You know how many people I saw Chris Stanley high-five?
No.
None. This kid, Yukon, he drug himself in here with a fucking spider bite today.
Yeah.
Get the picture?
Yeah, we just took it. We're sending it over right now.
Is it up on Twitter yet?
It's not on Twitter yet.
Okay, why is it on Twitter, Joe?
Everything should be immediate. Did you Periscope it?
It's live
Does anyone know how to Periscope anything?
It's an app. I know that.
Because the kid wants to cut it open. Maybe we could do that tomorrow. You cut it open. Let some. I believe there's baby spiders in there.
Yeah, they're growing inside of him.
Ugh.
There's a nest in his arms.
Sorry about it.
Why do spiders bite? Because I don't think I've ever been bit by one.
I'll tell you this. I heard this fact once. All spiders bite. All of them. Just some are poisonous. But any spider will bite you.
I heard this before, and you might not want to hear it, that all of us, over the course of lifetime, will eat 9 spiders. It happens while we're sleeping.
You know what? I've heard this. Prove it. How can you prove it? What is the science behind that?
Spiders crawl around a lot during the night. They're looking for a warm cave, and they think it's your mouth.
Where do they get that number?
GoPro cameras. It's that thing where you attempt to fight and scrape and just claw. There he goes. This is Yukon Cornelius heading down the hall.
Oh, YC, I call him.
Bumbles bounce! You love that kid, Chris?
I like that kid. I like
He's
that kid a
yours.
lot.
I got the other two that are working great.
Okay.
You're gonna live and die with that kid.
That's your boy.
Well, it's a little tough now because he has been spider bit, so he's a little down, but he's getting back up there.
I guess.
Yeah, he went to the ER. He's out of there
I've
now.
seen him at his best that he's done. Hey, you guys going to that Unmasked?
I'm
Gaffigans?
definitely going to be there.
First, your first Unmasked then. You too, Chris.
No, this is not.
Second, both of you.
I can't wait to go to my first Unmasked at Caroline's. It's going to be really awesome.
I'll just say this. Remember the 92nd Street Y?
Yeah.
Probably the height of my interviewing respectability.
Yes, huge.
I'm looking out, saw the two of you guys sitting close together. Don't know who it happened, but one of you cut a huge fart during that.
What?
Yeah.
It was not me.
Look, I didn't
I
didn't want to say anything. I was trying to pawn it off on other people, but I get gassy, okay? That's why I would call the booth the fart room. I go in there.
He does.
That's disgusting.
Even when there were people in there, he would walk in and fart.
Yeah,
so he wouldn't bother me with it.
I'm not going to do this too. There's guests in here. They want to smell it, you know?
Why not in the hallway?
No, it's got to be contained.
It's a really good question.
Why do you act like you're getting something out of one of the other studios? Yeah, you guys got a pencil? Rip! And then just go carrying it back out again.
Thanks. Thanks for containing the smell.
All right, someone wrote this. Gail, how do all spiders bite? Do they have teeth?
It's those little fangs.
Fangs for nothing is what I say after a spider bite.
You know, those little fangs are not really teeth, but they're
I've
little,
never
like,
been up close.
talons.
I didn't know. I've never been up close to a spider.
That's a spider.
Look at those little tusks that they
Oh. Why aren't we playing the song Tusk?
have. Oh, please play Tusk.
Yeah. In honor of YC's. What are you getting? Waters during the show, Chris?
I just asked for napkins.
Oh, my God. What did you spill? Here, take a seat, YC, so I can take a look at that arm. I like your look, too. You got like an ECW wrestler. That is terrible,
Oh, my
man.
God.
That's very...
I can't.
Now, did you remember it biting you, or did it bite you while you were sleeping?
I did not remember. I was doing yard work around the house, like splitting logs, doing manly stuff.
Where do you live? Out in the mountains somewhere?
Orange County, New York, upstate.
Okay, way upstate?
That's an hour from here.
Yeah, it's way upstate.
Yeah, that's too much for me.
It's a hike.
Did you feel the tusk go into you?
Yeah. That's what they're called, tusks?
Yeah.
I didn't do any research. I just,
yeah, we got that from a Fleetwood Mac album.
Tusk.
Here we go. This is your arm. This is the musical version of your arm. Fading out, fading out.
Where's that band going?
Just sinking into the desert. Did you ever see the video for this? Where they play with the USC band?
Oh, yes,
It's
I have
fucking
seen it. It's so
amazing.
great.
Yeah, I don't know why this wasn't the last song in that stupid movie that Dan likes so much about throwing sticks at the drummer.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they got the guy.
Anyone who's not playing Tusk, if you're in a big band, you're crazy.
Like, I quit then. If we're not going to play Tusk, I quit. Because I like a song that sometimes we get to yell Tusk. So
And we all know what that means.
We're people are sending stuff in. People are writing, get to the doctor fast, spider bites can kill. All spiders are venomous, not all of them bite. And Mary
literally
says
the opposite
this.
of what I said.
Yeah, Mary says this. If you're a human being on the planet Earth, you're never more than 3 feet away from a spider. At any
Please don't
time.
tell me that's true.
Yeah. So one of us probably has a spider down in our pant leg.
Oh.
Did you go to the doctor for this?
I did. And they just said, rub some cream on it.
Yeah, they laughed at you.
Yeah.
Anyone who goes to a doctor's an idiot for any reason.
That was my logic.
Yeah. I'm sure I've had 8 aneurysms, and I just fucking walk them off and have ice cold juice.
Shake it off.
So I feel better. Crushed ice, please. I have an aneurysm. So you saw this blow up. You're like, I'm going to lose my arm. You go rushing to the doctor, and they treat you like you're an idiot.
All they did was pump me full of steroids.
Yeah.
So I was telling Anthony earlier, I was like, I should have played some softball. I felt like Canseco in the 80s.
You really felt like you could have jacked
arm.
one?
I was ready to go. And
What?
then it didn't. I mean, yesterday was much worse. It was like a golf ball cut in half, just stuck on my arm. So Gail can't stand this now.
You can
She
imagine.
didn't see it yesterday.
Ugh.
It was nasty.
Always take pictures of your injuries.
Yeah.
They could always go viral, you know? And when the spider eggs hatch and go crawling out of your...
Get video.
yeah.
Get video.
They're coming out of
I
the
want
fingers.
video of that.
Holy shit, is that good? That'd be a great movie.
Freak everybody out.
They said let's get the centaur to suck out the spider jizz.
Ew. They jizz in you? I thought it was just like venom from a venomous sack.
And then Scotty wants to know why you're wearing the old Fez Watley gay shirt. Well, we wanted to always remember Fez, and we kept the gay shirt.
Passed it down.
Yeah. I think it still looks good.
Now, as much as a spider bite freaks me out, I will not kill a spider if I see one. Like if there's one in my home, I will not kill a spider. I will put it out.
I will kill any animal on the thing that tries to take us in the number one spot. And that includes the neighbor's dog. Look at the size of this tusk.
Tusk.
I think that's from the 45 that they put out back Fleetwood Mac.
I think that they have magical powers. I won't. I think it's bad juju to kill a spider.
Pit Doc wants to talk to us on this hungry, hungry day about spiders.
Yeah, Ronnie, I did a dissertation on it in my residency. There are very few spiders in America that will kill you or anything like that. A brown recluse, which lives up here, they can cause a lot of damage to the tissue around it, and black widows don't kill you either. They just give you a funny stomach feeling that sometimes gets surgery for no reason. The ones in Australia, though, will kill you in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would never go to Australia for that main reason. Now, you think he got bit by brown recluse?
Brown recluse, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep washing it and everything like that. Sometimes the tissue around it dies because their venom does kind of kill tissue, but it's not that bad, but it might leave a nasty scar.
Why doesn't anyone ever bring up the statistics in the brown recluse neighborhoods of how the crime is so much, and I'm not talking just against us, but a lot of brown recluse on brown recluse crime takes place, and people act like it doesn't.
The only person talking about it, I think, who will be willing to talk about it is T-Rump, and that's why I trust him.
I do trust him as well, although I also trust Chris Christie today, so I'm voting twice.
If we can get these two together.
No, I don't need to. I'm just going to vote for both of them, hopefully co-presidency. Well, thanks so much for that, Pit Doc.
Take it easy, Ronnie. Bye.
So he's basically saying if you live in North America and you're bit by a spider, just forget about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's no big deal.
I feel much better now.
Some tissue's gonna die.
Right.
But that's...
Die anyway.
There was this old lady in my neighborhood I know, and she swallowed a spider to catch the fly. Now, I don't know why she swallowed the fly. Perhaps she'll die. Wait, she did die, but she was hit by a truck.
Oh, it's sad.
Unrelated, though.
Not really sad, because she was chasing some children that had escaped from her house.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
That's
I guess she was
horrible.
trying to put them into a pot and cook them and eat them.
It's a cannibal.
Yeah, and I saw the whole thing happen, and I ran into her house and just started looking around for money.
Try to maybe look for other kids that might be in there. Or...
I didn't even think of that. That's a good one. I just ran out with my cash. Started taking the nickname Johnny Cash, and I tipped well for 3 days.
Not much to show for it after that.
No, nothing at all. Went through it pretty quick. I guess they say I don't have a head for money, you know? I like to make it rain.
Yeah. I knew a couple of gold medallions you could have scored.
Sure. I like to go to fucking old teachers, just show them a bunch of hundreds and light it on fire. Say, this is the difference between me and you, bitch. You're still reading books, and look at me, I'm burning hundreds.
Means nothing to me.
He just wants to watch the world burn.
Yeah. And then that fucking lady goes, I never even taught you in school. I don't know who you are. We just moved here 3 months ago. I go, did you? Then could you get a hose and put out these hundreds? Boy, all people are fucking paying attention to is his shirt.
Oh, come on. He was bit by a spider. A brown recluse, of course.
Yeah, I don't see them because they don't come around here. You know?
Yeah.
3 feet from us.
I don't think those kind. They like to stay in their own homes. or webs, as they're sometimes called. But if I was bit by a spider, I wanted to be radioactive, so that I would get the powers of a Spider-Man.
Yeah, that would be the only benefit.
I don't know whether you've seen. Did you guys see the third Spider-Man where
No.
he finally has sex?
No.
Came web.
Oh my
Just came
God.
web. Just stuck to his stomach.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it didn't work too good.
Gotta be careful with that spider jizz.
It's so hard to
choking.
clean.
So as of right now, when you brought up Donald T. Rump, no one is jumping in to put Miss Universe on TV. Not even the smallest, shittiest of stations.
That sucks. Everyone loves the Miss Universe contest.
Well,
do they?
I thought it was fake because Miss Universe was always from this planet. And until I see Miss Jupiter or Miss Pluto take it,
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it's Miss Earth, not Miss Universe.
It's probably going to end up streaming on YouTube, and so that's going to be a sad day. It's like, oh, this used to be the best. It used to be the best of all the pageants.
Maybe if they rename it, I could push it.
Well, do you
Miss
guys?
Earth.
Yeah, Miss Earth. We're here for Miss Earth. You guys know who Cheryl Burke is? The celebrity. She was the co-host. She tapped out and said, "I'm not going to have a bunch of Mexicans mad at me."
Oh,
come on.
It's a weird way to phrase it.
Yeah.
Come on, Cheryl.
I'm only doing this out of my natural fear for Mexicans, she said. But no one else has offered to pick it up, not even Spike TV, which really doesn't do anything but run bar rescue 24 hours a day.
I
You think
saw
that they would be able to make some time for them?
Yeah.
I saw the worst bar rescue ever.
That is a tie, no matter what you bring up.
The last newest one. It was a bar owned by a former pitcher, for like a major league pitcher, and they said he made $14 million in his career, but he had like a 56 ERA. And the guy was just a total fuck up in the bar industry, obviously.
Yeah, but you still, I mean, he played in the bigs for like 9 years, right? So you still get signed to fucking contracts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I mean, if you
14
take
million.
those minimum, yeah, but they're probably saying over the 9 years.
Okay.
So he was making about $1.5 million a couple of years.
When I heard that, I just started.
And then he also played Japanese ball.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it was just terrible there as well. It just annoyed me.
Really? Because he won a championship with Bobby Valentine.
I didn't know that.
What do you do? Fast forward? Bobby Valentine called him on the phone.
I didn't stay for the end because I figured sales would go up 30% over the next 6 weeks.
First of all, you're pretty dead on with your numbers. It's amazing how good you are at Bar Rescue because they really did. The food was up as well. You know?
Great. That's awesome.
I got you these beer taps so much closer.
Yeah, that was the big problem.
Yeah.
The reason you're failing is the beer taps are on the other side of the
Look
goddamn
how
bar.
far they're walking for beer. Now, we call this place the Oak Room, a place for locals. A good place. They actually put a good bar for locals on their fucking
Oh my
sign.
God, that's embarrassing.
If you live in this area, this is the bar for you. Whether you've just moved in or you've been here for years.
Also, nobody's left a bar because the bartender had to walk too far. I mean, if you consider any good bar, like, you'll sit there and wait a long time for your bartender to get to you. You're just like, oh, he's got to go all the way over there? Forget it.
Yeah, most places you're just screaming at the guy and trying to show him money. Two!
Just want alcohol. Please give it to me. This bar's too crowded.
You just keep trying to catch his eye and smile. Hey. Hey.
Come over.
John in North Carolina.
Hey, Ron, how you doing?
Good, my man.
Hey, Ronnie, I really want to thank you. You truly have been an inspiration for me. I'm 100 days sober, and it is wonder-fucking-full.
That's great, my man.
I'm actually going to the heart of the jungle, though. Tomorrow, my daughter and I are going to see the Rolling Stones in Raleigh, but I'm going to be sober for the first time for a fucking rock concert.
That's amazing. Let us know how the show was, and congratulations to you, my friend.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, peace. Topped off 100. 100 days. 100 days. 100 nights without a damn drink. God, how much I love that girl.
100 nights.
I ever get married again, it'll probably be to Sharon Jones.
I don't blame you.
Dude, you live up in the mountains, huh?
Yeah, at the Appalachian Mountains.
And yet, still, a part of you wants to go into radio.
Most of the part of me. Yeah.
And be around people instead of being
Like
up
you.
there. But here's the deal. There's something about living in the mountains. You could look in any direction and not see a fire, not see a light. You're all by yourself up there. You know what I mean? You're alone with you. Why not write a novel?
That's a good idea.
By myself?
Yes, by yourself.
What would I write it about? My spider bite.
Yes, yeah. The Spider That Bit Me could be the fucking badass title.
Yeah.
Would you do the forward for me?
I'll do forwards for anybody. That's my thing. I always fucking do that.
Yeah.
Or I give them a quote. My name has appeared like as a quote at the beginning of
I'll
chapters
take either.
before. Yeah. Jay Moore put one of my quotes up there.
Oh, man. That must have felt pretty cool.
It did because the book sold more than the Bible. So, in
Gotta be a lot, then.
Yeah, in a couple countries, they actually give it out with hotel rooms, which is great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because if people need to be, they're in a hotel room, they're like, I gotta fucking kill myself. Why? Jay Moore already wrote a great fucking book. You can just read that about raising children.
This is changing my life with each
Yeah.
page.
There was a chapter. Well, one of the things I did, I actually brought you up, Gail. I called it "Buck Teeth and Elbows: The Awkward Years."
Excuse
and
me?
It's just, remember when you went through that weird growth spurt?
Why'd you have to write about it in the forward to someone else's book?
I thought it would be funny. You know what I mean? I always say this: the funniest joke is when we laugh at someone, not with them.
But not for the person who's being laughed at.
I didn't consider that, but I also say this: if someone is laughing with you, it's one too many people laughing at that joke.
Stop laughing. You're ruining it for the rest of us.
100 days, 100 nights. We got to get ready to wrap this one up for Stanley.
Yeah, we do.
And tomorrow is our last day before the July 4th show.
That's right. Big celebration.
Yeah, the big July. Look at that. There's that big green woman that they show every single year. I think that's called, I think that's Harbor Sally is her name. And people would come here from different countries and they would see Harbor Sally. And that would make them feel good about staying in America.
That's how they knew they made it.
Yeah.
Once they saw Old Harbor Sally.
HS.
I had a great grandfather who used to travel overseas and talk people into coming to America.
Really?
Mm-hmm. We found that in books. He would go to Africa. This was like the 1840s, and he would tell people, if you guys get on this boat and you come to Africa, there's like free stuff for all you guys. We're going to go straight to Savannah, Georgia.
They put them on a boat?
You're going to get on a boat. Well, the bottom of the boat. Because when you get there, we're going to get so many free games and stuff. You'll never have to work another day of your life.
This is not something maybe we should be proud of.
They called him Slavin' Sam Bennington. Now that I think about it, it's a terrible thing he did.
Yeah.
In America, we got food to eat. I think we got to wrap this one up, Chris. Before that, let's have one of your lackluster plugs for the Jim Gaffigan Unmasked.
Jim Gaffigan Unmasked is happening July 9th.
That's
Go
it.
to the interrobang.com.
Perfect.
For free tickets.
Say it like it's a chore.
It's not a chore.
And yet you say it that way.
It's happening at Caroline's Dock. It's happening on Caroline's
Dock.
It's
It's happening on Caroline's Dock.
How?
I got Caroline's and Interrobang mixed up.
How are we all going to fit on there?
Why don't you just call it the iBank and shorten it up a little bit?
There you go, the iBank. Go to the iBank.com for free tickets to the Jim Gaffigan and Jeannie Gaffigan Unmasked at Caroline's, July 9th.
Your chore is over.
You did it.
You did
Now
it.
you get your
Yeah, you didn't do a
your
great
allowance.
job. Yeah, you didn't do a great job drying those dishes, but they are dry. You put some of them away.
That's good. That part's good.
So we'll be back in here tomorrow. Last day before 4th of July vacation. Chris Stanley will hand out a few more prizes. Go over to the, as Chris calls it, the Caroline's Dock or the iBank.
iBank.
And Impossible Movies sequels you won't see any time soon. quite the mouthful for one title, isn't it? But head on over to the entire. But I love those pictures. They all crack me up. Photoshop is the newest thing. I just think it's great.
It's awesome, isn't it?
All right, that's it for us. Hope your arm heals up there.
Me too.
And when are we going to see everybody again?
It would be 1974.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!